It's funny because the amount of football players, and we all think, hey, right, you get to the NFL, you're even in college football, like you are among the elite athletes, but the position-specific skills that don't translate, the amount of individuals that can't throw a football or catch a football it's remarkable to watch somebody throw.
I've always been able to throw a football better than a baseball, more accurately.
Yeah,
I always played first base. I just was never very accurate throwing a baseball. I always had a tough time getting it out of my hand for accuracy. It's just something that I don't know what the deal was. But I have to ask you, because you'd said something about them calling you up, you're ready to play today.
Oh, yeah.
If a Major League Baseball pitcher, you knew they were throwing a fastball strike, do you think you could make contact? You know it's a strike, and you know it's a fastball.
How many swings does he get?
Yeah,
he gets a full at bat.
So 3?
You get 4 balls and 3 strikes.
Get a chance to time it out. My competitive nature and the fact that I can't say no forces me to say yes. However, I've seen a number of guys attempt it, in these Instagram videos. And so I got to say,
look at this.
Come on, be humble.
I got to say yes. Oh. If I know it's a strike and so here's what takes away if I know it's a strike, I'm swinging no matter what.
Right.
And so I don't have to worry about it hitting me. I don't have to worry about it being low, high, curveball, all that stuff. I know it's a fastball. Then sure. Like I always bunt.
That doesn't count. You got to swing.
Yeah, but then
I know. Trust me.
Hey, but then you got to leg it out. And I see you trying to leg it out, going back and forth from the cubicle. I don't know if you'd make it to first before they get the ball there.
I hate you right now.
I'm just saying, you're
I'm going to make it.
You're not going to leg out the bunt. Who are we kidding?
Hey, it's all about positioning. Bunting, if I bunt it right back to the pitcher, sure, I'm not going to make it. I'm gonna put that thing right down the line. I'm gonna surprise him because hey, the big guy gets up there. You think it's gonna be a power swing? Those third baseman is setting back at depth. First baseman at depth. I'm gonna lay that sucker right down the line, and it's gonna be right between where the catcher can't get it and the third baseman can't get up fast enough. Yeah, I'm gonna leg that sucker out, and I'm gonna stand on first base, and I'm gonna be flipping you the birds.
You're going to be limping down the first base line.
No. Hey, once I get both smokestacks rolling, I'm freaking. There's no more limp.
Both smokestacks rolling.
Oh yeah, it's the diesel running down first base. Yeah, let's go.
When is the last time that quote both smokestacks were rolling for you?
Probably when it beat Rieger in that race around the building.
I only needed one smokestack for that. Yeah, when called upon, when required. It's like, how they talk about all the stealth fighters. Hey, when they're on the ground, right, they're leaking oil and, it looks like they're in shambles. But then when they get up to speed, everything tightens up and it's streamlined and it's fast and it's beautiful. That's exactly what John Jansen looks like running down to first base. Those first couple of steps coming out of the batter's box may not look perfect, but once I get up to speed, whew.
So just to recap, the first pitch you're not touching because you're not ready for a fastball. You can't time it up on the first pitch, right?
I will be swinging.
Yeah, and you'll likely
and chances
miss it.
are, yeah. So then
now
I've got to figure
strike.
out. Right.
And if you don't time it up on the second, you can't bunt with 2 strikes.
Oh, I'm not bunting. I
okay.
said that just to piss
Make
off Tom.
him mad. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm not bunting. Come on, I do still have both testicles. I'm not going to sit there and bunt. Thanks, DJ.
All right, we are going to do a lot of baseball talk today. Of course, Tigers are back at it. They'll start the season against the Padres. Expectations for the season at 635. Is 90 wins on the table? Is this the best team in the American League? We're going to talk about who your Tiger is, because I know for a lot of people it was Tarek Skubal. We'll have that conversation. We got ballpark food later in the show. John, you're going to grade everything from strikeout to home run?
Yes.
We'll do that. Kevin McGonigal, we got kind of hijacked yesterday with a lot of Red Wing talk. We do want to make sure we dedicate some time to talking about McGonigal making his big league debut today. And outside of baseball, you want to hit the Pistons real quick?
Sure, they lost.
Can I have one quick question?
Oh, yeah.
In this rating system for his foods, is infield bunt single an option?
No, it is not. Again, I'm not going to bunt. I only said that
to get a rise.
To get a rise out of Tom. I am swinging for the fences, or at least it may be an infield single, but it will be a full swing.
And taking a peek at the new ballpark food, a lot of it is Jansen coated. It's meat heavy.
Oh, I saw the menu and I got excited.
Doubles, triples.
Oh, there's
home runs.
A grand slam.
I did hear there's a strikeout.
There is, and there will be explanation as to why. I think the menu looks amazing.
Yeah. Heather noted lots of meat items.
Yes.
But there are some things.
There's one thing
That's not meat.
that I would totally order.
Oh, really?
Maybe it's a Heather Grand Slam.
Oh, when we get there, I would like to. Okay, it can't be. Oh, never
You
mind.
know what it is.
Yes, I know. what it
We
is.
both know what it is, and it's great for the summertime. Text says John is so pumped up. He sounds like he's a WWE wrestler during a promo this morning.
Let's go. It's opening day.
Shut up, Gov. Jansen isn't soft. Don't insult him with your nonsense.
Jeez.
Calm down, caveman. He wasn't testing your manhood. That's from
Oh
Roy.
no, that was full on challenge. Can you throw it from the mound?
I didn't say, can you throw? I said, did you throw?
Oh no,
it?
you said can you?
I believe he said, did you underhand toss it?
Yes, yeah. I know, a little soft tossed.
90% of these people that do these first pitches throw it short of the mound. They'll be standing in the grass.
Oh,
I
sure.
just asked the question.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Would you do it if they made you do it from there?
No, he'd step on the mound. I guess so they were like, hey, don't do the mound because we're
Right.
trying to get it ready for the game.
Yeah.
But he's not going to screw it up that
For Tarek's
bad.
6 innings.
Right.
Can you imagine how tall he would look out there on the mound?
Yeah. Me and Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
I just look a little bit plumper.
This person has a caveat to your quest to get the hit.
Yeah.
Could you do it without pooping yourself or pulling a hernia?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that stipulation is in there.
Like, yeah. You think I'm scared of this? No.
Get Jim Schwartz over here. I ain't scared.
Now, okay, I would say this. I just need it from a right-handed pitcher. That would give me a little bit more of an advantage.
So
Because I swing lefty.
Valdez.
Yeah.
Oh, this would help
Yeah.
you leg out your butt.
Yeah, I know. That was Dad's theory. Not me as dad. Now I kind of refer to myself as dad, but
Your dad.
It's Grandpa's theory. All of us swang out of the left batter's box. I throw right. I golf left.
Oh, you golf left.
Oh yeah.
I'll factor that in. You're still not legging it out, but you'd be closer.
Also, Ichiro's dad. Ichiro's a natural right-handed
I didn't know this.
person.
Yeah.
His dad taught him to bat left-handed, so he would be closer to first base. That's how he legged out all those infield singles.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I can bat out of the right-handed batter's box as well. It's more natural for me at this point to swing lefty.
I definitely didn't expect us to be comparing John Jansen to Ichiro to start the show today, but this has certainly been a start. You said all that needs to be said about the Pistons. They lost. No one's making a big deal about it. Duran short at the rim, had a chance to win it.
Yeah, the bigger story is Boston, the Celtics beating OKC, and now the lead is 4.
It's 4. Lions did sign somebody on the offensive line.
Yeah, got ourselves another guard. A little more competition. Actually, I think this is a really good ad for the left guard spot. Ben Barch.
He has a nickname that we want to explore, and we'll talk about how he fits this football team. Plus, there are some people who very much like what the Lions have done in free agency.
Which is amazing.
So we'll get to that next as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you leave the house, whether it's for work or a vacation or to catch a game, you shouldn't be worrying if someone is trying to break in. Guardian Alarm protects your home from break-ins, fires, and emergencies with smart cameras and real professionals monitoring 24/7. They've been protecting Michigan families since 1930. That's nearly a century of doing it the right way. If you want real protection, don't do it yourself. Call Guardian Alarm. Give them a call at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Let's get you into a new truck for Truck Month. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. That's 2 years in a row. Truck Month means loaded deals for Moran Madness. GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Silverado. That's the 4x4 crew cab, starting at $199 a month. That's 24-month lease, $999 down. Shop anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Tobias, tough shot, misses. Duran had to get it up with the clock. Just short. 97-1, it's opening day for the Tigers. They're on the road against the Padres. We're going to talk a lot of baseball today. Ballpark food, McGonigal, the team, expectations. We had the Tigers offensive line, or the Lions offensive line move that we wanted to hit on here.
Yeah, and it is Ben Barch, who was with San Francisco last year. He's a guard. He's played both left and right guard. And basically the statement was it creates more competition with Mahogany, Scruggs, Miles Frazier, and now Ben Barch. And it creates some more depth in case, God forbid, something were to happen to Ratledge.
You can talk more about his play. I want to talk about his nickname.
Yeah.
Because apparently there's a backstory to it. So his nickname is Smoothie King.
Smoothie King. Okay.
And not like the popular restaurant.
Is he an investor?
Right. No, apparently, and this is a tale as old as time, he needed to gain some weight as a young offensive lineman, originally a tight end.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. I followed that process.
And he has a famous smoothie recipe where he gained damn near 80 pounds.
Oh, wow.
The smoothie consisted of 7 scrambled eggs to avoid salmonella, a tub of cottage cheese, grits, peanut butter, bananas, and red Gatorade. Famous for his smoothies.
So you've got the scrambled eggs and a cottage cheese. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm all in. And what else was in there? Banana,
peanut butter, grits, and red Gatorade.
God, that sounds amazing, actually. I don't know that I'm all in on the red Gatorade being in there. I would need a little chocolate flavor.
Oh, with the bananas and peanut butter and
sure, yeah. We got the what do they call that? The chocolate monkey.
I have no idea.
It's
so
banana.
You do like chocolate milk instead of red Gatorade.
I would, yes, I would, or just some chocolate syrup.
Okay.
But I understand putting the red Gatorade. I'd try that. That sounds actually pretty good.
Did you have something like this when you bulked up from tight end to tackle?
So nutrition has taken a turn for the better since because I came in at tight end. I reported a 240 as a freshman.
He was 240. He got up to 308.
Yeah, and so by the time Christmas rolled around at spring ball, I went from 240 in August to January and February before spring ball to around 300 pounds. So I put on 60 pounds, but mine was, they talk about the freshman 15. Mine was obviously the freshman 60. And it was pretty much all cottage in pizza. Chicken wings, some pizza bobs in there as well. And I would call their shakes smoothies, right? Why not? Your chocolate chip smoothie. Every once in a while, I throw a banana in there for nutritional value. That's where, because nutrition at that time, we weren't sitting there talking about, well, you got to have this many grams of protein. You got to have this. You can't have complex carbs.
John, what were your macros on that diet?
Well, I would go with Budweiser versus Bud Light. That was my macros.
There you go. Hey, we said someone likes this Lions free agent class.
Yeah. And I was curious because I did see this as well. Ben Solak, who writes for ESPN, And I'll just let you know, I'm going to read this and I'll tell you right away. All right. He ranks them as the third best free agent class. And we have been talking for weeks how we've been a little disappointed, a little underwhelmed with this free agent class. And here's what he has to say in regards to, here's what he loved: the dart throws. Detroit has more needs than it has money to throw around, but it did extremely well to take high upside swings in the margins, which we've identified that. Pacheco can't be 100% of what David Montgomery was for them, but the Lions don't want that anymore. They want a capable short yardage pass protecting back to relieve Jahmyr Gibbs, and they got that for near the veteran minimum. They also talk about Cade Mays, $8 million per year in a season that the center market was exploding. Want him, ideally a number 3 edge, which we've talked about as well, instead of a number 2 option. But opposite Aiden Hutchinson, he can fill Al-Quadin's shoes. And then at corner, he talks about McQueary, can start the season if he's healthy as well. And then what he didn't love, and I agree with this as well, left tackle Larry Borum is a good swing backup, which I'm sure you got to love. He's a swinger. But the Lions don't want to live in a world where he starts 17 games on Jared Goff's blind side. Correct. Now, I think if that's the case, if they don't get the tackle that they want in free agency, Penei Sewell goes to left, Larry Borum goes to right. And, we talked more about that as well. So those are the pros, the cons of how he views this, but he viewed it as the third best, and it was only behind the San Francisco 49ers, who obviously got Mike Evans on a team-friendly deal, and Pittsburgh, who ended up signing Michael Pittman Jr., Rico Dowdle, Jamal Dean, Jaquan Brisker, Sebastian Joseph Day, and Asante Samuel Jr. So, and they have yet to figure out who their quarterback's going to be.
Everything he said is true.
Correct.
How he got them up to number 3 is where I disagree, but it all comes down to what you thought the objectives of this offseason are. If the objective is, we're broke, we got to get value, we got to get guys with upside, we have to win on the margins, did a damn good job. Mm-hmm. But it's the financial constraints that are handcuffs you put on yourself, then yeah, sure, you did great because you handcuffed yourself and this was the only way to move forward, and they absolutely nailed the margins.
Right.
Our objective was, hey, you missed the playoffs last year. Even if you get in, are you good enough to win a Super Bowl? Did you do enough in free agency to get starting caliber, not just bodies, impact guys? And they didn't. So I have a hard time feeling like this is a good offseason. A good free agency anyway. We'll see how the rest of it goes.
Right, yeah. The offseason grade won't come until we get to fall camp.
Where did he have, I thought the Rams were aggressive in addressing their biggest need. He has them 12th. They added McDuffie and Watson. They added Cam Curl at safety. He said he loved the fearlessness. The one thing he didn't love is they didn't do anything at receiver. They have Puka and Devontae Adams.
If Puka is available.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least he'll be available. He's not being charged. He's just being sued.
But it's two different philosophies, right? He likes the Lions because of value.
Well, you got to love that.
But I think the Rams did a better job getting impactful players to close the gap and win a championship.
I would agree with that. And obviously McCreary was a trade, but he's saying key acquisitions along with returning players. Actually, the team I thought did the best, now I don't know that they take a huge jump, is the Raiders. Obviously signing Tyler Linderbaum. And they did this all thinking that they were going to have all this cap space because Max Crosby was gone. They added those players, and now they got Max Crosby back. They found a way to manage the cap, and I don't think they go from worst to first. I think they are going to be much improved depending on how well their rookie quarterback will play.
Talk Tigers expectations, but first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So, you guys, in a landmark decision, a California jury has found Meta and YouTube negligent in this addiction-related case. So, the case centered around a young woman known as Kaylee, who said that she became hooked on platforms like Instagram and YouTube as a child, and then that led to serious mental health issues, including anxiety, depression, body image struggles. And her argument was that these platforms were intentionally designed to be addictive, using features like the endless scrolling, the algorithms that keep users engaged, especially targeting children, right? She was 10 at the time when she first started using social media. And for the first time, a jury awarded $6 million in damages. Meta is set to pay $4.2 million, YouTube $1.8. Sounds like they both plan to appeal. They say they don't agree with the verdict, but legal experts say that this could be just the beginning, with hundreds of similar cases already lined up.
So I can't stop scrolling. How much am I entitled to?
Well, so Colin walked out of the office yesterday when this happened. He's like, so what lawyer should I call? Like, let's jokingly saying like, let's lawyer up, because we're all addicted. So
I think we
talking
are.
about what this could maybe, hypothetically lead to. Like,
Right.
could it just be like everyone? Okay, if you feel like you've been in like a class action, could we all just get a little get in on it?
Sure. Is she also going to sue her parents that bought her the phone that she was scrolling on and did not set up any parameters? Let's open up that case.
It was more
Are we going to sue all advertisers because now all of a sudden, hey, you made me buy that ice cream because it looks so damn yummy on TV?
I totally understand where you're saying where you're going.
Yeah.
They looked at it more as what these platforms were doing to be addictive, not that aspect of it. I mean, obviously, yeah, you could.
Well, it's so easy if you're on, whether it's Reels or TikTok, which is, I don't like this, next, that, and then something hooks you.
Okay.
And all of a sudden an hour goes by.
And they do find the things that you like and the things you've clicked on, because your algorithm then gives you those same types of similar stories.
From their standpoint, good. That's what we want. We want
as an adult, we can handle that.
Yeah.
As a 10-year-old child,
Her parents can handle that.
I'm just saying, John, this is I know.
This is what
happened.
There's no personal accountability in this world anymore, and it drives me bonkers.
Happened. Hey, the Tigers, their home opener, right around the corner. And when you make your way to Comerica Park this season, there's going to be plenty of new food options available. Over the course of this show, we're going to go through all of them. This will take too long for me to go through. I'm going to give you 3 of the new food options right now. We've got pierogi nachos, potato and cheddar pierogi with Hatch chili queso, Polish kielbasa crumbles, caramelized onions, and sauerkraut. Got the tiger tail, a foot-long corn dog, hand battered, rolled in cheese powder, topped with coney chili, orange mustard, and diced onions. And then you've also have a smoked bone-in short rib sandwich.
I know, I'm so
slow
hungry.
smoked bone-in short rib, elote slaw, barbecue mayo with a Martin's potato roll. And there's so many more options that will be available. We'll get to throughout the course of the show.
I know. Well, I'm going to put those 2 last stories together. I think I might have to have a class action lawsuit against the Free Press, because they put pictures in there and descriptions that made me 5 pounds fatter just by reading it.
Later in the show, we'll get into all of it, including something called Orange Terror.
Ooh.
Oh. All right. Yeah.
You want one more quick one?
Yeah, one quick one.
Okay, so whenever I spell Florida, I always say Florida.
That's how I tell the kids.
And this summer, you can see Flo Rida perform after a Tigers game at Comerica Park. So it was announced on Wednesday that Flo Rida and Nelly will be part of the Sounds of Summer post-game concert series. So it's cool. So on June 19th, following the Tigers games against the White Sox, Flo Rida will be performing. Then on July 24th, after the game, Nelly will be performing. And if you buy tickets to either one of those games, you also get tickets to the show. And there's going to be another performer as well. We just don't know who that's going to be yet.
So to annoy my kids and my wife, whenever we talk about the artist, I say Florida. Whenever we talk about the state, I say Flo Rida.
I'm not surprised. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next. Over-under set at 85.5. Is 90 wins on the table? Does this team win the American League? Let's discuss as baseball's back today. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, you need to go see Dr. Mark Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's been doing hair restoration for over 30 years, and he intentionally limits how many patients he takes at one time. So when that consultation calendar fills, it closes, and yes, there is a wait list. I know a lot of guys look into flying overseas because it seems seems cheaper. People talk about going to Turkey, but what they don't think about is the follow-up care. Like, what happens if something doesn't go perfectly once you're home, right? This is medical. Follow-up matters. Accountability matters. Michigan Hair Restoration is local, medically supervised, and the same team is with you before, during, and after. Dr. B has trusted this process enough to have it done himself. He's also performed it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if hair loss has been on your mind, this is one of those moments where if you wait, it usually means you're going to miss your window. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and request a consultation.
Tigers are back today playing the Padres, one of 162. Highly anticipated season. Back-to-back playoff appearances. Back-to-back ALDSs. And an offseason with some headline moves. Valdez is here. McGonigal breaks camp. John, the excitement around this team, it's high as it's been in years. What does this season look like? The over-under is set at 85.5 wins. 90 on the table? Where do they stack up in the American League? You start, and then we'll go around the room. We'll open up the lines, 248-539-9797.
So obviously in their division, which helps them in terms of the win total, those are going to be the teams that they play the most. It's a terrible division. So am I sitting here saying they should win the division? Absolutely. And quite honestly, it shouldn't be much of a competition. Now, I know that there's a lot of people that are excited about the Royals, what they could possibly be. They underperformed last year. I think they'll be the number 2 team in the division. No one's concerned about the Twins. The Guardians are kind of always that nemesis. And we obviously know that they were at the end of last year. And the White Sox there is a pulse. I'm not sure how much of a pulse they'll have throughout the course of the year. That's TBD. So in the division, all right, they should handily win the division.
Yeah.
The teams I think that they really got to be concerned about are the team that went to that beat them last year, Seattle. They're still really good. The Yankees, we saw them last night, even though Aaron Judge struck out 4 times.
How do you know it's a big game?
Yeah, exactly. But they still, won walking away.
Yeah.
And Toronto, Baltimore. I mean, I'm not sorry, Baltimore, but Boston. So I think there are 4 other teams as of now that are in contention for a World Series run. I think the Yankees are the best of the bunch. Their pitching staff, as well as the amount of bats that they can throw at you.
So the Yankees are going to get Cole back, Garrett Cole.
Yes.
To go with Max Fried and have a 1-2 punch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a big deal. And Toronto added Dylan Cease to be at the front end 1-2 punch with their rotation.
Right. And so we also have a 1-2 punch.
But the difference would be the Tigers offense didn't rank in the top 10 a year ago. Yankees and Blue Jays were 1 and 2. So if those teams have also made their playoff rotation stronger and they have better boppers, they should be ahead of the Tigers in terms of who's expected to win the American League.
Correct. And there's a lot of ifs. And we used to use the capital I, capital F for the Lions. If this person stays healthy, if they get this production. The amount of ifs for the Tigers are greater than they are for the Yankees or the other teams that we're talking about.
So you mentioned 4 teams, right? Seattle and Boston being the other 2. All of them were top 10 offenses a year ago.
Right, and that's where the ifs come in. And it's mainly if the offense can be better than it was last year, but really more consistent than it was last year. At the beginning of the season, hey, they overperformed where they were supposed to be. At the end of the season, while it was horrific, I think they underperformed. I think it's somewhere in the middle. And you're going to have to get better consistency, better bat on ball, better discipline at the plate from Riley Green, which I'm willing to say I think I can count on that. Now, we got to see it, but I think that will happen. What are you going to get from Torque? What are you going to get from Colt Keith? What are you going to get from Javier? Is it the start of the season Javier? Is it playoff Javier? Or is it the Javi that we've been disgusted with in terms of his contract?
Yeah, the guy's in there somewhere, but the beauty is they're asking less of him in the sense that, hey, McGonigal can be an everyday shortstop. That's why he's here. It's why he's going to be with the team and make his Major League debut today. Parker Meadows made the opening day roster. He did not have a start to spring that was encouraging, but he had a much better finish to spring.
Right.
Javi can play one or either, or as his play dictates, more or less. They're not asking him to be the player they signed to that big contract.
Right. What are you getting out of Earling this year?
Well, something would be more than the nothing they got last year.
Correct. McKinstry, what are you getting from him? And so there's...
Now, he's a guy that may regress. I mean, do I think he's going to be a silver slugger every year?
No,
probably not. But I think with Torque, you brought up Torque, 2 of the last 3 years he's hit 30 home runs. Does that kind of feel like he's settling into being a productive first baseman? You know, there are reasons to point to this offense as, there's another gear for them to get to. And really the only thing that matters is what will that gear be in the playoffs? Because I agree with your read. The Tigers should win this division. They're over-under set at 85.5. I went back and did some digging. Since the American League Central started, following the lockout, the 95 season, the lowest win total to win the division is 86. So I feel pretty good that the Tigers are going to win this division. Now, do I think they're going to win 90+? They've only done it 5 times since the 84 World Series. And the last time they did it, they had Verlander, Scherzer, David Price, and they won 90 games. So I think this team's probably an upper 80-win team.
Yeah.
Win the division, some home playoff games, and then what do the bats look like come playoff time? I mean, that is really what it comes down to. I think the rotation should have a couple frontline guys. You know they're going to find some dudes along the way. I think they've got a strong bullpen at the back end. My read on this is division winner, playoff team, better bats on other American League teams. I would not have them as the favorite to win the AL. I don't expect them to be in the World Series. But all that matters is what bats show up in September and October.
Right. And, I mean, the other big if is Kevin McGonigal. If he is Rookie of the Year, what would he have to do to get to that level? Well, his bat is going to have to be one of the more reliable bats. His on-base percentage, the discipline at the plate. We talked about it yesterday, right? That he is the poster child throughout minor leagues and throughout spring training of what Scott Harris preaches. Discipline at the plate. Own the zone. And he draws walks. He's done a nice job of making contact. Yes, spring was, hey, it started off the first couple of weeks. This guy's going to be a Hall of Famer. And then there was a downturn, but he was able to come out of it. So it's what is he going to be over 162 games?
Did you see what Scott Harris said about McGonigal yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I actually think he was smart to say what he did. He said he's not asked to be a savior. You know, we'd be a good team with him or without him. The reason he's here is because he makes us a better team, but he's not being asked to be a savior. I think that's really smart from the team to make sure they don't ask too much or set the bar too high. I don't work for the team. I think you could set the bar pretty damn high. I'm excited to see what this guy does, and I'm not afraid of placing expectations on a guy who's shown he can handle it every step of the way. From the outside, I look at it and think, boy, if this guy is the Rookie of the Year in the American League, and he's a betting favorite to do it, he's going to have one hell of a season.
Yeah.
Like, I started looking back. The last 3 bats in the American League to win AL Rookie of the Year, last year was Nick Kurtz. He hit .290 with 36 home runs and had a 5.4 WAR. He was the best player on his team as a rookie. Gunnar Henderson in 2023. He had 28 homers, stole 10 bags, 814 OPS, 6 WAR player, best player on his team. The year before that, 2022, was Julio Rodriguez, who hit .280 with 28 homers and 25 stolen bases and was a 6 WAR player playing center field. Best player on his team as a rookie. That's the last 3 American League Rookie of the Years. It's lofty, but that's why he's on this team. It's why he skipped AAA.
And here's one of the things I really like him. I don't feel like the moment's too big. He knew, okay, spring training, right? You're not going against what you're going to see in terms of major league pitching. Yes, there were major league pitchers throwing him, at him in spring training, but he knew every single Tiger fan and really almost every single Major League Baseball fan was going to be watching him as he went, as he navigated spring training. A lot of hype, and it didn't seem to faze him at all. Even when he was, 2 for 24 at one point, it didn't seem to faze him. It didn't change his approach at the plate. He was able to pull himself out of it, and that's why I think he can win Rookie of the Year, because the moment's not going to be too big. That's why I think he bats in the top 3 starting tonight.
So put it all together. Let's say they win north of the 85.5 that it's set.
Yeah.
They're in the playoffs. Where's the extra gear to catch the top offenses in baseball? Well, if McGonigal's the best bat on your team, that's one way that you cut the gap down. If you do something, I hate to even bring it up, do something at the trade deadline.
Oh, you mean you're going to talk about the trade deadline before we even start the season?
I know, I broke the rule. But those are the things that, hey, you're allowed to get better as the year goes on. You're allowed to have that extra gear to catch a Boston or a Seattle who had a better offense than you and figure to be in the playoff race. Or the favorites, the Yankees and the Blue Jays. Where do you sit as a Tiger fan? Everybody's excited. Baseball's back. It's 97-1.
Here's what I love about Planet Fitness. I've been talking about it for a couple of years now, but the number one thing, I walk in there, squeaky clean. I don't have to worry about laying down on a bench after some sweaty, hairy dude has just gotten up from his set. They do a great job of cleaning the equipment. They do a great job of cleaning the locker rooms, the showers. Everything is spotless. And when you walk in, it's a great environment. They're going to welcome you. They're friendly. You need anything, you just ask the front desk. And I tell you what, if you need something, if you need to take a look at the Black Card Spa, they'll give you a free tour. Here's what it includes in the value. And I'll tell you about the price in just a moment. It's hydro massage, other innovative amenities like red light therapy, cryo lounge. You can bring a guest every single time you go. And you can also have access to every single location. It's $1 down, and your first month is free. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Tigers are back today. Game number 1. We want to know your expectations. Division title for the first time in more than a decade? What about postseason success? Win total is set at 85.5. Got texts, got phone calls. Let's go to DeVell in Madison Heights. DeVell, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. John, I'm going to switch it up. Hail to the victors.
Hey, there you go. You got it.
All right. So I got the Tigers at 88 wins, division title, and I got them reaching the ALCS but not winning it.
Okay.
I got them being ousted by Toronto like 4-1. As far as McGonigal and Colt Keith, I'm going to throw them both in there. I see them with massive. I don't think it's out of the realms for McGonigal to be an 820 OPS guy. That's
Agreed.
what I see. I don't see technically maybe a rookie of the year, but I definitely see 820, 825 OPS. Colt Keith and McGonigal, both massive major league power. They don't know how to use it yet. They're still young. I think Colt Keith, it won't click with the amount of home runs till he gets to be about 27 or 28. Then you're going to see 30 home run seasons with him. But I just don't think he know how to apply it yet. Same with McGonigal. He's more gap-to-gap and power. He still has massive power. Maybe when he's 25, 26, it'll click with the amount of home runs. But I like the direction. I do think realistically McGonigal is a 820, 825 OPS, and he'll be fine. He's going to go through his ups and downs, but I think we got a good one in that one.
So, DeVell, let me ask you this question, because I think there's going to a lot of people say, hey, they get to the ALCS. Who'd you have them losing to in the ALCS?
Toronto.
Knowing, and this will be a topic of conversation when we get to that point, just know it will be, if you get to the ALCS and lose, and we all know that Skubal, we with 99% certainty, believe that he's not going to be a Tiger after this year. Will you be upset that they don't make it to the World Series, or do you think ALCS, hey, that's a success for this year?
That's a success, and it's realistic for this year, and it's a progress. I think we still get there, because think about next time when he's gone, we'll still have Framber Valdez. I think Jackson Jobe will be more so at the end of the year, but he's going to really impact next year. So we will have a 1-2 punch, just to be a lefty and a righty this time. So I think it's still a process. We'll be all right. But I would say it's a success, because still better than the last 2 seasons where we still were stuck at that Game 5 in the ALDS.
That familiar exit at the same place. Yeah. ALCS would be a step forward. Here's the other thing. You got to have baseball in 27. Like, it adds a little more emphasis on capitalizing, not only on the fact that you got Skubal. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Yeah. But, I mean, it's not really a secret that there's going to be a gap between the Players Association and the owners. If they don't play in 27, I mean, that's 2 years without baseball for Jobe, maybe. Is Valdez a year older, already in his 30s? Like, you really do want to maximize the opportunity in front of you. But I think he's fair. He's realistic, was his word. Valdez makes the Tigers' rotation better. Here's the problem. The Blue Jays add Cease. The Red Sox add Ranger Suarez and Sonny Gray, the tandem of those two to go with Garrett Crochet. And the Yankees won't have both to start the year, but they're going to get Garrett Cole and Rodon back. The Tigers' rotation will be better. Well, so will those rotations. Right. And I think it puts a lot on the plate of what offensive jumps do they get. So he pointed to a couple guys on the left side of the infield, Colt Keith and Kevin McGonigal. And if they're going to make a run, those two guys are going to have to take a step forward.
I just feel like this is the second time in 15 minutes that over 800 OPS has been thrown out there. I'm just not expecting that. Maybe something in the 750 to 800 range, but
well, I thought, Jim, you did a great job of bringing up the past rookies of the year and what they were able to do.
Yeah, no, and I just think if you put that in this lineup, this team, I think, is going to the World Series because of his plate discipline that comes along with it.
Well, that's how you get the 800 OPS. I mean, the walk rate is going to give him an elevated number, and he could do damage. Look, again, he's the number 2 prospect in all of baseball. We've not had a player with this profile. I mean, Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson were top 10 prospects. They still did some time in AAA. Like, the way McGonigal's being discussed is hey, this could be one of those guys that's the best player on your team sooner rather than later.
We did get this text. You brought up Kurtz, Rodriguez, and Henderson, and their phenomenal numbers as Rookie of the Year the last 3 years. That the texter was speculating that McGonigal won't play that much to do that.
I mean,
that he'll be platoon some. Now, I would expect that early, but if he's performing, that's going to go away.
Yeah, you got to keep him in the lineup.
Yeah. And I want to clarify, that's 3 of the last 4 because it's the last 3 hitters. Lucas Gill of the Yankees won Rookie of the Year. He's a pitcher. But yeah, we're seeing this track record of these young American League stars coming up and hitting the ground running.
You going to get yourself a McGonigal jersey?
Look, I think that's it's going to be a hot item this year. We should talk about that in the 7 o'clock hour because we brought it up briefly yesterday. Could he lead the team in jersey sales? It's this question of who's your Tiger. Like, I know Scooble has people have soured on him, we'll say.
Yeah.
So who is your Tiger as we get this season underway? We'll do that at 7:02. Let's get back to the phones. Ben and Lapeer, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Ben.
Kind of wondering, has anybody thought about maybe bringing in Gio Urshela? Just have a little competition at third base there. I mean, he is a career 250 hitter. Just kind of an idea there. And then I had a question about the strike. How does the contracts work out? If the players are under contract and they go on strike, are those contracts voided out and then readdressed? Just kind of curious there. I'm going to hang up and listen. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks,
Be
Ben.
blessed.
So I would imagine that the contracts are signed anytime before the lockout happens would be grandfathered in.
He's saying like Valdez.
Oh,
he won't be paid if there's a lockout.
Right, yeah, none of the players will be paid.
Right.
But if let's just say there's
But
no
does the
baseball
year-
in 27, then year 2 of his 3-year deal would pick up in 28.
See, I don't know.
Yeah, I would assume, again.
Or does it toll?
Yeah, I've been asked before.
And as far as Gio Urshela goes, no thanks.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where he'd play.
No.
I know third base, but I feel like they've got some guys that are going to play at third base. 248-539-9797. Look, I can't imagine people are going to rush out to buy Scooble jerseys right now. I know you're a Dylan Dingler guy.
Oh, yeah.
Who's your Tiger as the season gets started? We'll mix that in. I know we got calls. People want to talk about the team and the results and what they think is going to happen this year. We'll do that as well. 248-539-9797. We've got Dear John and the 2 Grand Slam coming up in the 7 o'clock hour as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tough loss for the Pistons last night as they fell 130-129 to the Hawks in overtime. All 5 Pistons starters scored in double figures, led by Jalen Duren with 26 points and 14 rebounds. He probably hopes it was 28 points, though, as he had a chance to win the game with a putback in the final seconds in overtime. A Tobias Harris step-back jumper was too strong, and Duren was there for the rebound, but left his putback short as the horn sounded. The Pistons are now 52-20, which is unfortunately only 4 games better than the Celtics, who came back to beat the Thunder last night. Each team only has 10 games left this season, the first of which for the Pistons comes tonight at 7 o'clock against the Pelicans. We'll have another team in action before that, though, and that's, of course, the Tigers. They open the season this afternoon in San Diego against the Padres. Detroit's top prospect, Kevin McGonigal, will be there, as will his parents, after he broke the news to them this week. First pitch from Petco Park at 4:10 p.m. this afternoon, right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage at 3:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text coming in, phone calls, 248-539-9797. Good morning. Baseball is back today. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass. 2 Grand Slam at 725, a chance to win up to $2,000. Dear John, 735. Advice from John Jansen. By the way, you want some
I would love a teaser.
some teasers? It's in the stack of papers here. Hiring family.
Ooh.
Paying for the wedding. And pen pals. And by the way, people have started writing in Dear John Jansen, like your full name.
Yeah. Well, Mom, stop.
7:35. We'll get to it. You asked a question about go out and buy a McGonagall jersey.
Yeah.
Is he going to be the most popular Tiger this season? Knowing that Scooble's popularity has taken a hit. It's a way of doing the old campaign, Who's Your Tiger? But do you think
Right.
McGonagall ends up being most people's Tiger? You're a Dingler guy.
I am a Dylan Dingler guy. And when we had the Evan Petzold lineup yesterday, it kind of takes me back to asking AJ, because I think Dylan Dingler most times last year was right in that 7 spot. He Petzold had him in the 6 spot, so he's moving up.
Moving on up.
One of the more reliable bats. And
Especially for the catcher position.
yeah. And so I'm curious I am curious to see the lineup today. Where's AJ going to have everyone as our first introduction to this year's Tiger season?
Look, I mean, Dingler hit, 280 a year ago?
Yeah.
And he had the big home run in that
Some
Guardian
power,
series.
yeah. I expect the power to go up. I expect
And he's a Gold Glover.
Yeah.
It's AJ will gush about him. He loves talking about a catcher.
Oh, yeah.
And look, I think it's all going to be matchup dependent on like where he bats. I know when we asked him about moving him up, like maybe
Who am I going to move down? Where would you put him?
but he did hit lefties extremely well. So maybe it's one of these deals where, hey, against the lefty,
Yeah.
if Torque's not hitting as well, I mean, reward the guy who's swinging a hot bat.
Yeah.
I do wonder how much more he plays this year. He did not qualify for batting average last year.
Because he didn't play enough games?
Yeah, he was super close, but he was not the Tigers' leading batter by average because of that.
Oh, I think he's going to, 2 out of every 3?
Yeah.
I don't know how they manage catchers. Like Cal Raleigh was not behind the plate every time, but he was in the lineup every time. So if he's not, I would expect that he would be, if he's not behind the plate, if it's Jake Rogers, then Dylan Dingler would be in contention for that DH.
Like how about this? Dingler against lefties last season. He hit .330 with a .960 OPS. You have every right to ask, should that guy be hitting in the top 4 or 5 of a lineup against lefties?
Yes.
And again, we think that there's more there. And I think they feel like there's more there. Who's your Tiger? 248-539-9797. I bet you McGonagall's 7s are all over the ballpark by July.
Well, I am partial to the number 7. I prefer 2 of them, but I think it's a jersey that it's baseball numbers are weird, right? And we talked about Kenley Jansen being 74. Like, whose favorite number is 74? There's a lot of people that their favorite number. If you just ask them outside of sports, like, what's your favorite number?
Lucky number 7.
Yeah, 7. So I think there'll be a lot of and throw on top of that the juice of coming into the season as, hey, not playing AAA. There's going to be a lot of people that say, McGonagall is my Tiger this year because it's new, it's fresh.
Yeah. Randy in Westland, you're on 97.1. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, guys. Love the show and everything. Just wanted to say that real quick.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think that I agree with what's already been said. I think that Dylan Dingler, that's my Tiger. I really think he's going to have a breakout year. It's just a gut feeling and stuff. I'm kind of an older gentleman. I'm 61, and I remember the '84 Tigers, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm not comparing Dylan Dingler in any way to Lance Parrish, but this is the first time. It's just a gut feeling. I felt it all along since we drafted him. This kid is the most exciting catching prospect that we've homegrown since Lance Parrish.
Yeah.
And that's just the way I feel.
They've done a great job with the homegrown guys under Harris. For a while we were complaining and bitching about, free agent moves, but they have they may play an all homegrown lineup this season, which feels crazy to say because for years we were, Randy, for years we're going to have no homegrown position players of note.
I mean, for example, it's only been a couple of years ago that I was struggling to trying to figure out who is our core.
Right. We were doing those topics.
Now all of a sudden, this team, I'm sure they're going to go through some ups and downs a little bit, But this team, I'm really excited about. I really am.
Yeah.
Well, thanks,
We got
Randy.
the right manager. I wanted to say that.
Yeah. Oh, we like AJ. There's no doubt he's taken this team pretty damn far given some of the limitations with the roster. And now as these guys come into their own, I mean, get to that next gear. Which is what, Chris, you want to talk about, the expectations for the season. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Hey, John, go blue, and best of luck to Jack this baseball season.
Thank you.
Hey, my main thing, guys, is you got to take the next step. It's got to be ALCS or bust. And then anything above that, outstanding. But my thing is this, is do we have enough hitting right now to hold us in place until the trade deadline, and then we go out and get a big bopper or two, because there's not going to be baseball in 2027. Why not throw your chips in the middle of the table and go for it? And also, with Javi Baez, we're still paying him all this money. Mm-hmm. I know nobody wants him, but you're paying this guy to be a bench player. I mean, that just bothers me a lot. And also, Riley Green, he has to cut down on his strikeouts.
And he knows it.
This offensive team to be better. I think we're going to be totally fine in pitching. I mean, like the one caller said, Job, he's coming back here soon, and then you have Melton. He'll be back in June. I mean, pitching is not going to be our problem. It's putting the ball in play, driving in runs, and not leaving runners on base. Period.
so, Job, just to quick clarify, it's maybe in September, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're right to focus on what are they going to get offensively. We know what Fetter's done with these arms, and they got a couple guys at the top of the rotation that you can count on. From an offensive standpoint, that is one of the big questions. He said, can they do enough to get to August? Like in this division, yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, if you pitch well, momentum's always as good as the next day starting pitcher. That's a Lelandism. And then you have a three-headed monster at the back end of the bullpen to help clean up some messes and put out some fires. In this division, they should go on some win streaks, limit some losing streaks, be in a position to do something.
Yeah.
I think something just, if you're looking for fortune, and he brought up Melton, because I think thinking getting something from Job this year is a pipe dream. He might, okay.
Right, yeah. There's always, this could be hanging over when we get to August and September. Are we going to see Jackson Job?
But if you can get the fortune, and this is just the baseball gods, that your staff stays relatively intact the first 2 months of the season, because you're going to have injuries to the staff. You're going to have guys go on the IL, and just the timing of that, if Melton's then available, I mean, you even got to trust Montero. He has helped this team the last couple years. So, but you don't want to routinely trust him.
No, and it's can you get through those first 2 months, and then it's Melton, but it's also, 60 days for Reese Olson. Oh, no, is he out for the year?
He's done.
He's done for the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry, but I missed that one.
That's the thing, man. Arms are fragile. You've got them. It's why you add as many of them as you can. Some text coming in, guys. In terms of jerseys, how many people have a JV jersey tucked in the back of the closet, ready to dust off?
Oh, there's going to be a ton of them. And it's we mentioned that yesterday. I said when you asked the question, who's going to be the number one selling jersey, and it may be McGonigal, because no one has a McGonigal jersey.
Right, people have JV jerseys.
But it's been such a long time.
Yeah.
If you're dusting off that JV jersey, do you want one of the new ones? Does it still fit?
You want to get the orange one? Yeah, does it still fit? That's a funny way to look at it.
I mean, hey, you know what? It's not a lot of people are in the same size that they were 10, 12, 13 years ago, and those individuals may also want one for their kids now.
That's a really good point, too. This text says Verlander will be the most popular Tiger. It won't be close. That's Brad in Chesterfield. Text says that they ordered a custom McGonigal jersey with 85 on it. Will in St. Clair. That's what he wore in spring training. Can we please adopt the nickname K-Mo for McGonigal? His name is too awkward to say. I don't think it's awkward to say. McGonigal.
No,
I would prefer McGonigal than some of the nicknames I've seen floated out there. K-Mo, I've seen Magoo.
K-Mac.
K-Mac's another one.
Yeah, K-Mac seems much more plausible than...
How about just McGonigal?
K-Mo.
K-Mo is like CMO.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
For obvious reasons, you might want to avoid that. Colt Keith needs to hit. Green needs less strikeouts. Those are two huge keys for the Tigers' offense. I agree. I mean, and Green has talked about it. Last year, it was not good to hear him say, "Who cares about the strikeouts?" And now he's saying, I care about the strikeouts.
Right.
My Tiger has to be Kerry Bonds. Clutch in big moments. He showed it last year. If he can hit left-handed pitching, there's even more for him. He is my Tiger. Dylan freaking Dingler is my Tiger. Lance in Marine City. Productive catchers who hit are the coolest. I'll be looking for a number 7 orange jersey next Friday at opening day, signed Roy on the text. Oh, we had a little bit of negativity. Kansas City Royals will win the AL Central. Better hitting and comparable pitching. That's KJ. Scooble will win a World Series before the Tigers do. That's BA and Flint. My expectations, the Tigers will finish with more wins than the Red Wings finish with points, signed Jim Jansen and Clausen. So real quick, let's do some math. How many points for the Red Wings? They're at 84. Get them into the 90s, you'd think?
Well, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, even if they're not going to make it, damn, I mean, at least make it interesting.
92.
So the Tigers win more than 92 games. You heard it from Jim Jansen.
In Clausen. Hometown, baby. Go Trojans.
And give the Tigers half a win for an extra inning loss.
Could you imagine?
Oh, really?
With Manfred, I'd never put it past him. Let's do Heather's news, and we'll do the 2 Grand Slam next, 97.1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Early spring special is buy a new furnace or AC and get half off installation. And if you're tired of all those power outages, they've got generators in stock ready to install as well. Financing is also available. Schedule your free in-home estimate. You can find them at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, it's Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. You guys, Michigan could soon have an official state duck. That's right. On Wednesday, the state Senate voted 31-4 to designate the wood duck as the state's official duck. So the wood duck is often cited as one of the most successful conservation stories in North America, rebounding from near extinction in the early 20th century. They have made, obviously, a remarkable recovery and are now a prized game species in Michigan. So
They're beautiful.
Are they?
Oh,
yeah,
they're beautiful.
The male ducks in particular are very colorful. They've got this green
hood,
if that's what you call it. I was going to say feathers on top of their head, the red eyes. The females are still beautiful, but more subtle grays, browns. Very cool. So this is the first time Michigan. I've never referred to a duck as hot, but okay. This is the first time Michigan has moved to name an official duck to its list of state symbols. Obviously, now the governor will need to sign this bill in order for it to.
I'm glad we're tackling the important issues.
We are. Yes, we must have a duck. Mm-hmm. The Gordie Howe International Bridge features a 12-foot wide path for two-way pedestrian and cyclist traffic. And if you choose to walk or bike across, it will be free of charge. So walkers and bikers will be using a different entry point than the place where cars enter the bridge. Sure. They're still going to be required to present valid identification, whether that's a passport or an enhanced driver's license. But the Gordie Howe International Bridge will be the only bridge connecting Michigan and Canada that accommodates pedestrians and cyclists, and one of the few crossings between the U.S. and Canada with designated lanes for walking and biking. So
there'll be some competitions involved.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Hey, me and my buddies are going. We're not going to use that one. We're going to be crossing in Sault Ste. Marie when we go to Canada. But I could totally see a bunch of dudes. Hey, they're going on a fishing trip and they're stuck in traffic. I'm going to walk and see if I can get there faster than you can drive. Yeah.
See.
Guarantee you.
You guys, there's another confirmed measles case in Washtenaw County. The health department has confirmed a 7th case tied to an outbreak that began with 1 case earlier this month. According to health officials, the newest case is in an unvaccinated child who was in close contact with the first case that was reported on March 11th. So the new case may have exposed others at the Trinity Health Ann Arbor's emergency room treatment areas on Saturday, March 21st. There's also some other new exposure sites listed, like Washtenaw Community College and a Kroger on Whitaker Road. So same as always, monitor for symptoms for 21 days if you were in any of those areas. There is some big news out of California that could change social media forever. So a jury has found Meta and YouTube negligent in this landmark lawsuit over social media addiction. So this case was brought on by a now 20-year-old woman who said she became hooked on YouTube when she was only 6 years old. Instagram by the time she was 9. She argues that the platforms were intentionally designed to keep kids scrolling. And she says that it has led to some serious mental health struggles, including anxiety, depression, self-harm, body dysmorphia, things like that. Now, after weeks of testimony, the jury agreed, saying that the companies failed to warn users about the risks. And the result, huge, a $6 million payout in damages, with Meta responsible for a larger part of that share. Both Meta and YouTube plan to appeal, saying they obviously don't agree with the outcome. But obviously, this could lead to a whole lot of other lawsuits down the road.
Yeah, I'm addicted to scrolling on my phone.
Yeah,
How much money am I owed?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's... Oh, and then where does personal responsibility? For a 6-year-old, that I'm not going to hold them to personal responsibility, but how about their parents?
And with all that being said, I don't mind a social media company gets comeuppance?
I don't know. I'm just not. I think we are living in a world where it's not my fault. Somebody else is to blame, even though I made the decision.
Understood, but I'm just saying that I'm not thinking, oh, the poor social media companies.
Correct. No one's thinking poor social media, but.
Hey, if you don't want to be poor and want to win $2,000, give us a call now. 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the $2 Slam. We talked about this story earlier this week. Reacher star Alan Ritchson won't be charged with fighting his neighbor because police determined that he acted in self-defense. He was actually wearing like a body cam.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that
Did
footage.
you watch it?
No, I didn't see the body cam, but I watched what the neighbor filming out her window.
Yeah, and I mean the dude literally was standing in the road, and then as Alan was driving up with his kids following him, he moved in front of him, and so he slams on the brakes to not run him over, flips over his handlebars.
Oh, he did?
Oh yeah, it's all there. So yeah, it's
because the way it was described before was that the neighbor shoved him off his bike, but.
No, he flipped over.
Flipped over. Oh my gosh.
Which,
So, no charges will be filed against him.
Guys, you want to call in and win some money? Time for the $2 Slam. 248-539-9797. Let's do it.
All right, the rules, super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, potentially $2,000 if you can get them all right. Otherwise, you're going to walk away with $25 for each question answered correctly.
Yep.
Sounds
the questions
simple.
vary, and it's always exciting to see who can get 10.
Mike in Royal Oak, it's your day. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Mike.
Good morning. Good morning.
How's it going? Are you ready?
I was before I called. Now I'm nervous, but we'll be good.
Oh, don't be nervous.
Deep breath. You'll be fine.
You got this. If there's one you don't know, feel free to say pass. And if there is time, we'll get back to it. You can do this, Mike. Your time is going to start right now. Here we go. Michigan plays Alabama in this city tomorrow night.
Chicago.
Name a Michigan State basketball player who has the initials CC.
Pass.
This band had the 1983 hit New Year's Day.
Pass.
Who did the Detroit Pistons play last night?
Atlanta.
Who played Sean McGuire in Good Will Hunting?
Pass.
Who is the men's head basketball coach at Illinois?
Pass.
Who is Michigan State's hockey team playing today?
Who cares?
What's the capital of Tennessee?
Knoxville.
Mason Miller pitches for this MLB team.
Padres.
North Carolina fired this coach on Tuesday.
Pass.
I got you with 3.
Terrible.
And maybe one of the great.
Terrible.
Maybe the. Oh, you said 4?
I got 3.
Yeah, I got 3.
Well, should we accept the fourth one of who cares?
No.
Yes.
Wow, that's a blue wall comment.
That is maybe the second greatest answer I've ever had in the $2 Slam, right behind Desmones.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
So $75.
And I could hear the frustration. Were you a little bit frustrated midstream?
Yeah, I mean, I listen to you guys every day, and I pretty stay up on sports. Like, I know North Carolina fired their coach, but I couldn't think of his name, so a little frustrating. I was hoping to get back to Good Will Hunting, but...
So if we did, who were you going to say?
Matt Damon.
Okay, so this is perfect because we had a debate because most people are going to say Robin Williams or Matt Damon, and it's Robin Williams. But we'll go through it.
Yeah.
Mike, good stuff. You get $75. We'll put you on hold. All right.
Thanks, guys. Have a
All
great
right.
day.
You too.
Like, do you think of that movie as a Matt Damon movie, or do you think of that movie as a Robin Williams movie?
Well, you think of it as a Matt Damon moment, but
Yeah, I do.
I think of it as a Robin Williams movie.
I 100% think of it as Matt Damon, but his name is Will in the movie.
So who
because
played
it's Good Will Hunting. So who played Sean McGuire wouldn't be Matt Damon.
Basically, name an actor that's not Matt Damon in the movie.
Right, yeah.
But again, you can't decipher this in real time when the clock's ticking and you're already growing frustrated.
Yes.
Anyway, let's go through this. Where is Michigan playing Alabama?
Yes. They're playing them in Chicago.
Yes. Midwest region in the Windy City. They're playing in Chicago on Friday night. Michigan State basketball player with the initials CC.
There's actually two of them. Cohen Carr and Carson Cooper.
Probably should well, he didn't guess. So
No, he didn't guess either one.
He would have guessed.
Yeah. It's a multiple choice question.
He actually had a couple
First time I think
chances.
we've had a multiple choice question.
I'm an idiot.
It was totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worded it correctly, I think. So
Yeah. But I don't think any of us are disagreeing.
There's no issue. There's no objection. The band that has the 83 hit New Year's Day.
That'd be U2.
Pistons last night. He got it. It's the Hawks.
Yep.
Lost at the buzzer. Sean McGuire in Good Will Hunting is Robin Williams. Men's basketball coach at Illinois.
That would be Underwood.
Yep. Michigan State hockey. Who are they playing today?
One of the greatest answers of all time. Who cares? It is not who cares. It is UConn.
Now, that's been talked about a lot this week because they're playing UConn in basketball and hockey.
Correct, yes.
By the way, there could be a Michigan State final in hockey, too.
Oh, that's what I have happening in my bracket. Yeah, I have a college hockey
You're-
bracket.
oh my gosh.
Want me to share
Yeah.
that? What time you want to set that for the show
So the
today?
answer to who cares?
Me.
Jim Costa.
I'll be there. Okay, capital of Tennessee. It's not Knoxville. It's
Nope, it's
Nashville.
Nashville.
Mason Miller, Padres could see him today or certainly in this series to kick off the season. And
Yep.
North Carolina fired who?
Hubert Davis. The 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid. That was a fun one. Who cares? That's amazing.
You want to know who's in my Frozen 4?
Who cares?
All right. Let's get to Dear John next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, quite honestly, it's not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And in the same class from the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine in it? It's not going to get it done. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers that 5-link coil suspension we've been talking about. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. When you walk through the door, tell them I sent you.
Always the best advice from John Jansen. Send
When
them
in doubt.
Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. Like,
I love it that you're on the Twitch feed right now.
Oh,
Heather.
yeah?
Yes, because everyone can see the disdain every time I say
It's
something
just
like
shake
that.
my head
That
and-
actually does still create doubt, John.
Sure. Yes, it does.
for that advice and more, let's get to it. We have hiring family, paying for the wedding, and pen pals. The first is about hiring family.
Okay.
Dear John, we had been dealing with a leak in our bathroom, and my wife mentioned it to her brother, who considers himself to be a bit of a handyman.
That's where you're supposed to go for leaks, right? The bathroom?
He offered to take care of it himself, no cost, which is a huge relief until he made it worse.
Oh.
We ended up paying a couple grand out of pocket to get a professional to fix it. I told my wife we need to bill him. She doesn't want to rock the boat. She's the non-confrontational type. Who's right?
Oh, this is a tough one because, first of all, if this is the family member's profession, if they are a plumber, certainly you're going to throw the business their way, but they will also be insured, they'll be bonded, they'll be all of those things. If it's just something that they do and you're trying to save a couple of bucks, I think you take on the risks that it's not going to, that there is that risk that it could get worse or it could go bad. So you can let them know. And I think if it's going to change the relationship, like if it's, hey, we used to have this great relationship. Now all of a sudden, hey, I'm not talking to you for 6 months because I'm mad that you made the situation worse and it actually ended up costing me money. You accepted that risk by having your family member do it. But if it's going to change a relationship, then you've got to let them know, because maybe they will say, oh, I'm so sorry. Let me cover the cost because I didn't intend for this to happen. And, I wouldn't expect them to, but you've got to, I don't like secrets. And so, you got to have that conversation. But you took on that risk of hiring somebody to come in and do it. It didn't work. And if they're not a professional plumber, it's on you.
It's so tough because it's always great to have a family member who is good at something, right?
Sure.
We've got a mechanic, we've got a dentist, we've got whatever it is. Like, it's always nice to have that person in the family. But it can get tricky, I think, when you do involve family, especially when they're doing it free of charge or just helping you out. There's other things. It could take a lot longer than you were hoping. And It does get tricky when you have family involved. But I do think you just need to have conversations, be open, be honest, and not let it affect your relationship. Because that's your brother-in-law. That's someone that's going to be there all the time. So I don't know.
Like to fix things. And I kind of have that confidence that there's nothing I can't figure out. There's some things I won't take on, but I'm comfortable doing it in my house.
Sure.
I'm not comfortable doing it in a family member. So if they were to call and ask me, hey, can you fix this pipe? I'm like, no, call a plumber. I'll do it at my house, but not at yours. Now, it'll be different when the kids have their own homes and they call up dad, hey, I'll be right there. And at that point, it's, again, I'm taking on the risk of, hey, if it doesn't work right, then.
And I feel like it's different with dad or with mom, but like when it's kind of like a brother-in-law or a little bit more removed family member, it just makes things, because I'm the same way. I don't like confrontation. I probably wouldn't say anything, and I would just get it fixed and
let it go.
Let it
Move
go.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can invoice someone who is going to do the job for free.
Right. Yeah, because you're taking on that risk.
Yeah. Now, if you're that upset about it, don't let it fester. Tell him what happened, and if he offers to pay, great. If he doesn't, you live with the consequences.
Okay, the next one, paying for the wedding. Dear John, am I a bad dad for refusing to pay for my stepdaughter's wedding after she chose her biological father to walk her down the aisle? I've been married to her mom for 15 years and have known her since she was a child. While her dad has stayed in the picture, he's not as active in her life as he could be. I don't want to feel like I'm an ATM. Ask him to pay. My wife hit me with the line, if you really loved her, you wouldn't hesitate, which stung. But am I wrong to feel this way?
Wow. I mean, whenever you're talking about these blended families, it is tough. I would just have the conversation behind closed doors. I don't know what the relationship is between stepdad and real dad. I give him a call and say, hey, little Susie's getting married. She's asked me to pay for it. You're walking her down the aisle. Do you want to take on part of this responsibility? Because he may say, you know what? Hey, it's my daughter. Why didn't she ask me?
Maybe he doesn't have the financial. I mean, there's so much more to the story we need to know.
But have that conversation, and it could be uncomfortable, especially if that relationship is a bad relationship. Hey, you're sleeping with my wife, even though I'm not there anymore. But have that conversation with bio dad, and if he says I can't afford it or no, I don't want to pay. Now you step in and say, I've got it covered without even involving the daughter or the wife.
Yeah, I think it's okay for him to feel the way he's feeling. Like, it will sting when she chooses her biological father over you, and maybe you've been in the picture and really raised her. But if you've already said, you know what, we're gonna pay for your wedding or pay for a portion, or we're going to give you this much money, you don't just take that back because she chose somebody else to walk her down the aisle. But you have a right to feel that way.
Sure. And maybe the compromise is, and this is a conversation you can have with your stepdaughter, is, okay, it stings, but can I have the first dance?
Sure.
At the reception.
It's tough because the bride should get to choose. I mean, it's her day. So I can understand that the feelings involved, but it is kind of up to her.
And I get how this hits him right in the soul here, but she's going to make all kinds of decisions about her wedding.
Yeah.
And either you're on board or you're not.
Yeah.
It may hurt you, but
for her sake.
And
have that healthy conversation with your now wife and say, you know what, it really stings because I was the one that was there for her every step of the way. And I footed the bill for all of these other things when bio dad was nowhere around, and now all of a sudden he jumps in and gets to be the star of the show.
The way you say bio dad makes it sound like he was created in a lab. It's kind of funny. Last one. Pen pals. Dear John Jansen. People are starting to use full name with some of these.
Uh-huh.
At what point do friends become modern day pen pals? I have a group of buddies that just text, and we have for 5+ years, but we haven't seen or talked to each other in person. No one seems interested in planning or getting together. I know it's not just me, but no one else is doing this either. Are we just more pen pals than friends? Your thoughts?
Well, okay. Yeah. But who cares? Why put a label on it? Like, whenever you do get together, like, there's a bunch of my former teammates that I haven't seen. I see them once a year or once a decade when we have a 10-year reunion, a 20-year reunion. We jumped the shark and had 25-year reunion, right? And we got 30 coming up. But I text them all the time. I don't see them. I don't call them because it's much easier to stay in touch. But then when we do see each other, it's like we picked up where we left off, and now we have more context to our relationship, even though I don't spend the time giving you a call or seeing you. I don't know what the issue is. Why are you putting a label on it?
I think we all have friends like this that you text way more than you see.
I have relatives like that.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And I've got way better friends that I don't see as often as some of the people I hang out with now, basically because I'm hanging out with people that have kids the same age as my kids.
Or they live near you.
Or they live near us, but I'm still friends with those friends that I'm texting more than I'm seeing in person.
I don't look at this pen pal thing as like a derogatory. I just think it's more common now. Like, I got buddies who live in Chicago and DC, or even like Lansing. I'm not going to see them every week.
Right.
You text. It's a way to keep in touch with these people that you 20 years ago would have lost touch with.
Yeah, I don't see what the issue is just accept the fact that you can't see everybody from your past.
And by the way, I don't know if there's did you guys meet in college or growing up in the same hometown? Like, try to, if you really do want to see these people, you plan something then. Hey, when everybody's in town, let's go to the bar or go to the game, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, or maybe you have a family now. Maybe they got a family now. We're going to take a family vacation. Hey, let's go. If somebody lives in Tennessee, let's go to Nashville for part of our family vacation. We get a chance to see Joe.
Yeah, like around the holidays, some of these guys come back and we'll do like X golf, or you just find something to go do to see everybody.
I think the question here might be, though, you're already local. Let's say you got friends in Metro Detroit and you don't see them anymore. Like, do you maybe just like once a year? Like, that's why we've kept our fantasy league together.
Yeah, stuff like that.
And we still do an in-person draft.
If you can, I think it's way better.
Yeah.
Now, some people still do it remotely every year because they can't make it.
Yeah.
But most people show up.
Yeah.
If it's bothering you, and it's clearly bothering this, plan something.
Yeah. It sounds like there's something else festering there.
Anyway.
That's not necessarily in the message.
It's Dear John. Send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, you want a beautiful lawn this summer, you got to get in touch with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. They've been working on my house for, going on 5 years now, and no matter if it's my old house, my new house, always have a great green lawn. You can find them on the web at naturalwaylawn.com, or you can give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, and the early treatment is the key. And we got to hammer that home right now, because if you don't want crabgrass, you don't want dandelions, you don't want thinning grass, you've got to get treatment started now. And if you just simply don't want to deal with any problems, call Natural Way, because they don't knock on the door and say, well, we've got a new problem that we saw this week. No, they just fix it. And they've been serving Michigan since 1990. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Hey, they also do pest services and tree care, so they do it all. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN.
Slow start, Pistons stormed back, fought all the way into overtime.
Down 21 at one point.
I know. Tobias, tough shot, but he shot it with enough time to get a putback. And Duren, clock's ticking. He rushed it. Just a little short off the rim. No one's dwelling on it. We got Tiger baseball to talk about in the 8 o'clock hour. Some expectations. Talk about the season, which begins today. Talk about McGonigal and anticipated debuts for Detroit athletes. We'll do that in about 10 minutes. Oh. We got feedback. What are you?
I'll bring it up after we do our feedback.
Okay, feedback from Dear John. If the brother-in-law starts to brag about the work he did at the place, then you need to kindly let him know it didn't go well and you had to spend thousands to fix his mistakes.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he would brag, but
says you can't charge family. He was willing to help and save you money. Sometimes stuff happens, Jeff and Petoskey.
Agree.
Bill in Madison Heights, as far as the bathroom situation, you get what you pay for. Paid nothing.
Yep.
Plumbing situation, how much worse could he have possibly made it? Is the plumber trying to gouge him on the price?
Well, if it's a leak, he doesn't fix the leak. You thought it was fixed, and maybe, you went on vacation, and all of a sudden there's, water damage.
You make it even worse. As Twitch comment says, plumbing and electrical, call them in. If you have people you trust, that's a game changer.
It is, yeah.
With the walking down the aisle, love doesn't come with conditions. The wife is right. You pay for the wedding. You come out looking like the hero, and your stepdaughter gets the wedding she's hoping for. Have you ever seen this? Why doesn't she have both of them walk her down the aisle?
Awkward.
Oh, I don't think so.
It depends on the relationship. And if it's been 15 years, I wouldn't expect in years 1 through 5 for that to be a great relationship between bio dad and stepdad. But after 15 years, hey, at some point you got to work together.
But that only works if she picks both. You can't insert yourself in as co-dad walking down the aisle.
Yeah.
Text says, Bio Dad, new movie featuring the return of Pauly Shore, Keith and Frazier.
You've never heard that term?
I've heard the term, but it's not a term I hear frequently.
Yeah.
So it's no, I've heard bio dad, bio mom, but I don't.
Yeah. Think of it that way.
I just don't hear it a lot.
Yeah.
Don't pay for the stepkid's wedding. The real dad should be stepping up, especially since the daughter chose him. It says women always use men as ATMs. Threw that in at the end. Just a little shot.
Jeez.
Care to comment?
I make my own money. I don't need a man.
Tell him.
Buy my own stuff.
Yeah. Fill your own gas up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take your card, fill it up, but give me your credit card.
There you go. Group text with my best friends I've known since kindergarten, another since middle school, one from high school. We send texts all day in a chat. One is in Texas, one is in Howell. For context, I'm 35. That's from CK. That's just what people do.
Yeah. And I think it varies. Women are much better at picking up the phone and making calls, much more than I am. Like Lisa has friends that she doesn't live in California anymore, friends that live there that she's been friends with since they were 5 years old. Mm-hmm. And a couple of them she talks to almost daily. Mm-hmm. I don't have any friends like that. I've got a high school friend that I text every once in a while. And I've got former teammates that I text more regularly, but when we see each other, again, we pick up right where we left off.
The beauty of the group chat, too, is it takes the pressure of one-to-one having to stay in touch. All it takes is one or two people to be talking and conversation's flowing. You can jump in if you got something to say, and if you don't, you don't.
You know what? Hey, and especially if there was a friend group, instead of just singling one person out, put a group text together. Then all it takes is one of them to say, hey, I want to tell the buddies this.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, hey, it fires it up.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I do want to bring this up.
Yeah.
Because you posted your bracket, your nerd bracket.
My Frozen 4 bracket. Because everyone's dying to know, of course.
You have a 1 seed being knocked out in the first round.
Yeah.
Was it your heart or your head that was making that pick?
It's the extensive college hockey that I've been watching day over day. No, I just don't like Western. I've got them losing in their very first game to Minnesota State.
Huh. Interesting.
Mavericks, I think.
Minnesota State. Isn't that movie Coach? Or the show
Brooks.
Coach? Yeah, Minnesota State, right? Yeah. What were they in the show? Minnesota State. Were they the Eagles? I can't remember. I can't believe I can't remember that. It's one of my Dauber is one of the great all-time TV characters. Luther. The amount of
The Screaming Eagles.
Screaming Eagles. See, I called it. Eagles.
But I did screw something up, and I realized after I posted it, and I'm probably going to anger a different state in the union. So I wrote in North Dakota State. They're not in.
No, it's North Dakota.
It's just North Dakota,
Yeah,
but I wrote NDSU all the way to the Frozen Four. So
Well,
I'm sure once that they pick that up over there, they'll be very upset.
Yeah, you just wanted to see MSU play NDSU again.
Yeah, that's I guess where my brain was. I do have Michigan and Michigan State meeting up in the final at the Frozen Four in Vegas.
And who do you have winning it all?
Drum roll, please. So much anticipation, John. You've seen the bracket. Who do I have winning?
You're wrong.
Go green, go white.
Such a DB.
I thought you were a Michigan fan.
Here it is. Yep.
Well, it's he's sitting in that chair, so it's Michigan football, it's Michigan State basketball, and Michigan State hockey.
Who does Stoney root for in hockey? This is a great question.
That is a terrific
Western.
Yeah, Central Michigan in baseball.
Right. And Eastern in volleyball.
Right. That's yeah.
State of Michigan, man. Mm-hmm. Anyway, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to talk some Tiger baseball because, well, it's back today.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin McGonigal is going to make his big league debut. He's going to be batting, you think?
At the top three. Pick which one, 1, 2, or 3.
So we got to talk about expectations for McGonigal, the excitement level, and then just in general, where does his debut rank in terms of anticipated Detroit debuts? Let's go in the last, since 2000.
All right. 26
This
years.
century, yeah. So if you want to text those in, call in, anticipated Detroit debuts and where McGonigal stacks up. 248-539-9797. I thought Scott Harris yesterday did a good job taking pressure off of him. His quote was, he is not coming here to be the savior. We're a good team with or without him.
Yeah.
He's here because he makes us a better team. But the idea of he's the savior, they do not want to put that pressure on him. I think he can handle it. He's showing he can handle the pressure, and I think he's going to have a big-time impact.
All eyeballs were on Kevin McGonigal from the moment he walked out of the dugout for that first spring training at bat. Is a double-A player. Is he going to make that jump? Is he going to be that guy that, you know, is he the next Juan Soto?
Like you talk debuts, Torque and Green were top 10 prospects. They still went through AAA.
Mm-hmm.
Like McGonigal is soaring to the big leagues. And you start stacking them up with guys who skip AAA, you start talking about guys who win Rookie of the Year, you start getting very, very excited. Detroit debuts, McGonigal talk next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Leo's Coney Island. The Pistons suffered a 130-129 loss in overtime last night to the Atlanta Hawks. The Pistons trailed by 5 points with 44 seconds to go after an and one from C.J. McCollum, who's a certified Pistons killer now. Still, Duncan Robinson came down and hit a three-pointer to cut the lead to 2. After a stop on defense, Tobias Harris forced OT with a clutch fadeaway with 5 seconds left. Harris had a chance to win the game with a similar shot in overtime, but was too strong on it, and then Jalen Duren left the potential game-winning putback short. That wasn't even the best overtime game of the night in the NBA, though. In Minnesota, the Timberwolves and Rockets went to OT. Houston started the extra period on a 13-0 run. Minnesota ended it on a 15-0 run, winning the game 110-108. Before last night, NBA teams were 0-180 when trailing by 10 or more points in overtime. Tigers baseball returns to the airwaves today as Kevin McGonigal is set to possibly make his debut with the team. Yesterday, he talked about his approach at the plate that got him to the big leagues. First pitch in San Diego at 4:10 this afternoon. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 3:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabab. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Sun's starting to come up. It's baseball season. John is decked out in his custom Jansen Tiger jersey. He's got the Old English D.
Yes.
You're going to be talking about ballpark foods coming up at 8:35.
Okay, that's what's going to be a great conversation.
You're ranking everything from a strikeout to a grand slam. Some new items at Comerica Park. We'll do that at 8:35. Tiger expectations all morning long. Number of wins, the over-under set at 85.5, and just how far does this team go? 248-539-9797. We're going to drill down on McGonigal, though. Let's talk about the big story. He makes the club. Expectations? Scott Harris says he's not coming here to be the savior. And I think they're doing a good job trying to keep the pressure off of him. But, John, you can only bottle up the excitement so much. When you're the betting favorite to win Rookie of the Year, and you start talking about the guys that win that award, in the American League, the last 3 batters to win Rookie of the Year were not only very good players, they were the best players on their team.
Yeah.
So last year it was Nick Kurtz, who hit 36 bombs and was a 5-WAR player for the A's. Oh, okay, best player in the A's, what's that saying? How about in 23, Gunnar Henderson, 28 homers, 814 OPS, 6-WAR player, best guy on the Orioles. The year before that, Julio Rodriguez, he hit 284, he had 28 homers, 25 stolen bases, was a 6-WAR player playing in center field. The last 3 American League Rookie of the Year bats are impact guys from day one. So what's my expectation for McGonigal? I mean, sky's the limit for this guy. When you skip AAA, you are in that expectation that you will be an instant impact guy. That doesn't mean he's not going to have an 0-for-4 day.
Sure.
He's not going to have a 2-week slump. But this guy's coming here to play every day and be a difference maker.
Yeah, and it's not just what he can do at the plate. It's what he can do in the field as well. We've seen him flash the glove. Now, again, there's going to be errors. There's going to be things aren't going to just be smooth all season long. I do think that he'll be Rookie of the Year. I do think he'll have comparable numbers. He'll be a 4 or 5 WAR player. He's going to be hitting right around 275 for the season. He's going to be, his OPS. I do expect to be right around 800.
When you talk about guys that skip AAA, so Soto is an example, and he was 20 years old, hitting 30 home runs in the big leagues, 5-WAR player his first full season. Machado, 20 years old, led the league in doubles, 5-WAR guy. Bregman, I think, was more of a 3-WAR his first season. But these are guys, 3-WAR players are, Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter weren't 3-WAR players last year. So that's why I say, there is an impact that he should have on this team almost immediately. So where does this rank anticipated Detroit debuts? If I asked you, what are some of your more anticipated Detroit debuts of the last 25 years? Which names come to mind? And these could be call-ups. These could be players they signed or traded for. Their first game in a Detroit uniform.
Well, for me, the easy one is Miguel Cabrera. And you go back to 2008, just the anticipation of adding a bat. And it was all the players and most of them, if not all of them, inconsequential that they gave up to get him. But it was a huge trade. And him being able to come in and then hitting a home run in his debut, that to me was probably, I don't want to say more anticipated because obviously it was a trade. It wasn't homegrown, but the impact was felt right away. And you expected so much more because he was a great bat to begin with.
Well, yeah, he had won a World Series.
Yeah.
He was considered one of, if not the best hitters on planet Earth. The Tigers had made the World Series in 2006, and this was seen as, okay, now we're really going to be in this thing. And, they made another World Series and division crowns and ALCS. Yeah, Cabrera's probably the most anticipated of the last 25, 26 years. I was trying to think, Cade was the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And we had waited for a star in Detroit, really, I don't know, since Grant Hill. And we know how important one great player in the NBA can flip your fortunes.
Yeah, but it was a little bit muted because of the injury.
I was just going to say, then you think back, he didn't hit the ground running.
Right.
Stafford, you get a franchise quarterback. You want to see what he can do? Again, this has nothing to do with what you think of should they have won more or not.
Right.
The anticipation of his debut. You have a number 1 overall pick at quarterback.
And there was a fair amount of anticipation about Torque, right? 1-1, and we kept asking,
yeah,
was it it was AJ still at the time. It wasn't Gardenhire, but
No.
like, hey, when are you going to give him a chance? When are you going to call him up? Like now.
Let me ask you, Torque or Green? Which do you remember being more excited for?
I was more excited for Torque because everybody loves home runs.
Yeah,
and that was supposed to be his specialty.
The thing with Green though is like his profile as a player has changed, but coming up, it was seen as center fielder, power and speed. He had an inside the ballpark home run in the minors. Riley Green's first game in the bigs, 2 for 3, couple walks, played in center field.
Yeah.
But you're right, the home run is...
Chicks dig it.
Yeah, and number 1 overall pick. Detroit debuts, 248-539-9797. How about this one? Rasheed Wallace. That's from Charles. Big time trade.
Yeah. I think there's a lot more anticipation. This may be the biggest anticipation for a debut for somebody that was homegrown. And some of it is the build-up to the Tigers season. Hey, it's all in. We got to add this bat. Well, we didn't add a bat. Yeah. Well, we may have actually created our own bat.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if he's the player that
I know he's not a right-handed bat, but
hey, at the end of the day,
bat's a bat.
Okay, the Tigers love lefty-righty and splits. They're not the only organization. And it can matter on the margins, but it's great when you just have a guy that can play every day. Mm-hmm. Like if I have a pitcher who's a righty, but he gets righties and lefties out, or Skubal gets everybody out, left-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
If McGonigal's a left-handed bat, most pitchers are righty, and if you hold your own against lefties, that's what we've been talking about, is having guys who eventually become steady everyday players. Not that you can't still do platooning and pinch hits and matchups, but it's nice to have guys you can count on and trust day in and day out. Okay, what do we got? If McGonigal is top 3 in the order, it means Hinch highly believes in him, and we can expect a very good year. You bat him 7th if you want no pressure. Well, I think you could bat him 7th and expect him to come into his own.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say, if he bats 7 or 8 and say, oh, well, AJ doesn't believe in him.
What is this, like Groundhog's Day? Does AJ see his shadow? Does he bat the top half of the lineup? We're going to have 6 months of great baseball, and if he bats in the bottom half, he's not ready. Now, I'm not going to read too much into that.
Yeah.
Brett Hull, when he came to Detroit. Okay, so I was younger, but that's at the time when they're adding a bunch of guys. Hull, Robitaille, Hasek. You'd have to tell me who was the most anticipated. Like, to me, it feels like Hasek would have been the most anticipated of that group.
Yeah, I was thinking about that team, and I thought the same thing. That was, like, to me, I was still shocked when they made that trade. I was like, the way I found out, I got to tell, I think I've told you, but so I was camping, and I was pretty much off the grid.
You weren't glamping.
So, no. So, come home on a Saturday night, actually. I got home like 9 o'clock, and ESPN News, I had it on, trying to catch up on what was going on. And all of a sudden, I just see it go along the ticker on the bottom. Like, what? I was stunned.
Game changer. Detroit debuts 248-539-9797. McGonigal set to play today. Let's get to Wyatt. And you're on 97.1.
First off, thanks for having me. Second, I would say McGonigal, today he probably goes maybe 2 for 4. Second, the Tigers, I'd say hit the over on the win total this year. And third, how could you forget about Hutch? Come on.
I mean, sure, yeah, there was anticipation about it, but I don't necessarily know that there was this gigantic buildup to see what he was going to do. I think there was more. I think in football, there's more of a known quantity. I know that there's some unsettledness as, does what happened in college translate? We've seen busts. We've seen all that. But I think there's more question marks and more unknown coming certainly from AA to the bigs.
So baseball and hockey, it's that longer journey through the minors.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Is there a Red Wing in the last 25 years homegrown that we've been... Like, people wanted to see Larkin. He had a pretty quick rise. Sider, but defensemen aren't as sexy. I don't think he gets enough credit for his game because of that. Raymond... You guys tell us. You got to put it in context, like McGonigal versus some of these guys, homegrown call-ups.
Right. And they're we talk about these guys. Max Clark, like we've talked about him and his eventual arrival in the bigs. We've talked about Kevin McGonigal. We've talked about Briseño a lot more than we talk about any of the prospects for a lot longer.
Yeah.
Like, so for Hutch, it was, hey, from the draft until we saw him was what, 5 months?
5 months, yeah.
And so you just don't have that same buildup of time.
I would think for the Lions, it's Stafford because of the position more than it is anything else.
Yeah. And maybe it's just less mystery.
Stan, you've been waiting. It's time for baseball season. You're on 97.1.
Happy New Year, everybody. It is a great day. As you're well aware, baseball is my life. And I think the Tigers are going to win 90 games. I think they're going to win the Central. They're going to go to the ALCS. And if the pitching holds up, they can go to the World Series. My favorite Tiger is Javi. And although I have nothing bad to say about McGonigal, I think he could be just an outstanding player. I think the biggest debut this year is JV pitching Sunday Night Baseball against the Cardinals. What do you think, Jim?
Easter Sunday.
So your favorite player, your Tiger, is Javi.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Scooble does have the gravitas, but when Javi does something good in the stands, I mean, they just go wacky. It's just so much fun. I have my Javi jersey. It's great.
Okay. I mean, they
the
go nuts
turnaround.
because it's few and far between.
We've been begging for it.
I don't want to slam your Tiger. I'm just surprised that you said
Stan,
Javi.
I'll back you up on this.
Oh, yeah,
The
John,
El
come on.
Mago, the magician, the plays that he does make when he makes them are electrifying.
Yeah.
To John's point, though,
Where do you think McGonigal's going to play? Is he going to play third base or shortstop tonight?
Well, they had him taking some ground balls at third yesterday, right? Did I see that? But I'd imagine
I think
shortstop
they like
is
Javi
where
and him on that left side for defense.
Well, maybe, right? But I wonder offensively the trade-off would be you'd rather have McGonigal and Keith. So
yeah, but who's the DH? Who's in center? If Parker Meadows is in center, then and maybe Javi doesn't even start the first game.
Javi will probably play more against lefties. Like again, they're going to tailor the lineup to who they're playing.
And by the way, the first 9 games of the year are all against right-handed starters.
It's a good note.
I like that for the Tigers. I think they could go 6-3.
That's be a good start.
Lefty heavy lineup, right?
Yeah.
Helps guys like Parker Meadows.
Yeah, I didn't expect somebody
Riley
to call
Green,
and say
Kerry
their
Carpenter.
favorite Tiger was Javi. Because how many times? I would say if we took 100 calls, I don't know that we'd have anybody else that would say Javi Baez.
No, but hold on. Last year, I think changed the math on that. 2 years ago, I don't think we'd get a single. Maybe Stan would be the only one.
Yeah.
After last year, he had a couple moments. The walk off against the Red Sox. People bitching less about his contract. He made the All-Star game.
Well, it's because there was other things to talk about, and he wasn't an everyday guy.
But my point is, if we did like a survey today,
Yeah.
because he was an All-Star last year, and because when he does do things, they're exciting plays. I
Yeah.
think you'd be surprised how many
maybe
people
I would be. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we could talk about who your Tiger is, because I think it has been Scooble for a lot of people, but clearly people are souring on him. 248-539-9797. We may mix that in later in the show. Again, taking your predictions for the Tigers season and talking Detroit debuts. It's 97.1.
When you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminino Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, here's the game plan. 8:35, John Jansen ranks Comerica Park's newest food items. Scale of strikeout to grand slam.
Some very good options.
A lot of meat.
Yes.
And one not meat item for Heather.
Yeah.
One. That's all right. I get it.
You can still get your popcorn.
I can pick around things.
Yeah. I have. There's a couple of them. If we were at a game again as a show, I could share something with you.
Some shareables. Okay, so we'll do that at 8:35. All show long, we're talking Tiger expectations. The win total set at 85.5. We want to know how many wins. Do they win the division? How does the season end? McGonigal is currently our conversation. Detroit debuts. Where does he rank in terms of anticipation? Got some great responses coming in. These don't have to be homegrown call-ups. Someone brings up Prince Fielder. Actually, a couple votes for Prince Fielder.
Sure.
Huge offseason addition as they try to get one more piece to win a World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Cecil Fielder and the connection. McGonigal, biggest debut aside from him will be the re-debut of Justin Verlander.
Okay.
Set to pitch Easter Sunday under the bright lights.
Tom, I was not in the city when he first debuted, and I know it wasn't at the beginning of the season. It was a mid-season debut. What was it like?
There was hype, yeah. It was I think the day after the 4th of July, so many people are out of town at that time. Things are just a little off then.
Yeah.
People were really excited, but it was weird because it was mid-season and it was a spot start.
Right.
That it was more, to me, it was more about 06 and him being in the rotation for sure and that kind of thing. We're getting a ton of texts that didn't listen completely before 2000. If you're going to answer those questions, at least in my lifetime, it's probably Barry or Fedorov.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, the electricity around the Shanahan debut was pretty big. It was opening night of the season. They traded for him, I think, a day or two before. And the fact that they acquired a physical, productive player.
Power forwards, man.
Everything they needed because everybody was saying they were soft.
How about Allen Iverson? He wasn't the same, and he flopped, and it was a disappointment, but I was really excited to see Iverson play for one of our teams.
We just got trolled. Somebody said rake straw.
Pudge, David Price. Price was the big trade in that 2014 season. Last time they won 90 games and won the division.
Yeah.
Joey Harrington, I was so excited when we drafted him. I thought he was going to be good. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Joey Harrington, man, that pick seemed so good as a kid. What a joke, Scott in West Bloomfield. Guys, after the first wave of success for the Tigers, we started looking for the next wave. The next guy that led that hype, Nick Castellanos. Shame it didn't pan out.
Mm-hmm.
Sue from an unnamed texter. And John will appreciate this one. Penei Sewell was the player I most anticipated.
There you go.
So everybody wanted. He stepped in for Decker, who was an all-pro, and his first game is against Joey. He says Joey Bosa. It was Nick Bosa of the Niners. It was my first year having season tickets. I was jacked, and he's delivered.
Yeah.
We got
on everything.
Do coaches count?
Which coach debut?
Harbaugh. That was pretty. People were pretty pumped about that.
Yeah, people were.
They played Utah.
The Fox Sports khaki bus.
It was out in Utah, right?
Yeah, it was in Utah. Yeah, it was a loss.
Was Whittingham there then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course it was, yeah.
I couldn't remember when the Meyer, the whole timeline there.
Yeah,
he was
no.
gone.
Yeah,
oh,
he had
I'm
long
getting
gone. I mean,
confused.
because- yeah.
I'm getting confusing with Tressel. Jeez.
Yeah. He was there for, 21 years, so yeah, he was there.
True story. I was in high school at the time, and not many great years of Tiger baseball. The way the media hyped up Nate the Great Cornejo. I called off my high school job to make sure I could watch his first start. I was devastated. He gave up like 7 runs in 2 innings. Nick in Plymouth.
That was a very big one at the time because the Tigers were anemic.
Yep.
And they thought they had something here. There was like no hope for that team at that point. That might have been the 03 horrific season.
My brain said, I don't know what year it would have been. I was thinking 02, 03. We could check on that. Right around that same time, biggest buildup for a Detroit debut, Darko. Hey, taking this guy over Carmelo and Wade.
Right, yeah, with all the grainy footage. Didn't even know what he was.
Look, he worked out great in that empty gym. Posting up a chair. Can't wait to see him. McGonigal will bat 6th or 7th today. I would compare him to David Wright for the Mets, who batted 7th in his debut.
He very well might. I don't know what AJ's going to do.
Well, Evan Petzold from the Freep had him batting 3.
Right. No, I know. It's. I think he should be in the top 3.
You're talking about a generational hitting prospect.
If he's made the big league team, he's treat him just like everybody else. Oh, I know you're not going to. There's some things that you're going to do to help protect him, but today's not the day.
I also think my gut says they'll start him lower, but I won't be surprised. They think so highly of him, and he is so much of what they want as a guy early in the lineup to
get more at bats,
see pitches, draw walks, be on base, club pitches that are mistakes. Whether it's today, it shouldn't be long. I mean, that's why he's here. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the Detroit Tigers have announced TV channels for their games during the 2026 season. So the announcement came almost exactly 24 hours before the Tigers begin the regular season against the Padres in San Diego today. So Comcast Xfinity customers can watch the Tigers on channel 1253. And then it will depend where you're watching for Charter Spectrum customers. You can check out the list of channels depending on your area. There, DirecTV also announced a deal to carry Detroit Sportsnet as well. So things are getting finalized just as the season starts.
And if you're streaming, because that's what I'm doing, I made sure to get the MLB TV app on the smart TV, and
it
should work.
Okay, so there's a Detroit judge that's going viral after he blasted this woman who joined a court Zoom call from a moving vehicle. And the best part is that this judge caught her in a lie when he questioned whether she was actually the one driving or not. So it all started when Kimberly Carroll jumped on the call. Actually, she jumped on the call late, and she didn't have her camera turned on. Then once she turned it on, it was immediately clear that she was in a moving vehicle, and then it became immediately clear that she was lying.
Busted.
She clearly was driving, and she also got out of the vehicle during this call. I mean, it went on and on and on and on for quite a while. The judge ultimately entered a default judgment citing her conduct.
I was wondering if she was going to pull it's a self-driving car. I'm in a Waymo.
It was clear she was.
There is no driver.
You could totally, you could not see her arm, but you could see, like, the shoulder angle, and clearly her eyes were, like,
She was driving.
It was clear as day this woman was driving, and she kept going on and on and on, caught in that lie. If you've flown lately, you may have experienced this, or if you're going to be flying anytime soon, you might want to get to the airport really early because airline passengers are currently experiencing some of the highest security wait times in the 25-year history of the TSA, with some taking more than 4.5 hours to make it through checkpoints. Of course, this all comes down to major staffing crisis that's tied to the ongoing Department of Homeland Security shutdown. Hundreds of TSA agents have either quit or are calling out. Many of them are working without pay, and it's really starting to have serious effects on airport operations. And officials are warning that if things don't improve, smaller airports could actually be forced to shut down entirely because there simply aren't enough screeners to keep things running safely.
Yeah, I got a couple flights in April. Not looking forward to it. You know, I will say there are dads everywhere saying, "See, told you got to get to the airport early."
I've also those are some of the stories nationwide, right?
Yes.
Metro, I have heard, has not had the same effect.
From what I have heard, I've not done like a deep dive, but yes, it's not happening at Detroit Metro Airport, but I've seen
you have to fly
incredibly
back.
long lines at like Atlanta Airport.
Yeah.
I saw somebody we know post a video and the line was like out the airport doors.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't heard any issues with Detroit, but you have to fly out of a different airport
Sure.
to get
To come
home.
back, Of course.
Yes.
So just be prepared
Yeah.
if you've got upcoming travel plans.
Yes. With kids.
I was thinking about that. I'm like, can you imagine showing up to the airport 4 hours early only to stand in a line with a 2-year-old?
Oh, so we
Awful.
would do the accommodation we would make is one of us would go to the airport early. We would get in line,
You'd have
and
to.
then either Lisa would come with Teddy
Then you've
and the
got
kids.
2 cars to park and pay for.
Or
unless
one
you-
so we
unless
would
you-
Uber. Yeah.
I know. That's complicated,
Yeah.
though.
No, it
yeah,
is.
You'd
But
have
yeah,
to.
there's no chance Teddy's standing in line for
No.
4 hours.
You guys have any flights in the next couple months?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all going to deal with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
got a couple of them.
Oh, good. Well, hopefully this gets sorted out. We'll talk about ballpark food. John Jansen ranking everything from a strikeout to a grand slam. The new items at Comerica Park. It's 97.1. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, is celebrating this month as Moran Madness. They've got absolutely loaded deals. GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Equinox LT. That's starting at $239 a month, 36-month lease, just $999 down. Moran makes car buying easy. Shop online, see what I'm talking about, moranexpress.com, or stop by. Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet. It's Moran Madness. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. John Jansen's a foodie. We're going to go through this. We've got the new items at Comerica Park for this season. Heather, you've got a list?
I've got a list. There's a lot of great new items you can get when you head to the ballpark, and we're going to go over all of them now. So one of the new items is pierogi nachos.
Oh, boy.
Potato and cheddar pierogi with hatch chili queso, Polish kielbasa crumbles, caramelized onions, and sauerkraut.
So I'm going to rank these from strikeout, which is only my personal opinion. All these foods are going to be your personal opinion. Single, double, triple, and grand slam. This one gets a grand slam because I may need to make no adjustments to it. You take away the corn chips and you put in a potato and cheese pierogi. Holy cow. And then all of a sudden, hey, when you're down to the bottom, sometimes you get to the bottom of the nachos and you're trying to get that last little bit of queso. First of all, I love queso and hatch chili, so put them together and you got magic. But you're trying to get those out with a hard tortilla chip. You give me a pierogi that now all of a sudden I can scoop every little bit out. It's amazing. Grand slam.
Next one. Do you
want me to weigh in on this?
Only
Yes.
John's
Do you have an opinion?
Yeah, sure. Triple. I don't like sauerkraut.
Really?
I don't either.
Really?
Get it without the sauerkraut.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah. Get the
order.
crowd on the side. I want to
Sure.
share it with my buddy John.
Okay, the next thing is the tiger tail. It's a foot-long corn dog, hand-battered, rolled in cheese powder, topped with coney chili, orange mustard, and diced onions.
So I was originally going to give this one the top billing, but I'm only going with a home run because I love mustard. I love nearly every form of mustard. But don't put citrus in my mustard. Don't put orange. It's not just the color orange.
You did some research.
I Google. Of course, I want to make sure I know what I'm putting in my body. This is my temple.
Dare they put fruit in there?
How dare they?
Yeah. But everything else, I mean, rolled in cheese powder. All right. Again, I don't care if it's natural or not.
Yeah, I don't know about rolled in cheese powder, but
it sounds amazing.
But hey, big foot long with the coney chili, the diced onions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go triple on this. You do have to hike all the way up to section 336 to get it.
That's okay. Hey,
That's all right.
My theory
work off the
is,
calories.
Yeah, hey, work off the calories before I even eat it. Now I get to.
Yep. How about this one? The smoked bone-in short rib sandwich. Slow smoked bone-in short rib, elote slaw, barbecue mayo on a Martin's potato roll.
Okay, so this one gets a grand slam, even though I have to modify it. This is one, Heather, where if we got a show stop at the game, you and I could share. And I don't know how you feel about coleslaw. I would say coleslaw on the side, no barbecue mayo. Mayo is bleh. But the rest of this, unbelievable. And I don't even need the potato roll. You could serve it on that.
I'll have that.
You can have the
There
potato
you go.
roll
I was gonna
as
say,
well.
are you going to give me the potato roll? I totally eat that.
But it comes with its own handle. No utensils necessary.
So all you want is the meat from it. You're going to give Heather the slaw. You don't want the
Pretty
mayo.
much, yeah.
In the bun.
Yeah, give me the short rib, and then put the slaw, the mayo, everything else on the potato roll for my friend here.
Yes. Sweet heat chicken ranch, herb roasted chicken, roasted sweet potato, truffle buttermilk ranch, hot sauce, tomatoes, cucumbers, sweet pickles, baby spinach, wrapped in Swiss chard.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
This one gets a single because
It's too healthy?
Well, I don't like tomatoes. I don't like cucumbers. Sweet pickles, they're
How do you
fine.
not like cucumbers? They're the most mild vegetable.
No, cucumbers. You put cucumbers on a salad, and it's like putting grapefruit in a fruit salad. It soils everything.
No, how could it? There's like
You
hardly any
get
flavor
cucumber
to a
taste on
cucumber.
every little bit. First of all, I'm not eating a salad.
There's no
but-
taste.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
water.
got juices. Because it leaks everywhere.
What about the English cucumbers? They're not as.
Oh, that's
English
the
cucumbers.
pro move. There's less seeds and
Yes.
gunk.
What's an English? I don't even know what an English cucumber is. Nor do I care.
They're like super long and they're always like in a plastic wrap.
Yeah, not
of
as
course
much
you'd like
girth,
those.
but
That's why I don't know.
How about the orange terror, John, from Slo's Barbecue? Spicy andouille sausage, tahine, spiked sweet potato,
yeah.
roasted orange peppers and onions, topped
yeah.
with Slo's Tiger-style sauce with lime.
Okay, so no lime.
Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not a citrus guy,
Fruit.
and
Just put it on
originally
the
I thought
side,
orange
squeeze a
terror. I'm
little.
like, wait a second here, don't put anything orange on my on my sausage or any of my meat. The rest of it, I absolutely love. This one gets a double.
this is a grand slam for me. This is my favorite item on the sheet. I love the spicy sausage, the peppers, the onions. Yeah, lime, little lime on the top, perfect. Yes.
The turkey leg at Bert's Barbecue. Slow smoked turkey leg topped with a barbecue sauce drizzle. Plain and simple.
This one, I think everybody would probably think, hey, caveman walking around with a turkey leg.
Yeah, it's you.
Right. This one is a strikeout for me, only because at the Clausen Fair, 4th of July, I'm going back probably 2001, 2. I had one, and it wasn't fully cooked. I got sick for days. A screen door was involved as a descriptor, so no, I don't want anything to do with the turkey leg. Sorry, normally it would be great.
Come on, give turkey legs another chance.
No.
How about the grilled cheese Sonoran dog at the Big Cat Court? You've got bacon-wrapped hot dog, beans, pico de gallo, cotija cheese on top of grilled cheese bun.
So I'm in on everything.
Yeah.
Put the pico de gallo on the side.
Okay.
I'll give that to my little friend there, Heather.
Sure, I'll take it.
But everything else, this is a home run because...
Well, hold on. Before you say that, how is it cut?
What do you mean?
It's a grilled cheese, right?
So I saw the picture. It's on a like a hamburger bun.
I'm just messing with you.
Yes. No, I know. Yes. No. Yeah.
How about the steak frites? French fries with Fairway exclusive USDA choice Angus Peninsula steak and zip sauce.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, this is a grand slam. This one's a no-brainer. I love the fries. I love the steak, the zip sauce. Who doesn't love zip sauce? Go ahead and throw it in there.
I don't even want to know what it costs. I'm sure it's great.
I don't care. But we're not talking about cost on any of these. Throw caution to the wind. Steak frites.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or you've got the Legacy, Fairway exclusive USDA choice Angus Peninsula steak, garlic aioli, provolone, arugula, balsamic glaze on an onion roll.
So this one is only a triple for me because there's just a lot going on there. I just want the steak. I don't need the bun, the garlic aioli, the provolone. I don't need anything on my steak. Just give me the steak. And so this one only gets a triple because I still order it.
Sure.
But I'll just have to modify it.
And finally, the grand slam for me, the Guernsey orange sherbet ice cream, located in the Big Cat Court.
Yep. So this one, love Guernsey Dairy.
Yes.
Always, usually during the summer, it's not far from home. I'm going to take a once a week trip there, but I'm not at all about the orange sherbet. This one's, and again, it's just personal preference. I don't want orange sherbet. I don't need to cleanse my palate of anything.
Oh, sherbet's great in the summertime.
I'll take that.
Grand slam.
It's like shaved ice.
What's wrong with shaved ice? Shaved ice is awesome.
Shaved ice is fine if I get like raspberry flavor on there, maybe a little blueberry.
You don't like orange?
I just no. I'm not. I don't think. Maybe you haven't noticed. I'm not a big citrus guy.
Some quick feedback. John not liking cucumbers and tomatoes on point. The palate of a toddler.
Or a grown-ass man.
Somebody else texts in, did you get your palate from federal prison?
Oh, God. All the flavor on the side, please. Don't put orange...
No. The flavor is in the meat. No meat needs anything to accentuate what comes, whether it's chicken, steak,
not
sausage.
Chicken. You have to season chicken.
No,
you can't have bland
maybe a little
bird.
salt and pepper. That's all you need.
Don't put orange.
Bird. How dare you?
Don't put orange on my sausage or any of my meat. Has to be an all-time drop. Agree. Pierogi nachos, super rare leadoff grand slam.
Oh yeah.
And cucumbers are fruit cookies. Lack of knowledge strikes again.
Yeah. Go figure that.
Cucumbers are fruit.
Seeds.
Or tomatoes.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Again, it's just tomatoes, cucumbers, all of the things that just ooze their own flavor. I just don't need that ruining everything else that's so great in those dishes.
John Jansen, anti-ooze. All right, there's your food review. We'll talk more about our baseball team next. Expectations, win total, and more 97.1.
Hey, you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's quite honestly not very close. Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, we'll start there. Not much of a competition. On the Ram side, you got two choices, the award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition side in the same class, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a four-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we get a chance to employ our own. It's about those jobs, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has that 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive. You will feel how much smoother a Ram is, and right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and when you walk through the door, tell them I sent you.
Happy baseball season. It's back. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Little research on the cucumber. Botanically considered a fruit, but many chefs use it as a vegetable.
It's either one or the other. These are things that frustrate me in life. Pick one. It's either a fruit.
It is.
I guess technically it is a fruit, right?
Yeah.
But then,
just
why do the chef? Why do they have to? What? So you don't want fruit in your salad? Is it?
I think it profiles more
Well, they don't
flavor
put
as a vegetable.
cucumbers in fruit salad.
Right.
It's one of the great conundrums.
And the same as a tomato. You're not putting a tomato with your strawberries.
No, you're not
and
putting
your
a tomato with
bananas
anything.
And your
I literally,
raspberries.
anytime I get just a little bit of a taste of tomato, I start to gag.
So I think peppers are the same thing. I think they're technically fruit, but they're used as a vegetable for
peppers done right.
Yeah.
Magnificent.
It's some peppers, a bunch of that food we just talked about.
Grilled in butter.
Everything's better.
No question.
Somebody sent in that mustard is like citrus based.
Mustard.
Yeah.
Is
You're
a
a mustard
mustard
guy.
seed a citrus seed?
I don't know. What do the chefs think?
I've never heard that it is citrus based.
That's what they're
Maybe
saying
it's just
here.
because it has the same acid value as some citrus fruits.
All right, save us from an acidity conversation. Call and talk baseball. 248-539-9797.
Well, you put mustard on your ribs. That's the glue that holds all your yummy spices.
People, he's decked out in baseball gear, but I will lose him to a food conversation.
Yeah,
Let's set
already
the... I know.
I'm so hungry.
Set the expectations. The win total's 85.5. They're the favorite to win the American League Central. Is this a 90-win ball club? How far are they going to go? 248-539-9797. My read of the situation. I expect them to win this division. The teams that win this division historically, 86 is the lowest. I think they'll go over their win total. I got them at 88 wins, division crown for the first time since 2014. I think they lose in the ALCS. For as much as they've bolstered this rotation, and it's a strength of this team with Valdez joining Skubal at the top, all the other teams in the American League race added an arm or arms as well. Dylan Cease is with the Toronto Blue Jays, who won the American League a year ago. Boston added a couple arms in Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez. The Yankees will get back a couple arms, Garrett Cole later in the season and Rodon as well. And those teams have better offenses.
Yeah.
So I think the Tigers will be in the playoffs. I don't think they're winning 90 games, and I don't think they'll play for a World Series.
Well, I'm right there at 89 games. We did our expectations yesterday, and so I mean, would I be upset if they went with 91 and I wasn't right? No, I mean it's you're right. You're talking one or two games at that point. They have the ability to be a 90-win team. They were on pace to be well over 90 before the wheels fell off last year. And if you're looking at it, if I do think Colt Keith takes a step forward, I think torque is going to be more the torque that we've seen in both 31 home run seasons. Riley Green, I don't expect as many strikeouts. Kevin McGonigal, you throw him in that lineup. Now all of a sudden you're sitting there going, if the pitching staff is better and you have a better offense, I'm not even going to say a top 5 offense or top 10, but a consistent offense.
Well, let's just call it what it is, though. I mean, they were 11th last year. I think they could absolutely, guys hit their stride, be a top 10 offense. Yankees and Blue Jays were 1 and 2. Red Sox were 6th. Mariners were 10th. I mean, these were all top 10 offenses a year ago. So, and I agree with what you said. I think Torque, he's got 30 home runs 2 of the last 3 seasons. Green has been very public about cutting down on the strikeouts. It feels like there's an intent there. Keith, give him a home, and does he finally settle in his third big league season? McGonigal is this generational hitting prospect. We expect an impact immediately this season. Yeah, I mean, there's reason to believe they didn't have Vierling like at all last year. And I think people probably built him up a little too much a couple years ago, but they definitely missed him last year. They could be better, but when you get to the postseason, it's not going to be about like platooning matchups. It's like, do you have 5 to 6 really good bats that can clobber and come through in big moments? And that's the unknown with this team right now.
There's a lot of ifs. And all of those things that I just went through are all ifs. If Riley Green cuts down on the strikeouts, if Kevin McGonigal is the sensation we think he's going to be, even if he's close to it, if Colt Keith takes a step forward, like all of these are if we get Javier versus Javi for a majority of the season. Like all of those, and I don't think they're all going to hit, but if they're just better 1 through 9 than they were last year. And one of the ifs that we didn't talk about because it was good last year, Dylan Dingler at the plate, if he gets more plate appearances, which I think he will.
Not everyone's going to get better. Some guys are going to get worse.
Sure.
I mean, there will be some regression. He was so good offensively a year ago. I wonder, is there more? I mean, he hit 330 against lefties. Is that going to be what he does again this season? Damn near 1,000 OPS.
So we only have the 1 year to go off of, and there's nothing that says he won't.
I just mean we can't do everyone's going to get better, no one's going to get worse. It might not be Dingler, but like is Zach McKinstry going to be an all-star and a silver slugger?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that was an outlier for his career.
But if he's not, but you actually get something from Vierling.
Yeah, Vierling and McGonigal who weren't contributed. Yeah. What's the expectation from you guys? 248-539-9797 as we get started today.
Yeah. I mean, if Parker Meadow gets on base in the first 25 games, again, it's an improvement from last season.
Right. They're going to play a lot of righties early in the year. Get a good chance for him to try to get his feet under him.
Yeah, and hopefully he does.
You think he's leading off today?
Probably. I mean, I don't know what AJ's going to do. Like, you talk about pressure on a guy. I think there might be more pressure on Parker Meadows to come out and be a respectable hitter, more so than there is on McGonigal.
They're going to have to pull the cord on him quick if it's not happening. Like no 100 at bats to go 097 again.
Right.
If it's to me, if he's not showing signs by 60 at bats, bye.
Well, he'll be the 9 hitter when he plays in that world. Because
Well,
still
you just
value
asked
his
him if he was
defense.
going to be the leadoff today.
Well, I'm saying if he's hitting 090, you can still play him in center and bat him 9.
Yeah, he's got.
Well, no, I mean clearly not at 090. I just mean if he's struggling, his defense and his base running, they value that stuff. If he's on the team, he's going to play occasionally against righties.
Yeah,
and if you're going to bat him, he's going to be in the 9th spot.
Yeah, if you want to be able to use that speed on the base pass, you're going to have to get on first.
The one thing they have going for him is they could put Javi in center. They could put Vierling in center.
Exactly, and that's what you have to do if he's hitting horribly again. Plus, his defense did drop a little bit last year. That's why I've soured on him. I mean, if you can stomach an elite defensive center field hitting last that has some speed, you know, but if he's dropping it defensively, what's he bringing?
Mm-hmm. We got open lines, talking food, talking baseball, and the question, who's your Tigers? People start to sour on Tarek Skubal. I know John's a big Dylan Dingler guy.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about McGonigal. Does he lead in jersey sales this year? A lot of buzz around him. It's a different way of doing who's your Tiger, but as people have soured on Skubal, who's your guy? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The 126th season in Tigers baseball history starts this afternoon in San Diego against the Padres at 4:10. Reigning two-time Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal will start on the mound for the Tigers as they look to return to the postseason this year for the third consecutive season. Skubal is currently projected to have the most strikeouts in baseball this year per FanDuel Sportsbook, with his over-under line set at 226.5 Ks this year. The Tigers haven't won the American League Central Division since 2014, but after keeping Skubal and signing Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander this offseason, the team is favored to win the division at plus 120 odds ahead of the Royals at plus 190. The Tigers are the only AL Central team to reach the top 10 in spending this year in baseball. 3 other teams in the division, in the Twins, White Sox, and Guardians, all sit in the bottom 5 in the league. Many eyes will likely be on infielder Kevin McGonigal, who is set to make his major league debut tonight. Yesterday, McGonigal said he knew he had a chance to make the team when they called him up for spring training. First pitch from Petco Park set for just after 4 o'clock this evening. Pre-game coverage here on 97.1 at 3:45 at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Baseball's back. Talking expectations for the Tigers. I got them at 88 wins, which is enough to win this division. First division title since 2014. I think they bow out in the ALCS. Better than they've been, but I have a hard time putting them ahead of teams like Toronto and New York, Boston,
honestly,
Seattle.
I mean, you get into the ALCS, you got to see it at the table, and let's see what happens. If they bow out at that point, it's a step in the right direction. Then the question becomes, what's the pitching staff look like in 27 if we have baseball in 27?
Well, that's what would sting. You'd lose Skubal, and then you'd be going potentially away for a full year. You want to capitalize on this moment. And without knowing what additions they make or what surprises come along the way, I feel like you trust the lineups in New York and Toronto and Seattle more. Those were top 10 offenses a year ago. Yep. And while we add Valdez, they're also getting pitching reinforcements. Dylan Cease in Toronto. It's Ranger Suarez and Sonny Gray in Boston. It's getting Garrett Cole and Carlos Rodon back for the Yankees. Like there's some heavy hitters still in the American League. I'm not confident the Tigers are better than them today, but division crown 88 wins. Where do you set the bar? 248-539-9797. You went up to me. You got 89 wins, division crown, and you think they bow out where?
Probably ALCS.
Okay.
I mean, I do think that they've got that shot at the World Series, and like I said, you get to see at the table in a 7-game series. Let's see what happens.
Scott, downriver. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm in that ballpark around 89 and 91 in the ALCS, and I think once you get there, I think all cards are off the table. I think with the top 3 staff, pitchers, I think they could do a lot of damage. But what my main concern is that Cole Keith has been yanked around the infield for his 3 years of pro ball. And I love Hinch. I love what he's doing as a manager. But what I don't want to see is him yank McGonigal all over the infield. And then, play him at shortstop. Let him get comfortable. Let him get his feet wet. Let him, take him out for a breath. Put Javi in there or McKinstry. Put him on the bench for a game. Let him get his breath, but put him right back out at shortstop. Let him get comfortable. And then the same with Keith. Keep Keith at third base. Stop yanking him around. Let him get comfortable. Let him get in a groove with the bat and not worry about, okay, now I'm switching over to the right side of the infield. Oh, now I'm getting yanked back to the left side of the infield. Let the guys
give them a home
that you're relying on get comfortable and try to get in the groove.
And Scott, if I'm hearing you, go ahead.
In Parker Meadows, I'm in that camp. He can't be 091.
Right.
We can't give him 100 at bats and then decide to pull the plug on him. This team was fine without him last year defensively, with Javi in center field and anybody else they put out there, and they certainly didn't miss his bat.
You're talking about giving guys a home. That doesn't mean they couldn't spot start at a position on an
Gleyber
off
Torres
day.
is going to be at second.
But if he misses 15 games for rest, someone like Colt Keith or McGonigal could play over there. But you're talking about giving him a home, Scott. Now, I expect McGonigal to play primarily at shortstop. Do you know who played most of the games at short a year ago? Because it wasn't Javi. It was Trey Sweeney. Trey Sweeney played the most games. He's not on this team. So that's like 80 to 90 games at shortstop alone. I think McGonigal will spend most of his time there. Now, they've had him playing at third recently. I think he's even taking ground balls yesterday at third. But I would expect he plays primarily at short, and then that lets Keith play primarily at third. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when I say give him a home, I mean, yeah, okay, we're going to shift you over to first base, Keith, for a game because we're going to give. But what I'm saying, I just think the majority of his starts for McGonigal should be at short and Keith at third base, and let him, unless like Keith shows he can't handle third base defensively and he becomes such a liability. Okay, great. That.
So in that world,
what's that?
I said in that world he becomes a DH.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're probably playing McGonigal more split. Vierling can play some third too.
Javi can play third as well.
And and you're right. And Javi could play third too.
Absolutely, and Javi at third. Yep.
Scott, we're on the same page.
Hey, great. It's going to be a great season, I think, man. I'm ecstatic as usual. I'm 60 years old, and every April, end of March, beginning of April, I have rose-colored glasses on.
That's what this time of year is all about.
Always respect the best.
Exactly, Scott. Thanks. Appreciate the phone call. Tex says anything less than a appearance in the World Series is a failure. They have to win the ALCS. It's the last year with Skubal. It's a failure to not be playing in that World Series. Do you agree with that?
I think there's going to be, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's going to be a lot of people that will have that opinion, because if you're going to lose Skubal for nothing, and don't tell me about a compensatory pick, I don't care about that.
Hey, McGonigal was a compensatory pick.
Okay, fine, it worked out. But it's, a lot of people are going to say, well, if you don't come away with a shot at the World Series by playing in it for the American League while you have Skubal and he walks, like that's the trade-off.
Okay. I hope they have this belief. I can't tell you should expect to beat the Dodgers, but John, they need to conduct themselves this year, and they are, by the way. Putting McGonigal on the opening day roster is step one.
Yeah.
Getting to August and making the moves to get a little better.
Well, no, step one was Valdez.
Oh, well, yeah.
And you know, you go back to the things that they did with the pitching staff. Step two is the roster on opening day, with obviously McGonigal being a part of it.
But they need to act like, hey, we got to make the World Series. That needs to, and to the point, yes, they're doing that, but they need to have the goal that, yeah, making the ALCS is technically progress, but then when Skubal vanishes and baseball disappears for a year, what good does that do anybody? This is your opportunity. You're not going to be able to build a roster on paper better than the Dodgers, but you got to get into that 7-game series.
I agree. And I do think if we're connecting the dots, now we don't know what the picture looks like at the end of the season. We don't know what it looks like at the end of August. But if you're connecting the dots by them, hey, we're gonna pay our pitchers, and we're gonna bring up McGonigal. To me, this is, we're gonna do what it takes to win while we have Skubal, and then we're also preparing for life after Skubal because we have Valdez for a couple more years.
Jumped back on the bandwagon hard. Meadows and Torres are finally healthy. Pitching is solid. Bats improving. 93 wins. Says McGonigal, Rookie of the Year, ALCS at least, Pops in a car.
All right, Pops. Yeah.
John mentioned Dingler. Glad he did. He gets overlooked when it comes to potential homegrown superstars, and he is one at catcher.
Yeah.
Gold Glover last year.
Dingler's my Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to ask people that question. Like, Skubal has people have soured on Tarik Skubal. We've taken those phone calls. We read those text messages. We talk to fans every single day. I'm still of the belief, I'm pulling like hell for this guy. Like, Skubal is their best player as they try to win a World Series. I have not soured on him the way I think a lot of fans have. But if you have, who is the Tiger for you? Mm-hmm. You say it's Dylan Dingler. He's been your guy going back to last year.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, we're getting comments on Twitch. My Tiger is still Skubal. And it's okay.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's a business.
Yeah.
His camp says they haven't been given an offer. So he's going to go out and pitch and try to win a third Cy Young. He's the best player on this team. They are not a playoff team the last 2 years without him. So, yeah, he's a guy that I rally around. I'm rallying around one last hurrah with Tarik Skubal.
Yeah, I'm curious. Are people ready to move forward? All the crap that happened in the offseason and what happened in Game 5 last year, I've let it go. Let's worry about this season now. Yeah, he's our best pitcher. He's our best player.
Right. He's opening up tonight. And I think everybody, and I use the word soft, and I've been frustrated with him. But when he takes the mound tonight, I'm all in. Let's go.
Right. I'm resigned to the fact that he's going to leave. I've accepted the fact that he's going to leave. So I wanted to win as much as I can with him. And it feels like the Tigers agree. Because of Valdez, because of the call-up of McGonigal, and hopefully it shows up at the end of July, early August. There's a couple more reinforcements so you can match up with Blue Jays and Yankees and whoever else is staring you eye to eye in the American League.
It's like the other athletes have left here. I don't get why people get so butthurt over it all of a sudden. Is that just a sign of our society today? Everybody's so sensitive?
We get attached to players, and Skubal's a guy that people, got attached to.
Yeah.
See, I don't know. I respect...
You know what it is? Callers have brought it up, so I'm totally stealing their thoughts, but it's a classic, we want to emotionally break up with you before you officially break up with us. It's distancing ourselves emotionally from this guy because we think he's going to pitch for the Dodgers or the Yankees. Well, the problem is he's pitching for the Tigers right now.
Can you ever not like something but respect it?
Sure.
People don't respect that he's going to chase the money, but he's a professional athlete who gets paid to play baseball. I don't like
Michigan State basketball, but I can respect Tom Izzo.
Right.
I think he's playing with fire trying to get this contract, and that he probably should have locked up and gotten something to secure his future. But I respect what he's doing. He's a high-ranking union rep. He's a union guy. They're going into a lockout. He's standing his ground. I respect that.
Are you still rallying around this guy? Do you have a different favorite Tiger as we get started? 248-539-9797. Guy wants to know, which Tiger is John wearing? People,
I'm wearing me.
Oh.
Yes.
Quite the ego on you.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm ready to go in case if they need an extra arm for. I could be an innings eater. Not going to get anything done, but
it's a 77 Jansen jersey.
Yes, it is. I got it for when I pitched out when I threw out the first pitch back in. Gosh, it'd probably be 17 or 18. It's been a while now.
Throw a strike.
Yeah, and the jersey still fits great, by the way.
It does.
I have put on a couple of my old jerseys, and those don't quite fit as well.
Like a blanket for you?
No, they were extremely tight to begin with because you don't want to get away with holding, but they're just much tighter in other areas.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay then. Didn't need to know all that. Dear John at 9:35. Still room for you guys on the line. It's 97.1. With baseball back, everybody's looking on the bright side. If you want a whiter or straighter smile, Brightside can help. New patients, $35 new patient special. And Brightside's not some big national chain. They're locally owned and part of this community. They treat patients like neighbors, and they want to keep Michigan families smiling year-round. Guys are notorious for putting off doctor's appointments and dentist appointments. At Brightside, they're not going to lecture you or guilt trip you. If you got a couple cavities that need to get filled like I did, they'll make it painless. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Wait. Stop the presses. John Jansen's Tiger is a Buckeye? Signed David.
Hey, once you're in the big leagues, it's just like if it was a Detroit Lion. I mean, I love Spielman.
Decker.
Yeah.
Jansen has a Buckeye as his Tiger? Hell is frozen over.
No, it's once you're in the big leagues at the pro sports at any level, it is what you're doing for our team now.
What you mentioned about Spielman, it did take me about half the season to, okay, this is my guy now. Because I hated him as a Buckeye.
Oh, sure. But, I mean, I love him as a football player. Who doesn't? I don't care what your school affiliation is. You had to love Chris Spielman as a football player.
Tex says, once the first pitch leaves Scooble's hands, no one will care about what's transpired off the field. I would hope so.
Yeah. I mean, we know he's leaving, whether it's the sixth inning or after the season.
Right. He's the best chance for this team to win a division, to go to an ALCS, to compete and win a World Series. Any of the animosity, that's business. That's public relations. That's not baseball. You're a baseball fan. Baseball season starts today. This is the best player on the team. And if he's not your Tiger anymore, you've soured on him. We've asked you who that guy is. But I'm rallying around this dude because it's the last hurrah with him. Mm-hmm. And the team actually feels like they're on board with that. It's why Valdez is pitching game 2. Right? It's why Kevin McGonigal's not playing service time games. Right? He's not in Toledo for this reason. Tex says, I'm not upset with Scooble leaving the team. I'm upset he didn't pitch that 7th inning to get us over the hump. Go wherever you want when your time is done, but you better play 1,000% effort while you're here. That being said, I'm behind him when he takes the bump today at 4. I thought it was always lame to pick the other team's best player. Give me the underdog. Or pick my team's best player. Give me the underdog. My Tiger is Dingler. Mm-hmm. Big Dingler is, he says. How is anyone's favorite not McGonigal? Well, he hasn't played yet, but we're all excited to see him.
Sure.
And he may, I've said, I think he could end up with the most sold jerseys this year.
Sure. And by the end of the year, I mean, you may shift who your favorite Tiger is. Let's see what the moments are like.
I mean, hell, when we started last year, hardly anybody would have said Javi. And then 2 months in, he was an all-star.
Yeah. I mean, you go back to game 1 of Javi, right? And he hits one off the fence to win the game.
Right. Tigers will go 500 this year. All the energy from fans, but it's not going to happen. They're just not that good of a team. Look, they might not be, but in this division, I'd have a hard time believing they're going to have a sub-500 record.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe.
Well, I mean, injuries can derail any pitching staff, but I mean, knock on wood, they should win this division.
At 500 or they're anywhere below 500, then something has happened. It's like, hey, you go into the Lions season and you're thinking, hey, 2 years ago, right? We were all sitting there going, hey, 14, 15 wins. We had, the bus was rolling right along. At any point in that season, if Jared Goff had gone down,
they're screwed.
Yeah.
Done. Now, for this team, they have a deep enough rotation that you would think you'd minimize any long losing skids, and you could actually pick up some steam and go on some win streaks. It was always the Leland thing, like momentum's only as good as the next day starting pitcher. When you can go Scooble into Valdez, into Flaherty, into Justin Verlander. I know Mize hasn't had a great spring. You've got Drew Anderson. They've really wanted to make sure they have as many arms as possible for the season. And the back end of the bullpen's a 3-headed monster. You don't want to see blown leads. You want to capitalize on wins. That's how you keep yourself from going in the tank at any point in the long season.
So let me ask you this question then, because I agree with you, and it's probably more so effective on the backside of this question. what do you think their longest win streak will be this year? And on the backside, what is their longest losing streak?
Okay, without putting too much thought into this, their longest win streak will be 8 games. Their longest losing streak will be 4 games.
Okay.
The staff should shorten losing streaks.
That's my entire point. Is when you whether it's Skubal, it's Valdez, it's you go right down the list of guys. And you're thinking to yourself, well, do they ever really go through a full rotation without a win?
Right, because the buck stops with Skubal.
Right.
And if he's not infallible, they'll lose some of his starts. But then Valdez has the ball the very next day.
Right.
So McGonigal wearing number 7. Do you guys know the last Tiger to wear jersey number 7?
Pud? No, hold on.
No.
Sorry, I know this because I looked this up. It's Manuel Margot.
Yes.
Last year's opening day.
Opening day center fielder, right?
I think so.
Because of the injuries to Vierling and Meadows, and they were scrambling because Torque made the roster. Remember, just a year ago, Torque was being questioned about being on the roster.
Oh, he wasn't going to be on the roster if it wasn't for Parker Meadows and Vierling, all of the injuries that they had to start the season.
So, notable 7s. Pudge wore 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jonathan Scope.
Forgot about that, yeah.
Shelby Miller.
Yeah.
Austin Romine. Jordy Mercer.
Oh, no. I'm going to put some respect on the number, but I didn't find this. I had a friend text this to me, and this is a great trivia question. There was a Tiger who wore 7 as a rookie who went on to win the MVP. Can you name him? Wore the number 7 as a rookie. He's not famous for wearing 7, but wore it as a rookie and would go on to win an MVP as a Tiger.
Is it Denny McClain?
Hank Greenberg.
Brad Ausmus wore number 7 as a player.
Okay. We got to put some respect back on the number. Kevin McGonigal, it's up to you. Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, this news comes to you from Gardner White. So the woman accused of fatally stabbing her boss at a McDonald's in East Point will stand trial in September. The jury trial is scheduled to begin at 10:30 on September 15th. The suspect is charged with first-degree murder of Jennifer Harris, a mother of 6 who worked at the restaurant for 15 years. Now, in addition to murder, the woman also faces a felony charge of carrying a dangerous weapon with unlawful intent. She is also being tried as a habitual offender, which could increase her sentence if convicted. She is currently behind bars at the Macomb County Jail on a $25 million bond. A Metro Detroit woman is at the center of a viral video after she was caught driving during this virtual court appearance, then lying to the judge about it. So Kimberly Carroll was scheduled for a hearing in Woodhaven before Judge Michael McNally on Wednesday when the incident took place, and it's
uncomfortable.
It is. You got to see the video. So after calling in late, so she first didn't even arrive on time, and then she also had her screen
was on
off.
Her way, right?
Well, it was virtual. She could be going she
anywhere.
Didn't need to be there. But when she turned her camera on, it was clear as day that she was in a moving vehicle, and also pretty evident that she was in fact driving.
Oh, boy. Got her.
Confused. Busted. At one point, he said, "Do you think that I'm stupid?" And she got out of the car and clearly got out of the driver's side. I mean, you could tell I mean, you couldn't
Yeah.
see the steering wheel or the fact that you could tell that she was driving.
She should have used the camera's mirrored. It looks the
Oh, yeah.
opposite. Or I'm in a Waymo. I'm not driving.
Yeah, exactly. Los Angeles Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua is now facing a lawsuit over some serious allegations stemming from a New Year's Eve incident. So there's a woman in California who's filed a civil suit claiming that he made an anti-Semitic comment, remark during dinner, and then later bit her during the night, leaving some visible teeth marks in her shoulder area. The lawsuit includes a claim of assault, battery, and emotional distress. He is pushing back hard. Through his attorney, he denies making any anti-Semitic comments and says that the situation has clearly been misrepresented. He says the bite he calls it like horseplay, says the claim was false. His legal team is also planning to countersue for defamation. The attorney also basically said that this was like blackmail. Apparently, she had contacted them and was like, give me millions or I'm going to go public with this.
Right.
And she didn't get the millions. And
he's
she's
a biter.
Yep. Oh. Well, listen to this. There are some screenshots of an alleged exchange between Shaq and Sabrina Carpenter. They're going viral. Have you seen these?
No.
I can't share all of them. I'll share one of them.
What do you mean you can't share it? Like, are they?
They're not safe for work. They're not safe for radio.
Saucy?
Well,
flirtatious.
This one's silly. One said, I would keep your farts in a cologne bottle and spray it on me every day. The others are not safe. They go into different detail. Anyway, Shaq says it's all fake. He addressed the issue by reading the messages out loud on his podcast and then made it clear that he is way more game than that.
Now I want to read these texts.
She did allegedly respond by saying, I know who you are. You're way too famous to be sending messages like that. Yeah, you can go online and read them for yourself. Hey, this is interesting. If you've ever been lucky enough to get like an entire row to yourself on a flight, you might like this. So United Airlines just announced this upcoming perk called United Relax Row. It's for economy and you can book an entire row of seats to yourself, but it's not just the seats you get. You get this like adjustable leg rest that can be turned into basically a bed.
Oh, wow.
So that you can literally lay out, and they said they'll give you a mattress pad, a pillow, 2 pillows and a blanket. And if you're traveling with kids, they'll also toss in a plushie as well. So the United Relax Row will be available starting next year on select flights. They say they will be equipped on more than 200 of their planes, and each plane will have up to 12 of these brand new rows. No details on how much it's going to set you back. I don't know the cost.
Right.
And they haven't said like how the booking will work. Clearly, I mean, you're going to need to book the
whole
entire row.
Yeah. Can you book the aisle seat on the other side too, so you can actually get 4 seats? Because I don't think I can fit just in the 3. Then that way they have to step over.
He's laying all the way across. Excuse me. The cart's coming through.
The cart bangs into your shoulder anyway. Come on.
You're a menace. You'll give people advice next. Dear John, it's 97.1. Whether it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, there's one name that you can go to, one name that you can trust. Those are big decisions, and it's Shaner Roofing, a company that's been in business for over 30 years, and Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing, and now they can use that 5-star service for windows and siding. What sets them apart? They're local, they're family-owned, and they treat every customer like a member of the family. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. They've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners and a reputation that isn't bought, but earned. Decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. Easy to remember. MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing. Windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And when you put a Ram side by side with the competition, it's not very close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. And for power, so our first competition is really not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition size in the same class, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Can't tow, can't play, can't work. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. And Ram also offers that 5-link coil suspension we've been talking about. And all it's going to take is one test drive. You will feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do, pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that simple. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
Certainly hasn't dominated the discussion today, but the Pistons played last night. They lost. Not much to say. I mean, I'm not going to make a mountain out of a molehill. They came back. They forced overtime. Duren has a shot at the rim. They hit it. They win. He doesn't. They lose.
Yeah.
They're playing without Cade. They still got the 1 seed by 4 games, and time's running out for Boston, who did, by the way, play and win.
Mm-hmm. They beat Golden State, or not Golden State.
OKC.
They beat OKC, yeah.
So there's your NBA update. I feel like our focus today is baseball, and we got the Sweet 16 getting back underway, too.
It is. I know. Here we go. Fire up those brackets yet again.
Mm-hmm.
And your other bracket
Oh, yeah.
is starting to get a little bit of play.
For those that missed it, we had the 2 Grand Slam question. Who does Michigan State play in hockey today? It's like a 1:30 start, and the response was...
It's so awesome.
Which is not what we were looking for. We wanted UConn.
Which I then suggested should have been a correct answer. And then someone called me up during the following break and said, go F yourself, go green.
Huh.
My bracket has them winning it all, by the way.
Yes, I see that.
My rich knowledge of college hockey, which also had me picking North Dakota State to the Frozen Four.
Oh, they have a hockey team?
They may, but they're not in the tournament. It's North Dakota, so dozens in that state are upset with me now.
Well, yeah, dozens. Yeah, maybe dozens.
Well, you said you have Michigan State over Michigan. Did you actually mean Michigan?
Michigan. Maybe I did. Blue Wall Radio.
Uh-huh.
I had the 2 playing in the final.
I have to get you to check that again because obviously Michigan State played Nodak State in basketball, famously in the first round.
This is what happens when you fill out a bracket too quickly. I'm just like, North Dakota State, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
and I made sure to bounce 1 seed right away. I have Michigan and Michigan State, and the
only other one to fill one out would be Doug Karsh.
I asked him if he has one. We can compare notes.
Yeah.
You guys know what we're in the edge of, or just the potential we could see in sports here in the next couple of weeks? You could have 3 local teams in the Frozen Four, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully only 2, but yes.
So it'd be Western Michigan, and Michigan State.
Right.
What if Michigan and Michigan State both get to the Final Four? And that Friday is opening day here. You got Valdez making his debut. You have the Final 4 games on Saturday. What if they both won? All right, now I'm getting greedy.
They're setting up that Monday matchup.
Monday championship. Verlander's debut on Easter Sunday.
And that's very next week you'd have Michigan State in the Frozen Four.
With Western.
Well,
they could repeat. What does that happen? What do you know it's going to happen. Costa karma.
I'm going again. So imagine I'm in Vegas. It's different city, same result. And these stupid Broncos are skating up and down the ice playing their fight song.
So in the Frozen Four, it would be Michigan versus Western. And then as you have it, it's Michigan State versus North Dakota State.
Pistons could be on the edge of clinching the 1 seed in this time period. The Red Wings would be making their playoff push.
Well, let's...
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
I predict the Red Wings will be eliminated the same night the Broncos win the Frozen Four.
Is that possible?
That is the home finale against the Devils, April 11th, Saturday.
Yeah, that could happen. Oh, man. I'm going to go gamble my life savings away and not even come back. Never see from me again.
Yes. And in your bracket, it was pointed out earlier because you posted it to X.
Because everybody cares.
Western Michigan is losing as a 1 seed.
First game.
In the opening round.
Minnesota State. Go Mavericks. Rich hockey history.
I thought they were the Screaming Eagles.
They're the Mavericks in ice hockey.
Wait, they have 2 different nicknames?
Minnesota State is it's where Coach was filmed.
That's right.
Yeah. Dauber and Luther.
Mm-hmm. We've spent too much time on something that people don't care about. Let's focus on today, 4 o'clock. Have you gotten your affairs in order? I know it's been a big hullabaloo. How do we watch the Tigers?
Do I have my affairs in order? Yes, I will hopefully make it to 4 o'clock.
Do you have your MLB bracket all filled out?
Yes. Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'll listen to Greg Gagne for the first couple of innings before I get home. And then as soon as I get home, the MLB TV package has been purchased.
You should check your package today
Yes.
Make sure you can get the game today.
Yeah. And which channel? Heather, do you have that story right there?
No.
The channels that they're on, because I know that they came out and said, hey, which one is it on Xfinity and Comcast and
right.
But it's all over social
your
media.
local listings. If you're a cable person, chances are it's
Still
on
going through
your.
all of these.
Chances are it's on your
I do.
plan.
Oh, okay. What
So
channel?
Comcast Xfinity customers can watch the Tigers on channel 1253.
Okay.
If you have Charter or Spectrum, it's going to depend on where you're located. So what
Okay.
area you're those all different.
All right. So honestly, if you have Xfinity and
Yeah.
you just speak into your remote, give me the Detroit Tigers.
Do they have AT&T as a channel?
Not here. No, it just says Comcast, Xfinity, Charter, Spectrum, and then DirecTV also announced a deal with Detroit Sportsnet. It doesn't say anything else.
Okay. I'm cable cutter, cord cutter. So I've got the
Yep.
MLB TV deal. I double checked it on the smart TV, ready to go.
I think we're all ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
How excited are you?
I'm very excited. I love baseball.
Yeah, me too.
It's been too long.
Did you guys go through the new food offerings?
No, we did not.
Oh, I don't want
You
to
guys should
spoil
today.
anything. Are you guys
I don't.
doing?
You'll have to. I don't know if Doug is planning that.
Doug,
or
are
not.
you guys doing the new food offerings at any point? I don't want to spoil it if you're.
We're going to do it next week.
Okay, all right. I won't bring it up then. I don't want to spoil
Hey,
anything.
teasing Gator.
Yeah. Tell me. I will tell you. It's a great menu. There's a couple in here where I'm like, yes,
Okay.
please.
All right.
Is there anything I would eat?
Nope.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's one thing. Probably the same thing I would eat.
Which is? Go ahead.
The sorbet, the orange sorbet.
That's not sorbet. It's
sherbet. Sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
You eat sherbet, right?
I
Sherbet.
would, yes. I'm kind of mid.
And there's like a chicken wrap in there too, right?
Oh, yeah, I forget you eat chicken. Okay, so yeah, there is something on there for you.
Just when I thought we were compatible.
Sorry. There is a chicken option. You'll be fine.
Chicken's fine. I like chicken.
Yeah. We did our compatibility with the things that I wouldn't eat, as I would just ask on the side, and then I would give those to Heather.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
There you go.
When will you be unveiling your Frozen 4 brackets today?
Right out of the gate.
Okay.
No, we won't do that. But we will have a little preview. Michigan
Can't
State,
wait.
UConn. I got a little.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, a little preview. All right. A little preview.
Carson Anderson coming up next.
Mostly Tiger talk,
Yeah,
though.
baseball's back. I know you guys will talk it. 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson radio program here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. And indeed, the Detroit Tigers season opener today, 4:10 first pitch in San Diego. And you can hear all the games without searching right here on 97.1 all season long. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing well, Doug.
You fired up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I did. Today's
This is such a great sports weekend.
It really
is a
is.
smorgasbord of sports,
Everything.
and I mean, yes, everything, right? Everything.
I mean, obviously, baseball starting this afternoon is great. A little bit before that, you got Michigan State playing hockey against UConn in the Frozen Four tournament. Then tomorrow, we've got Michigan and Michigan State both in action in the NCAA tournament, the Sweet 16. You got the Pistons back in action tonight. The Red Wings in action tomorrow night.
Sizable Red Wing game tomorrow night.
I mean, everything's. That's a. This is a full blown weekend.
LFG, as the kids say. LFG.
Adults say that too.
Absolutely love it. And fired up and ready to go for the Tigers getting their season underway. And yeah, we'll talk about a lot of this stuff. March Madness rekindling today. And a Piston game last night was about as frenetic a game as you could say. And I got a bold-ass prediction, a Piston bold-ass prediction. We'll get to a little bit later on. So lots to get to. Anything exciting last night?
No, not really. I mean, it was just. I mean, the exciting part was watching that game. It was the game was drunk last night.
It was frenetic. I mean, that was as the Hawks go from up 21 to down 4 in like 4 minutes of game action. And they look like they could at any given time get back up 21. They shot 52 3-pointers. In fact, I'll start the show with a bold-ass prediction.
Okay.
The Pistons and Hawks are going to run the East the next 5 years.
That is a really bold
Pistons and Hawks are going to run the East. For the
wow,
next
you're
5 years.
totally dismissive of everybody else.
Yeah, so, I mean, I fell in love with this Hawks. I went from hating the Hawks to loving the Hawks back on December 1st when the Pistons played the Trae Youngless Atlanta Hawks. And I'm like, I actually kind of like these guys. And I was so blinded by the rest of the roster because of my disdain for the way that Trae Young plays the game. But yeah.
I actually think there's going to be extraordinary competition in the Eastern Conference over the next 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, look, there might be, but I think Pistons Hawks are going to be the cream of the crop.
I think we forget who's not playing right now and who will be playing next year.
Well,
and
I mean,
it's not just
sure,
like Halliburton.
A big part of it is the aging out of some of those other rosters, but these two younger rosters, let's go.
But nonetheless, watching last night was tons of fun. Well, once they started to make their furious comeback, I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't
did
fun
not
for the
enjoy
first
watching
half.
them. They were up. They were down by like 10 points with a couple minutes to go at halftime, and next thing you know, it's a 21-point lead with like 30 seconds left. Like, what just happened? And it was one of those games that made you say, "All right," well, at least made me say, "I'm going to go away from this game for a while." You know, I'll come back in the second half, but I don't like watching when they're that far down, and who does, right? Mm-hmm. I came back, and it was 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, and it's a 3-point game. Pistons were down by 3. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
How did this happen? And then they start knocking shots down again. Next thing I know, they're up by 2. They had literally flipped everything around in 6 minutes.
Yep.
6 minutes of game time. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
They were 30-5 run.
And then they had to come back at the end of regulation. They're down by 5 with like a minute to go. Well, they were able to get it and force overtime and then survive a last-second shot and a pretty good shot from Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And then in the overtime, they're down by 1.
They got down by 5.
Yeah, but they battled back.
Cut it to 1.
And then they get the ball back, and they've got 4.9 on the clock to get the shot off. And they had 2 good looks. I mean, Tobias Harris backed this guy down. Turnaround jumper, no good, but Jalen Duren was right there for the rebound and
rushed it probably.
Yeah,
I mean, clock, tick-tock 3-2-1. Yeah, I don't blame him.
No, and Kelser made the comment that had Tobias pump faked on his shot, he would have had both of those guys up in the air. He would have been able to get a foul and get to the line.
Sure,
but it's okay. It's look, it was an exciting game. With 10 games left in the season, I'm fine. It was cool to see. Boston did their heavy lifting last night. They beat Oklahoma City, and they look good. And we know that Boston's going to look good because they've got everybody back here. But it's still a 4-game lead. There are 10 games left. I don't know how the magic number stuff works, how all the mathematics works, but I think that there's that number's coming down.
It's in their favor. The one thing I absolutely loved watching that game last night is watching Quinn Snyder, Atlanta's head coach, lose his mind and the entire Atlanta bench lose their mind on how the officials were calling the game for JD. I mean, Duran is such a problem for everybody, and he's such a physical presence and a space eater and near the rim. It feels like guys just hang on for dear life against him, and they were getting whistled for all of it, and Quinn Snyder was losing his mind. And I was just laughing because it's the problem he creates in terms of a matchup. In a game they lost, where they are in this season, who they had, who they didn't have, this is no crisis.
No, and crazily enough, you look at the box score, it is filled. The starting five, everybody in the starting five had at least 17 points.
It was wild. It was a wild game.
They all shot very well. The only thing that Pistons didn't do last night was shoot well from three, and it's not their forte. And you wonder, I just hope that's not going to be the Achilles heel when things matter, that they'll be able to knock down the shot when necessary. I mean, not having Cade's one of your better shooters, certainly would improve on that. Not having Sasser, he's a better three-point shooter, would help that. But nonetheless, it was an entertaining game last night.
Okay, it's a huge day in Detroit sports. It's the Detroit Tigers season opener. And you know what that means we're going to do? It means we're going to get you on the record. We'll go on the record. You'll go on the record as far as what to expect this year. Wins and whys. Wins and whys. It's our prediction show. Is in how many wins will they have? And why do you think they will have that many wins? What will lead them to being that kind of team? Keep in mind, and we're just doing wins. We're not going to make you do the math. 81 and 81 is 500. Okay, 81 and 81 is 500. The Tigers won 87 games last year, and it was enough to be the last wild card to get in. Philly won the most in baseball last year with 96. Okay, so if 81, that's 15 games above the 81 line. They had 96 wins, the most wins in a regular season in baseball. Tigers won 87. How many do you expect them to win this year, with the 81-81 being the baseline? And why do you think they will get to that mark? Gator and I will have our predictions on how many wins we think they will have and why we think they will get to that mark. What we like about this team, what's a little scary about this team, what's new, what's old. Kevin McGonigal creating some excitement. What could be next as far as minor league call-ups are concerned. ABS is a part of the game now. Trade deadline, what they might do then. Will they need a big move, need a little move, need no move? Hell, will they be selling? And how's the relationship going to be this year between the fans and Derek Skubal? Because if our talk show is any indication, this could be a weird year. But our talk show isn't always an indication of what the masses think. So 248-539-9797. I've got the template loaded here, Scott.
Okay.
So we can get everybody's predictions. We'll have ours. Kang, I want yours for the season as well. Kenny, we'll include you if you so choose. So predictions for the season. How many wins will they have? And give us a reason why you believe what you believe. It's the Carson Anderson prediction show for the 2026 Detroit Tigers season, which gets underway today at 4:10 in San Diego against the Padres.
Yeah, 3:45 with the pregame.
That is correct. 248-539-9797. Start lining up your picks for the Tigers season right now here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Yeah, one of the best parts of going to the game is to see how green and beautiful that field is. Oh, it's awesome. You want that for yourself. If you want the green, lush lawn, contact Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green, stay green, and save green when you prepay. Call now, and by the end of the month, and you're going to get that early bird discount, which is great. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know all about it. They've been at my house for almost a dozen years. I love what Natural Way provides, and they've been serving Michigan since 1990. You want a program designed to strengthen the turf? This is what they provide. They improve the color, they control weeds, but you got to start early for the best results. Absolutely. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control. This is what they offer, all that and so much more. And for limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station, 97.1. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. This is why Natural Way is great. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season. Call them right now at 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
If you know, you know. Gator and I, during the commercial break on Spotify, we played the opening theme and the closing theme to This Week in Baseball. Trend's old. Big B would yell at us. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We're going to break a couple of Big B rules today because we're going to mix in some college hockey talk as well. Michigan State taking on UConn today. I didn't realize that game started when we were still on the air.
Yeah, 1:30, I think.
So you got that, follow that up with, and one and done college hockey. That postseason is intense, man. But we got that followed by Tiger Baseball, then March Madness restarts again tonight. Yeah, it's a good day. Good day, fun day. Tiger predictions for the coming season. All right, Scott, I'm going with 89 wins and 2 more wins than last year. And I think there's some things that, scare me a little bit. But I'll tell you what, I think the Tigers have potential to have something that'll be the best in baseball. Potential. And I am looking very, very closely, and I'll pay close attention, because I don't think it gets nearly enough talk ever, quite frankly, until it lets you down. I think the Tigers will potentially have the best bullpen in baseball. And, it's dependent on a few things, but one of them, the 2 pitchers that were in Korea last year have been lights out this spring. Drew Anderson has pitched 13 innings, given him 9 hits, struck out 17, and has 1 earned run. Emmanuel De Jesus, 9 innings, no earned runs. He pitched 7 innings in the World Baseball Classic. 7 innings in the World Baseball Classic, 3 hits, 11 strikeouts, no earned runs. Those 2, now I don't think they're going to be that good, but I think it's indicative of 2 guys that could actually be pretty helpful. You got Holton, who found his form late last year. You got Will Vest, who's been great. And really, it probably comes down to Kenley Jensen in the back end of the bullpen. If he's as good as he can possibly be, like if he recaptures a bit of form, not even recaptures, but I mean, if he hasn't had a serious decline and his whiff rate is down a little bit, so I'm talking about a serious decline, I think they have best bullpen in baseball potential. So I got the Tigers with 89 wins, and one of the biggest reasons why is best bullpen in baseball potential. What do you got?
I would say 91 wins and a little more chesty. I think it's because the starting rotation more so than the bullpen. I like the bullpen. I don't think they're the best bullpen in baseball. In fact, I think that's the area that when we get to the trade deadline, they're going to try to improve on.
Best bullpen in baseball potential is what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay,
and I think that's the area that they're going to add to. Not because it's bad, but because why not?
Everybody's
make
looking
it
for
stronger.
bullpen
Everyone's
arms.
looking for bullpen arms, and
Everybody
I could see the Tigers going for okay, now they're going to go for the best bullpen arm that's out there. I think that their rotation is outstanding. I mean, best 1-2 combo in baseball, maybe. Because obviously at Skubal, so you already have number 1, and Pittsburgh does not have a number 2 for Skeens. That's like Framber Valdez, but I mean this duo should be freaking great. And as long as the other guys can hold serve in 2 out of 3 starts, just be good in 2 out of 3 starts, this team's going to win a lot of games. I think the offense, people are apprehensive to embrace it just yet, and I get it, right? We saw what happened last year in the second half of the season when it totally collapsed. But this is the first half. This is the part where people are healthy, and we saw some guys have some decent springs, and veteran players having good springs, I think, is more indicative than say guys that are just in the first couple of years of their career. But I like to see that we have McGonigal coming up with this team and playing from day one, which I think adds some other internal excitement there, and it's the way he approaches at bats is fantastic. I like this team a lot. I think defensively they're good, and they have so much versatility to do whatever the hell they want to do with a lineup, and also the flexibility to move guys all over the place in the field. It's not just the outfield, it's not just the infield, it's both. And I really like how this team is put together. I don't think they're the best team in baseball. I think they're the best team in the division.
Yep.
And I think they're going to feast on the division again, and I think they're going to beat other teams in the league. So I like 91 games.
Okay, Kang, how many wins do you think they have this year, and why?
I'm right in between you guys. I got 90. And I really like your thoughts on the bullpen. They do have the ability, I think, to be one of the best bullpens in the league. The hitting, you're right, Gator. I am very skeptical of that. But I think McGonigal coming up, and I don't want to put too much pressure on the young guy, but I think that baseball is about timely hitting. So not necessarily he's just going to rake day one, but I think you have another bat in the lineup that can get that timely hit that you need, because I think the pitching is going to carry this team. Obviously, we got the two guys up top in the starting rotation that you can count on. But then when you get to the bullpen, like I said, I really think they have the ability to be one of the shutdown bullpens in Major League Baseball. But the biggest reason, or one of the bigger reasons I think they win 90 games this year is I just don't believe in the rest of the division. They have 3 teams in this division that are bottom third in payroll. Like, this is capitalized. You actually spend some money. You have some players. This is the year, win the division handily. Not like, last year where you blew that lead, but win it this year. And 90 wins, I think, is very, very, more than acceptable. I think that's very reachable. So I got 90 wins.
All right, there we go. 248-539-9797. Kenny, are you ready with your prediction? You want to hold off for a bit? You ready?
I got one.
All right, here we go.
I got 87 wins. I'm with. I agree with what Gator said. I'm a little bit apprehensive about the hitting. I think this is a terrible division. And by the way, this isn't me being a negative Nancy, because if they did win 90, 91, the way that you guys are kind of leaning, I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Yeah. All right, we got our reasons. Want to know what your reasons are? How many wins? 81 and 81's 500. The most in baseball last year was 96. Last year, the Tigers won 87. How many wins this year?
When you double check that to see who had the most wins last year, were you surprised it was A, only 96, and 2, that was Philly and not the Dodgers?
Both, yep.
I when you said it, I was like, wow, the Dodgers didn't win like 125 games last year.
No, they didn't.
Or at least 100. I mean, 100's it's a great benchmark to hit, and nobody hit it last year.
Yeah, it's funny because, it was only last year, but you kind of forget as to what, the numbers actually were. The most wins in the American League were 94. Toronto and the Yankees both had 94. Most wins in baseball, Philly had 96. The Dodgers won 93 and 69. So, 248. Actually, my apologies. Most wins in baseball were Milwaukee. Milwaukee had 97. My bad.
Wow.
Yeah. That really surprises me. But what do you got? Here we go. Steve in Heartland. You're on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good morning. As soon as you asked the question, Doug, I called.
Yeah, good.
And I guess the theme is kind of paralleling what all you guys are saying. I got them at 90. And the reason why is, you said why? Well, I think they've improved, even though we don't have Olsen this year. Their starting pitching will keep them in, and also what I think Gator was saying, the relief pitching, that one guy they picked up, and not only Will Vest, but that other individual, it's going to really help the starting pitcher if any of these guys struggle a little bit with middle relief and late relief pitching, and I think their hitting will be adequate, and that's why I got the 90.
I don't. Are you talking about Finnegan, or are you talking about somebody picked up this offseason?
Yeah, didn't they sign?
They got Kenley Jansen, who they picked up.
Yeah, and he's pretty decent, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's been great throughout his career. Yeah, he actually had a pretty good year
older.
last year, but his strikeout rate has gone down considerably.
Yeah, but he's still got swing and miss potential, but he's kind of the key guy, right? Is he going to be able to be the lockdown guy at the back end of the bullpen?
Yeah.
Just because you aren't as good as you once were doesn't mean you still can't be an asset to this team.
Right, and my last comment is, the thing I'm also thinking about is not only do I think the starting pitching will be more than adequate for no long losing streaks, so to speak, and with that relief pitching and how many victories they had last year, I got them at 90. I wouldn't be surprised if they went past 90 a little bit to 92, 93. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, as long as they get enough hitting, because the pitching will keep them in that game, and I believe pitching is the key to baseball.
Thank you, Steve. 248-539-9797. Your Tigers season predictions. Cody is next on 97.1. Hi, Cody.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Hey, so to be honest with you, I was initially thinking 90. I thought I'm not going to go with such an even number. I was going to go 91. Well, you guys went 90 and 91, so I'm going to bump it up to 92. I just think that Skubal-Valdez combo is just going to be deadly. And then call me a little bit of a nostalgic homer. I think JV turns back the clock a little bit. I think he's going to be juiced to be back in Detroit. And then we've got McGonigal. We're hoping at least top 3 finalists for Rookie of the Year. I think he's going to give us some more offensive capability.
I sure hope so. I think we're going to see him on base a lot. I mean, that's his MO, is that he gets on base, whether he's doing it with a hit or drawing a walk. You'll see him on base, and hopefully that means that he's coming across and scoring a bunch of runs. I'm curious to see throughout the season where he is in the lineup. I imagine that he'll start somewhere in the bottom third of the lineup, and then by midway through the year, is he been moved up to the top of the lineup to one or two? We'll see, but there are a lot of high hopes for him for sure. And with Justin Verlander, I mean, he's got his moments. Last year in the second half of the season, he did find the fountain of youth. He was great in the second half of the season last year. Will he be that way to start the year? It'd be nice. I don't know if I expect him right away. I think he was working on some things in spring training. His fastball velocity was a little bit erratic. It was up, it was down, it was up, it was down. And he gave up a massive amount of home runs in the spring. They were all solo shots, but I think he gave up like 6 or 7 home runs. But again, you're working on stuff in spring training. I hope that he can hit the ground running.
Get your Tiger season predictions in for 2026. Number of wins and why you think they will settle in at that number. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's our Tiger season prediction show. We do have a lot of basketball we'll get to as the day goes on. We actually open with Piston Talk, but it is open line, so anything on your mind, fair game here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing great on this MLB opening day for the Detroit Tigers. Of course, the home opener is next Friday. And, it's going to be busy because that next Friday, we're going to have fans that want to go to that game. And then a lot of fans are probably going to have to turn and go down to Indianapolis for Michigan and Michigan State in the Final Four. So it's going to be one of those, it's going to be a crazy time, but we all look forward to it. In the meantime, today's our Tiger prediction show. You tell us, how many wins will this team have, and why do you think they will settle in at that number? 248-539-9797. By the way, we record these, and then at the end of the year, we like to break them out and see who did the best, who had the best prediction. So this is going on the record. There's accountability here, Scott.
There is accountability.
There's accountability.
We're all about accountability.
If you're way off, we will point it out.
Yeah.
As happens to us.
It's all the time.
Let's go to Mike in Battle Creek. You're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
That's great.
I can't remember what I told the screener, but I'm going to go with what I'm thinking. 95 wins, and here's why. We struggled to get 87 wins last year. The last month and a half, 2 months of the season, call it what it is, we sucked. This team is better than we were last year, and I think we win those games we lost late July, August, early September by 1 or 2 runs here and there. I think it's an 8-game difference over last year, 95 wins.
Well, there's no question that specifically offensively, they plummeted as the year went on. And their offense was really, really good at the beginning of the season. And I mean, they were going around, and I think we all said it, and we said it repeatedly. They might not be the best team in baseball, but they're acting like it. And they, eventually kind of felt like water might have found its level here a little bit. It wasn't a wildly impressive everyday lineup week in, week out. But you know what's happened slowly, and I think something that the Tigers really were 2 years ago has morphed. 2 years ago, it was pitching chaos. Now, it's lineup chaos. And nobody blinks an eye when a manager changes a lineup. But you and I have been looking at the lineup combinations the last few days. This has a chance to be absolute lineup chaos.
Because they can platoon at nearly every position. They can go righty-lefty at nearly every position because of the flexibility of guys like McKinstry, Veerling, and Javi Baez and others. I mean, everybody seems like they've got some kind of flexibility here. And that is an interesting card to hold if you're AJ Hinch. However he wants to, put his lineup out there, he can do it. I still think we're going to see some pitching chaos. I think we're going to see a lot of lineup chaos. And in the end, I think we're going to like the brand of baseball this team is playing. I hope we do. I don't want to be too optimistic about this, but I think that the additions to pitching staff, I'm just so excited about that. And the fact that the McGonigal made the team out of spring training, there's a lot to like there. The big unknowns are with the actual everyday lineup. Is this team even more like the first half team from last year, or more like the second half team from last year?
Well, and
will they regret not going out and getting a bat?
Yeah, I mean, their bat that they injected with any kind of expectation is the rookie.
He's the only change to the roster on offense.
When Scott Harris spoke in the offseason, he spoke about, our bats are going to improve, and they're kind of counting on Riley Green striking out less. Will he?
I mean, he should. He said he's changed his approach. And, let's say he goes, because he was nearly 200 strikeouts or 205 strikeouts, whatever he had last year. If he cuts that down by 25 or 30, you're at 175, and that looks a lot better. It's still a ton, but it's getting better. Can he get it down to 150? Good God, that's a lot of strikeouts,
It's a ton of strikeouts. And if it's a point of emphasis, I guess we'll find out, but it's certainly something that seems like there was some effort put into it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that he's always getting on base, but it means that, the ball's put in play where he's drawing a walk.
Spencer Torkelson, the 31 home runs was nice. The 240 batting average, I mean, it is what it is. It certainly would help his OPS if he could bring that up 25 points.
Look, 40 years ago, he'd be laughed at. He'd be a Gorman Thomas type that, all he can do is hit home runs and can't do anything else. Today's baseball, it fits. You have guys like that because home run is so prevalent in today's game, and everybody's looking at OPS rather than batting average. And as long as his OPS is well above average, you're fine with it. And he was.
Yeah. Colt Keith, does he take a step forward?
Huge question for Colt Keith. And he blistered the ball his last spring training game, if I'm not mistaken, or the end of the second to last spring training game. He's got the frame to really be powerful. And he has said last year he sat down and did the interview with Benetti and Dickerson. One of the things that power has always come to me. Sometimes it takes a little time for me to adjust, but every season it does. Every time he moved up a level, it took him a little bit to get adjusted, and then finally the power stroke would come, and then to get promoted again. Let's hope this is the year with the Tigers that we can see more consistent driving it into the alleys, getting doubles, or just putting it over the fence. Because you just look at the guy, you're looking at this guy and thinking he's got to be a 30 home run guy, and he's not. I mean, he's got to threaten 20 before you get to 30.
And what's Parker Meadows going to be?
Huge question. And yet the answer is, let's say, whether it's good or bad, I think the Tigers have solutions. If he's not going to be good enough, fair enough. Javi Baez, Matt Fearling, there's center field. It's all yours. Mm-hmm. And then, Parker Meadows is designated for assignment or whatever. If he's good enough, great, because you know how great he is defensively. And if he's actually able to hit, he's an asset. And then you can put him at the top of the lineup because he's got all that speed. There's upside either way. I mean, I hate to say it's upside if he fails, but I think there is because they have built-in solutions.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We're asking you for your season predictions on the Detroit Tigers, the number of wins, and why you think they'll settle in at that number. Mark in El Paso says 90-72 will be the Tigers' record. He didn't give us a reason why. Alex and Warren says, my Tiger prediction is they win 91 games because of pitching at bats will be improved from last year. Unnamed texter, sign your text. I know it's hard to remember to do, but try when you send a text over, remember to include your name. Tigers win 91 games because Carey, Torque, Green, and McGonigal combined for 140 home runs.
Well, that would Carey, Torque, Green, and McGonigal for how many?
140.
No.
He wrote back, Jordan in a shop. He signed his text this time.
Okay, the guy that
yes.
Okay.
So you're talking at least 30 home runs on average for all four of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's lofty. That's somebody getting to 40.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at the first three guys there, Green, Torkelson, and Carpenter, can all three of those guys hit 30?
I mean, they could, yeah.
They could. And
so
then
that's 90 home runs. We got to make up 50 more.
Right.
And so McGonigal's going to hit 50?
Well, if McGonigal hits 20, then you got to make up 30 more for the other three. Good luck.
92 wins, legit pitching rotation, decent relievers, better hitting than last season. That's from an unnamed texter. Roy in Clarkston says Tigers win 95 games and win the division. McGonigal finishes second in Rookie of the Year voting, and that's why we win 95. Regarding the Pistons, two things. One, Kevin Huerter is going to help this team in the playoffs. Two, if Asar is not first team all defense in the NBA, it's a popularity contest. He's insane on D. Kevin Huerter does everything but make three-pointers.
It's crazy.
It is really weird. I mean, last night, his drive and dish game was great. And he went 0 for 2 from 3. He was billed as a three-point shooter. And I whether or not he ever captures that form again, we'll see. He's shooting 21% from 3 in Detroit. Actually, it's less than that. But
is it really less than that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll have to do the math here real quick. Anyway, but he did help him last night. Played some defense, got a steal, had a couple of assists. It's the weirdest thing. And I don't disagree with whoever sent that. Yeah, he could help him. And Asar's great on D, yeah. Jordan in a shop. I want to give a shout out to the Pistons for allowing New Haven Junior Hoops team to perform at halftime. My daughter had a blast on the court. Best Piston experience of my life last night. There you go, Jordan. That's cool.
19.2%.
19.2% is what he's shooting from three.
Yeah.
And yet
and he's doing everything else.
Holmes, who said that he's going to help him in the playoffs, I don't necessarily disagree
No,
with that.
I don't disagree either. It's like put the guy out there, he'll play solid defense, he'll grab some rebounds, he distributes the basketball well, he's going to make everything going to the rack. Just if he's behind the arc, pass it.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because that's your calling card.
248-539-9797. All right, hey, get your predictions in. Tigers season, the number of wins, the reason why you think they'll have that number of wins. We will keep knocking down your phone calls. I know a lot of people send texts over. There's a lot of texts that come in. The only way we can guarantee that you're going to be recorded is if you call the show, because we take all these down, and at the end of the year, we revisit it, and we praise those who do the best with this. How many wins will they have this year, people? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because you're going to get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox, and it's the Equinox EV for that matter, for only $159 a month. If you need power, the 2026 Chevy Silverado is just $199 a month, or zip into spring in style with a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, only $269 a month. That's right, we're talking 3 amazing deals and 1 incredible spring event. So whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily driver, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Now hurry in today or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
Okay, one of the stories that will interest people greatly is where can you find the Tigers on television? We know where you can find them on the radio. Every game will be here on 97.1 The Ticket.
That's right.
But some distribution agreements for Detroit Sports Net have been announced. If you are a Comcast Xfinity subscriber, it'll be channel 1262, 1262 is where Detroit Sports Net has been assigned.
I'm sorry, say that number again, because that's a different number than they showed last night.
1,262. This is according to a tweet from Daniela Bruce. But if you are not, like Charter Spectrum, it depends where you live. If you are, it's 213 if you're in Alpena, Detroit, Duluth, Superior, Flint, Saginaw, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Marquette, Traverse City. It's 213. According to her tweet, in Livonia, it's 291. It's 436 if you're watching on the Spectrum app. Out of state, it's 307 or 1307 in Fort Wayne, Green Bay, Appleton, or Toledo. And there are more that will be announced. Now, she tweeted, my apologies, correction, Comcast Xfinity will be 1253.
1253. That's
so she got it wrong in her original tweet. Now I'm seeing the correction. So
1253.
1253. Just remember the numbers 12 and also 53. Put them together. Very simple. I do it with player numbers.
Of course.
Yep.
So how are you going to do 1253?
I can't think of a 50. Here's out Roger Staubach and Butch Wade. I can't think of. I know. Can you think of any other 53s?
No, that's why I would have to break it
53
down.
53 is tough.
Further. I had to go like 5 and 3. So it'd be like.
I never would remember my social security number, but I can rattle off the players whose numbers it is. But 1253. So Staubach, it could be Brady and Butch. That's a way of Michigan fans. Michigan State fans, what do you got for 12 and 53? Was Neitzel 12?
I think he was. Like Mateen Cleaves was 12, wasn't he?
Evan, was Neitzel 12? Was Cleaves 12? Cleaves was 12, right? Cleaves was 12?
Yeah, Cleaves was 12.
Okay,
that's a question.
I
And
asked
Neitzel was
Gator.
11, man.
I said Cleaves. You said Neitzel, and I think so. And then
Do you got
Cleaves
a famous 53 for Michigan State? Anybody who wore 53, any sport?
I would bet like a big white dude wore it. I think for the Tigers, didn't Benoit wear it or Rondon? No, Rondon was 43. I think Benoit wore 53.
So the way I remember numbers is player jersey numbers. So you go for Spartan fans, it could be Cleaves, big white dude, according to Evan. For the Tigers, who wore 12?
Brad Ausmus.
Okay, so Ausmus, and then
yeah,
I should have started this game without looking it all up.
I used to when I would get in
James
situations.
Edwards 53?
I think he was 53. Yes.
Chase Lee wore 53.
There you go.
Yeah.
Chase Lee, Cliff Livingston, he wore 53. The way I would have done it was break it down to 3 players because the 53 I would have a hard time doing it. So it would be like Lidstrom at 5 and 3 would be Steve Chason for me. Just remember that.
Tiger legends Jared Washburn and Kyle Lobstein wore 53.
Okay.
The Lobber.
So you can use Lobstein, you can use James Edwards.
Or just remember 12 and 53.
Yeah, I mean, or just remember the whole number. If you're better remembery than we are bad at remembery.
As soon as you figure it out, you'll figure it out that you don't have it.
Right. Who the hell is it? Thanks a lot, Daniela.
Was if 12 is retired for the Red Wings, right?
Was that like Sid Abel or
I
something?
think it's Sid Abel.
Do you think Jimmy Carson wore it and then had to change, or after he left and they finally retired it?
And Sider is 53, right?
There you go.
So that's another way to remember 1253. Hopefully we've drilled it enough into people's heads.
I think Ronald Dupree wore 12 for the Pistons. That's an easy one to remember.
Is it?
Super dupe, man.
I got to tell you, we haven't had Evan come on in a long time.
No, we haven't.
I miss it.
Yeah, Evan.
I don't know if you're going to miss it, man. He comes in to usually correct you.
You know what's funny
That's
is
fine. We love the accountability. We don't have
look, you do this 4 hours a day every day, year round. You're gonna get some stuff wrong, and Evans he comes sprinting in to correct things.
When you
the
sit
glass.
in front of the computer and listen for 12 hours a day, you find a lot of things wrong.
Yeah. Evan's job running with
and then,
Twitch.
on occasion, Evan might say something ridiculous.
Oh, there's no question.
I mean, on occasion.
Yes.
Like that.
That was fun. Ronald Dupree looks like he wore 12 everywhere he played.
Super dupe.
Except overseas.
They knew when Ronald Dupree showed up, they had to give up the number.
Yeah, that's right. 12:53 for those of you with Xfinity to see the Tiger game today. All right, get your predictions in for the coming Detroit Tigers season, 248-539-9797. What do we got here? More coming in via feedback. The Tigers will win 90 games. Reason being, our pitching will dominate. Skubal and Valdez will be the big reason. Both will be in the running for Cy Young and make the All-Star game. That's from Vince in New Baltimore.
I'd love that. I'd love it if they both get off to hot starts and just pitch that way the rest of the season. Of course. I mean, Skubal actually got better last year. His ERA was lower last year than it was the first year he won a Cy Young.
Carl writes in, hi, guys. Happy road opener. 89 wins. I think Veerling being healthy can help the right-handed lineup a lot. Bold-ass prediction, Framber Valdez is top 3 in Cy Young voting.
Veerling can help if he's healthy. If he can be, the above average Matt Veerling we saw a couple years ago, that's great. I'm not convinced that's who he is.
Right.
But I would love nothing more than for Matt Veerling to make me look foolish.
Chad in Midland, the Tigers will win 93 games. Casey Mize, and he put 4 eyes in there. God bless you. God bless you, Chad. Casey Mize will have an injury-free career year and show why he was the number 1 overall pick. Z in a work truck. I predicted they would get to 80 wins because the lineup sucks. I want the props at the end of the season. Well, certainly Z will love to point that out if you are right. Joe and Pinckney. And if you're wrong, we'll point that out as well. Joe and Pinckney, I hate to be the wet blanket on the win totals. Too many questions on the offensive side. I have 84 wins, still plenty enough to win the division since the rest of the division is awful. Well, the one thing to keep in mind is that is less wins, fewer wins than last year. So, by definition, compared to the rest of the division, you think the Tigers, if the rest of the division is awful, you think the Tigers took a step back in the offseason. Or maybe you thought last year was smoke and mirrors. And there's some scary things with last year, like the Detroit News. Well, we'll get to that coming up. Let's get to your phone calls. John in Hamburg, you're next. Hi, John.
Hi. 95.
95. Why is that?
Strong.
Because when you were asking about Mechanical's number before I heard numbers, 7 came to me. And now 95 comes to me.
Okay.
So it's just
he's a seer.
It popped into your head when we asked what number will McGonigal wear, and you thought 7, and now you have the win total, but pops into your head is 95.
Nostradamus.
Yeah. And then another thing happened about a couple years. Oh, my dog, Jackson. 91 came to me. Okay? Hello?
Yeah, did 95 come to you or 91 come to you?
No, 95. 91 came to me a couple years ago. So
did they win 91 a couple years ago?
Yeah, I've been saying this every day. Psalm 91. Read that prayer.
All right.
Psalm. Okay, so I wrote down your reason why. Popped into his head. And Psalm 91.
Yeah, I could really freak you out with something else.
Please do, John. What else do you got?
Well, I was told probably in 2020, Rubicon. And I go, what the heck, Rubicon? Not the truck. And then I Googled it. Well, Rubicon is a river in northern Italy.
Across the Rubicon.
Caesar was told not to cross the Rubicon.
Right.
If he did, he'd have to do it without all his weapons.
And he invaded Rome and dethroned Pompey. So what happened 2 weeks after that? Warp speed. So I said, warp speed, that's the Rubicon. The die is cast.
All right. You heard it there.
You heard it here, bud.
Heard it there. Yeah.
John will make note of it.
He's a prophet.
Okay.
His name's John.
All right, see ya. I'm not sure what we'll make note of, but we'll make note of that.
I know. All of a sudden, Operation Warp Speed, was it that to get the vaccine?
The die is cast.
Okay. That just happened. Evan's still here.
What do you say? I'll blow your mind with more stuff.
Blowing my mind.
Mine is blown. I'm so glad I asked what else he had.
Yeah, I'm so glad you did too.
Clears it right up.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah. You guys on Twitch.
Science.
91. That's that guy's age.
Oh, no. Maybe.
John, thank you. If anything else pops into your head, please let us know. And we can write that down too. John in Hamburg. Psalm 91. It's Carson
Rubicon.
Anderson. More of your predictions coming up. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Tigers open the season in a little more than 5 hours in San Diego today. Kevin McGonigal is with the team and set to make his major league debut tonight. We do have word that he is likely to start, though unconfirmed from the team yet. With the Tigers calling him up and signing Connor Siebold, they had to make room for them on the 40-man. That meant sending down 3 players to Toledo and Wenzel Perez, Brendan Hannafy, and Dylan Smith. A.J. Hinch said he thinks Hannafy will be back up at the majors very soon, but in the meantime, wants him to focus on left-handed hitters. First pitch today in San Diego at 4:10. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 3:45. The Pistons are over on WWJ tonight as they take on the Pelicans at 7 o'clock. March Madness returns tonight as well with Sweet 16 action in San Jose and Houston. The news of the day in college hoops, Will Wade is leaving NC State to return as the head coach of LSU men's basketball. Wade spent one season with the Wolfpack and lost to Texas in the first 4 this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
As any good talk show host would do during a commercial break, I took time to Google search and check out Psalm 91 so that we could come back and see if we want to read it on the air, given that the last caller referenced it with his Tiger prediction. So I want to see if we wanted to read it on the air, and we don't. 248-539-9797. Get your predictions in for the Tiger season. How many wins will they have? Give us a reason why you settled in at that number. I want 89 wins. I think this team has best bullpen in baseball potential. I really, really like what they did with the bullpen this offseason. Can't wait to see these guys when the games are real. Gator thinks that Skubal and Framber duo will lead him to 91 wins. Kang likes the bullpen, thinks pitching carries the team, and McGonigal will help. Plus the division sucks. He's got him at 90 wins. Kenny's got him at 87. Worried about the hitting, but the division sucks. How many wins do you have for this coming season? And give us the reason why. 248-539-9797. As everyone who's called in, your predictions are recorded down. Mike in Battle Creek has the highest so far at 95, but John just also had 95 pop into his head. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Craig in Livonia. You're next. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. Happy season open for baseball.
That's awesome.
Same to you.
Okay, so I got the Tigers at 89 wins. I think that one of the things that's being overlooked last year is the Tigers' offense went in the crapper when Gleyber Torres got injured. He had that sports hernia surgery or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't think, he played through it, tried to get through it. That's one of the worst surgeries to have because you still play, but you're not as good as you should be. Like I know, like Andrew Kopp had that surgery once, and then I believe Verlander had it like 15 years ago. And he kept saying, "Hey, guys, I'm dealing with this. I'm not 100%." You know what I mean? So, but anyways, I got him at 89 wins. Can I if I can throw a caveat in there?
Sure.
If Skubal gets traded at the trade deadline, I'm going to take that down to 86 wins. Do you guys think he's going to get traded?
Well, I mean, if they're trending towards having 89 wins, no. If they're trending towards having 69 wins, yes.
Okay. So
it's hard to imagine that they get to the trade deadline, they're trending towards 89 wins, and they decide to trade him. Because that means they're in the mix. The only way they trade him is if they're completely out of it.
Okay, so this is this is their one shot. They're going to continue. They'll continue.
Yeah, they're going to use him and hope to win the World Series in what is likely his final year in Detroit.
I think there's two reasons they would trade him, and they might be the same thing. If they're trending towards 69, like Doug said, or they're just trying to be way out of the playoffs, then they would do that. But the other thing is, if he's just not pitching well, which would be the reason that they're trending towards that few wins, then I think that they could go ahead and say, let's just move on, get what we can, because we're not going anywhere with him at this point. But I suspect he's going to pitch really well. I suspect that the Tigers going to be very much in it, and that's not even a thought.
Sounds great.
Craig, thank you for the phone call. I really wish maybe we should have every caller that does their prediction give us the number of wins and then say, the die is cast.
I don't think we should give any more attention to caller John.
Let's go to
the River Rubicon or Psalm 91 or any of that crap anymore. Let's just move on.
Miles at Novi, you're next. What's up, Miles?
What's going on, guys? I got to message you guys a little bit and say Happy New Year. I haven't called in since the New Year, so it's a little late. But I'm thinking 97 wins. The bullpen just looks too good.
It's got that potential. I'm a little hesitant, right? Because these two guys have done it they've done it in Korea, they've done it in spring training, they've done it in the World Baseball Classic, but they've been lights out. Drew Anderson and Emmanuel De Jesus have been lights out. You add Kenley Jansen, Holton found his form late last year. Vesta's been awesome. I just think it really could be a elite bullpen.
On top of that, I mean, Kevin's going to light up the league. He's going to be incredible this year, I feel like.
Have you seen him play?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I just wonder how many people have actually either seen him in Erie or saw him in spring training. Because the people that do
West Michigan
say that he looks the part. Like, he really looks like a big league hitter.
He does, and I used to play baseball against Max Clark, too, and even in the younger age, he looked like he was just going to be he didn't play good in the spring, but...
So I got some questions about this. You played against Max Clark?
Yes.
High school, travel ball, where did you play against him?
Travel ball, he played for the Indiana Bulls. We played him down in Indiana. I mean, he could do everything that you wanted out of a player.
Did he have all the bling? Did he have all the eyewash back then, too?
Yes, he hasn't changed one bit.
He owns it, man.
Yeah. Yep.
He owns it. He's like, that's just, flair. It's part of my personality, but he's driven.
That's his thing.
Yeah. You weren't a pitcher, were you?
No. I was a catcher.
All right, gotcha. All right. Well, any other Max Clark observations from back in those days?
No, he actually is a really cool guy. He's not cocky at all, really. He plays the game really well.
Oh, that's kind of hard to believe.
That's how it used to be, at least.
Yeah. Well, he's got some swagger now, that's for sure. Thank you, Miles. What do you look skeptical?
No,
right?
no skepticism.
All right. Gotcha. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback and your Detroit Tiger predictions. From T and the D, I'm feeling chesty. Plus 10 games from last season, 97 and 65.
That's really chesty. To say they're going to have what would have been the best record in baseball last year.
Yeah. All right, before the break, I mentioned something that scared me a little bit. And it was what the Detroit News wrote today about the Tigers and their lineup and their hitting. And I'll read this verbatim. The Tigers finished close to the top third in offense in 2025. On a whole, that's not bad, but the team struggled mightily for much of the last 3 months. Consider, on July 8th, the team's OPS was 751. From that point on, the team's OPS was 700. Very few Tigers were as good or better in the final 2.5 months as they were in the first 3.5. Most were decidedly worse, and it wasn't a small sample size. The final 16 games, it got really bad with a team OPS of 608.
Yeah, it was a problem, and yet what they do? They made the playoffs.
Yep.
They won the first series.
Yep.
Got to the second series and pushed it to the fifth game, and that game went 15 innings.
Yep.
And could have gone either way a bunch of different times. It didn't go the Tigers' way, so they didn't play for the ALCS.
That loss was a soul crusher, man.
It was in a lot of ways, and I don't want to rehash everything that went on there because everybody just focuses on.
Dude, we rehashed the San Francisco NFC title game for years,
and we know how soul crushing that was.
Yeah,
right. And the same thing with you want me to do it, Doug? The picking up the flag in Dallas. You want to go there? Huh?
How could they pick that flag up?
I don't know.
How could they possibly pick that flag up?
So we need to let it go. They played a whole game of baseball.
I will never get over that.
They played a whole game of baseball after Scuba left the game.
Right.
Let's not forget that. But let's also not remember.
Scott and Carlton said the Tigers win 92 because they finally get an edge opposite of Aiden. That's funny. Tom the mailman says 88 wins, pitching will lead the way, and they will make a deadline trade for bats. He says bats.
Well, we'll see. The thing the Tigers still have are assets. They're bringing up McGonigal, and what do they still have? A ton of prospects. They've got so many guys at AAA that are just waiting for this opportunity.
It's cool.
And they've got guys at the lower levels. They've got guys at every level. You got shortstops at the single A level, from their first round picks in the last couple of years with Jordan Yost and Bryce Rayner. And I mean, it's exciting to be a Tiger fan.
It is, and there's a lot to look forward to this year. And if the bats aren't coming through, then Maybe help comes from within. Maybe it comes from outside the organization. Bobby McComb says 85 wins. Regression on offense with Green, Torque, and Dingler. Baez DFA'd in August. He'll be owed come August. He will have one more year at $24 million on the contract next year, and he'll have 2 months of salary left, and then $24 million next year.
If he plays like he did last year, there's no reason.
No, of course not.
To even think of that.
If he plays like he did last year. Jeremy in Commerce says 90 and 72 improved pitching division isn't the greatest. 248-539-9797. Okay, got a couple of Michigan basketball notes and Michigan State hockey notes that we will get to next, as both those teams in the postseason, Spartans in basketball as well, Michigan in hockey as well. But a couple of notes we'll get to with Michigan basketball and Michigan State hockey. Spartans play hockey today at 1:30 against UConn. 2 games against UConn for MSU and NCAA. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights has your lucky break this March with low payments on a 2026 Silverado. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $19.99 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty, and Costco in the household. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll continue to take your Detroit Tigers season predictions. So give us, obviously we'll have your name, and then we'll record the number of wins you predict, and then why do you think they'll settle in at that number. Revisit at the end of the year. It's always fun to do this. So, and it's always fun to look back when the season is done. So talk to us, Tiger fans. How many wins? Last year they won 87. Obviously 500 would be 81 wins. Most wins in baseball is Milwaukee with 97 a year ago. Philly had 96. Tigers won 87. Just got them into the playoffs. But, six more than you look at it and you go, 81's the mean, right? Right in the middle. And they won six more than that at 87. How do you think they'll do this year? 248-539-9797 is our season openers today, and you'll hear it here on 97.1 and 410. A couple of notes. First, let's start with Michigan basketball. As newsworthy items, one is that Alabama traveled to Chicago without Aiden Holloway, who averages 16.8 a game, and it doesn't look like he will play in that game tomorrow night. He was the player that was arrested with 2 pounds of marijuana.
Oh, that's tough.
And it is illegal to distribute marijuana in the state of Alabama. They have text messages that indicate that perhaps was his goal, and hence he has been removed from campus. There was some talk that there might be an effort to get him back on campus and hence eligible to play for Alabama this weekend. He did not go to Chicago with the team. And 2 is, with it being the crazy season in coaching, everyone's got Dusty May on their hot board at places like Kansas if Bill Self steps away, at North Carolina. Ward Manuel told John Rothstein, quote, "I want Dusty to be the coach at Michigan for a long time and continue to achieve great success. I will actively work with him towards making all that happen." And I would say, given Michigan's investment in the basketball program, this might be the most important investment in the basketball program. So that's according to the AD. Then certainly he is ending up on hot board lists. You always got to worry about the NBA. Meanwhile, Michigan State hockey plays today at 1:30. And one of the dumbest formats in all of the world is neutral site hockey games in the NCAA hockey tournament. I don't know why you put one of the absolute underrated things in sports is college hockey's in-barn atmosphere. In on-campus sites, college hockey is awesome. Put them in minor league rinks, which is essentially what they do in their tournament, in neutral sites thousands of miles away from campus. It goes from awesome to as sterile as it can possibly be. But Michigan State is playing UConn and Worcester, Massachusetts. Gator, Michigan State might have the most important player in the tournament in Trey Augustine, because we know what a goalie can do in the postseason. UConn has one thing that would be scary, and that is something that has reared its head in NCAA one and done hockey, and that is they have 11 players that are age 22 or older. So this is, Michigan State has 5 that play. They have a backup goalie who's older than 22. This is the formula for upsets and why you see Quinnipiac and Union and teams like that have won the whole thing. Western Michigan, they have older rosters because they don't recruit the blue chip players that are going to be drafted at the top of the draft that are 18 years old. And while Michigan and maybe like BC and Michigan State and BU and Minnesota put together the world-class 19 and under hockey teams, you get into some of these games and you're playing teams of all these guys who matured in juniors under 22, 23, and it literally can be like men against boys. That's what's scary about UConn.
Yeah, and look, this is where college hockey is going since they've allowed those players to play college hockey after their junior careers, and it makes college hockey certainly more competitive. But then you get into the haves and have-nots again. We seem to see the same teams year in and year out in the Sweet 16, when the not Sweet 16, but the tournament of 16 in the Frozen Four. I love it. It's for Michigan and Michigan State. Both teams have always been really good, and it looks like they're not going anywhere. Michigan State has excellent goaltending. They have some really good young players, and Lee and Martone and some other guys. Their top line is outstanding. Michigan's got a top line that's outstanding. Michigan has great goaltending. There's a reason both of these teams are number 1 seeds in this tournament. and hopefully we can see one of the teams from the state end up winning the championship. You got 3 out of 16, and that's pretty cool. And all 3 of them actually are number 1 seeds. So I like the chances of getting one of these teams to the final.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Tony next on 97.1. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
The sterilization is going from the NHL all the way down to Pee Wee, and you have a great point about taking these games to neutral sites. Like, if you go to Ferris State, like with the Bulldogs, they're fucking animals.
Appreciate the phone call.
It might be some home ice advantage you play at Ferris.
Dude, I mean, look, I'm glad we got a college hockey call, but there's no question that the home ice in college hockey and those barns when they're packed, and if you had NCAA hockey games being played at Munn, at Yost, at Lawson, in East Lansing, Ann Arbor, and Kalamazoo, those buildings would be jam-packed. Jam-packed. And you know what is new? Because they used to. They used to have games at Munn. They used to have games at Yost. And you know what is new? Alcohol sales. Now, look, I don't need to be pounding beers at games, but it certainly makes crowds a little bit more amped up, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But, I mean, hey, look, it's what it is. It's corporate decisions are made, I guess.
Well, the difference, you've got this tournament of 16 teams. It's not like a field of 64 like basketball, right?
No.
So, I mean, you could argue they should have in the NCAA tournament that teams should be playing at home for college basketball. In hockey, it does seem to make more sense that you would allow like the first round of games to take place in the home barn of that team. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it get back to that.
248-539-9797. Okay, Tigers opener. Has anyone ordered a Kevin McGonigal jersey yet? Kang, you're a collector guy. How many do you think these things have been ordered in bulk volume or at all?
I think they will be, but I will say this about the collectible market. Now is not a good time to buy Kevin McGonigal cards. There are, the price, you don't want to buy at the peak because they're just too high right now. Like if he struggles out the gate and you still believe in him, then go ahead and dip your toe in that as long as the card market goes down. But because those cards are on fire right now, not a good time to buy. Good time to sell if you have them, though. But yeah, as far as the jerseys and stuff, that stuff, man, as soon as it comes out, if you believe in them, do it. I mean, we've bought worse. I mean, how many jerseys did we see out there where, like, that was a bad buy, right? He's not on the team anymore, get traded. But McGonigal, I mean, you want to get in the ground floor? Yeah.
When is the best time to buy a card? Is it before they? I would assume it's before they even make a major league roster. But those cards can go for crazy money.
Yeah, because nowadays it's different. Everyone prospects. That's what they basically call it, Gator. And so everyone's kind of. It's not like it used to be where you can get in before, like, oh, I know about this. It's not like a secret that McGonigal was a high prospect, right? So people jumped on that early. And then when he finally gets the call up, yeah, by then it's too late. So if you really want to play that game, a guy that really no one's talking about or is being slept on is the best way to do it as far as a young player.
Or get on way, way early. Like try and get the first McGonigal card when he's at the lowest levels.
Yeah, but there's still only... Desirability is a big factor in it too, guys, and they want their true rookie card, and that comes out. Everyone knows when that comes out, so they're going to buy that. It doesn't matter if you have his high school or college card; it's the first true pro rookie card.
Assuming Max Clark gets off to a great start at Toledo, and then he's just knocking on the door, it's just a matter of time. Is it a good time to buy a Max Clark card now?
No, Max Clark it's not a good time.
Or will the card increase once he makes the major league roster?
Yeah, it can get better,
or does
but
it level out?
Nowadays it's so crazy, guys. Like these things, they're priced to a point where they've already made multiple MVPs and they're a Hall of Famer. Like that's how crazy, prices have surged. So for example, I'll just take it to a different sport. Drake May card could be worth more than a Peyton Manning card. Now make that make sense, right? Drake May could only dream of having a career that Peyton Manning had.
So it's prospecting for revenue growth. That's what people are doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Same number to text. Get your Tiger predictions in. Somebody at the station made an interesting choice for a vacation.
Yeah?
Yep. And the timing was interesting. We'll get to that today at 11:31. Plus more of your Tiger calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, we're starting to get into that spring weather, which is great, which means start thinking about your yard and how good you want it to look. Have it look its best by calling Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you can get green, stay green, and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You'll get the early bird discount. Natural Way is great. I've used them for like a dozen years at my house. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they've been around Michigan since 1990. So if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, well, great lawns don't happen by accident. You've got to have the right timing and the right program, and Natural Way offers a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Get ahead of it. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Pistons lose a frenetic game to Atlanta last night. You got Tiger season opening predictions flying in here on the program. Love taking those. We've got Sweet 16 games restarting tonight. You know what's crazy about the Sweet 16? And I mean, it's obvious, but you think back to the reality of where we sit here today. The Sweet 16 And Iowa or Nebraska is going to play for a spot in the Final Four. Iowa or Nebraska is going to be one win away from going to the Final Four. And those would be party crashers that few saw coming. And in a day and age where Cinderella now is basically only major conference teams that had low expectations and no longer the James Masons or George Madisons of the world, I find that I did it on purpose. I find that the possibility that Iowa or Nebraska is going to be playing a game on Saturday for a chance to go to the Final Four is crazy. About as crazy as it gets. I think for people around here that watched Iowa and Nebraska, and Iowa had ups and downs, but Ben McCollum's a great coach. Nebraska was 20-0, man. And they looked great. They gave Michigan all they could handle back at Chrysler Center. And one of those teams is going to play for going to the Final Four. It's kind of wild.
It is kind of wild. And looking forward to the basketball this weekend. Obviously, we got the three Big Ten teams going tonight. And then we have Michigan State playing in their games on Friday night. It's a loaded weekend, man. And this is when the tournament, for me, I really dial into it. The first 2 days of the tournament, are they great? Sure, they're great because it's a frenetic pace. You got games going on, multiple games going on at the same time, buzzer beaters and all that. But I like this weekend because this is where you separate the men from the boys. This is where the good teams continue on to move in the tournament, and you see who's really good and who's just got lucky to get into the Sweet 16.
I heard something kind of wild last night, and it was in the last 25 years. This was on the College Football Inquirer, where they do basketball stuff too. I'm pretty sure it was them. In the last 25 years, either a 1 seed or UConn has won 24 of the 25 championships.
Say that again.
Last 25 years, either a 1 seed or UConn has won 24 of the 25 championships.
Wow.
Which is, I mean, so UConn is doing it from all over the seeding board.
Yeah.
And
they've won, 4 championships during that time?
I don't know how many. It sounds about right, but could be. Anyway, kind of wild, huh?
Yeah, when it comes down to it, the best team in the country is typically a 1 seed. Who knew?
Yeah, right. It's.
But meanwhile, let's keep adding more teams to the tournament.
Says nobody. That's what I talk about all the time. Short-term money grabs at the expense of long-term consequences is one of the biggest problems that college sports has. But
Doug, do you know what team won it that wasn't UConn or a 1 seed?
Was it Villanova?
Oh, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
They did win it in 2018. I don't think they were the 1 seed though.
Well,
and they're not UConn either.
No. Do you know, or were you
no,
just
I think
asking?
you might be right. I was just asking because I find that's an unbelievable stat of the day.
Yeah.
Look at that. Hey.
I'm trying to see what Villanova was seeded that year. No, they were a 1 seed.
Oh, so not Villanova.
It's not Villanova in 2018. Maybe it wasn't 2018 because they've won multiple titles, right?
Yeah, they won 2016 as well.
UConn was the last non-number 1 seed to win the tournament. They were a 7 seed, and that's back in 2014.
2014. Okay. Well, there you go.
Well, we're looking for the non-UConn, non-1 seed, though.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's Villanova in 2014. Isn't that what you said?
I thought you said UConn had won it as a 7 seed. Did you see the Onion Network did a parody comedy of what the future college basketball will look like? They let everyone in. It's like 5,000 team tournament. They're the first region in central Kansas South region. It was like a tech school versus. It was unbelievable. It was hilarious. They said it's going to be June Madness. It will end sometime in midsummer. That's where we're headed.
Yeah, it's probably right. It's so irritating. It's so irritating. Nobody is calling for it. Nobody is. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Okay, we'll find out the answer to that question.
Is it Syracuse with Carmelo Anthony?
Could be.
They weren't a 1 seed, right?
Well, it could be them. But credit the guys at the College Football Inquirer. They're the ones who had that. Are you... I can't picture Haddad from our our promotions department in Vegas for March Madness, but that's where she is. Her and some friends, some people here from sales, they scheduled a trip to Vegas for this weekend, not realizing it was part of March Madness, which takes over Vegas. Now, certainly the first weekend is probably a bigger deal, but we got to talking in the office about whether or not you ever scheduled a vacation or went somewhere where you didn't realize there was an event going on. So you like booked a hotel, you went there and you were in the middle of something that you had no idea was going on. And Kang, you told an amazing story. You took your family, it was a trip to Vegas?
Yeah, our annual trip to Vegas, family trip. My daughter, my oldest at the time we only had one. She was like 2 years old maybe.
Okay.
And I think we booked a room. We usually stay off the strip, but like we like to stay on the strip for a night or two. And I believe it was the Bellagio at the time.
Okay.
And, you book these things month in advance at least, right? Just to get a good rate and all that stuff.
Yep.
We check in and we notice something right away. There's a convention going on. That's not, abnormal. It's Las Vegas. Lots of conventions, right? Might have been Mirage, by the way. But anyways, the convention was the National Federation of Blind People, I believe.
Oh, wow.
And so there was people with like the
canes?
the sticks or the canes that help figure out where you're at and what's around you. Everyone's feeling the wall for like braille, things like that, elevators and whatnot. And we had a stroller with my 2-year-old, and they just kept whacking like everywhere we went. Like it was crowded. It's Vegas. This is when Vegas was hopping still, right?
With the stick to see where they're going. Well, not to see, but to feel where they're going.
And I'm not mad or anything, but I'm like, I had no idea. And apparently it was the first time like ever they had it west of like Mississippi. Apparently this is always in New Orleans usually, but for some reason that year they had in Las Vegas. And so were
you like amongst the only people with sight?
I felt like it. I mean, going to the elevator was like, do I cut in front of these people? Is that what's the etiquette here? So at one point though,
should I wear shin guards?
Yeah, a gentleman who could not see came up to like felt by me and was like, "Sir, do you think you'd show me where the bathroom is?" And I almost pointed. I like forgot. I'm like, no.
It's over there around the corner.
You know what? How about I just walk you over there?
That's
right?
nice of you.
Good for you. Yeah.
So I walk him to the bathroom, and now we're in the bathroom, and he gets to the urinal, and I step away, and then I go, "Is it all right if I leave now?" Or
you got
it from here?
I don't know what proper etiquette is in that situation. So
fair enough.
He said he could find his way out. I mean, he's dealt with this for probably a while, maybe his whole life. I'm not sure, and so I left him. I hope he's okay.
Tom writes in, on more than one occasion, we booked a hotel somewhere not knowing there was some big baseball tournament. And my goodness, are those hotels rowdy because not a single parent cares what their kids are doing. I would say that I would not agree that not a single parent cares, having been a sports parent for a while. But kids do like hockey tournaments. They're all playing knee hockey in the hallways of the hotel.
So hockey's worse than baseball.
I think in almost every way. Whether
it's girls or boys.
Didn't have her be part of a girls hockey tournament. Okay. You have?
I have not.
Coy Boy 1 says, yes, bike week in Myrtle Beach with my 3 and 5-year-old. Not cool.
It'd be a little loud.
Truck and Roll says, we went to Mount Rushmore when I was a kid, and it was Bikers Week. Let me say, it was eye-opening as a youth. Look away, children.
Getting back to the blind convention.
Yeah.
Did you say, Kang, that it used to be in New Orleans?
I guess, yeah. It was definitely somewhere like that area.
So we've been to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And my big takeaway from New Orleans was walking in New Orleans is tough because everything's on an angle. And it's like cobblestone streets, a lot of it. Can you imagine if you're blind and you're having to maneuver through that city?
If it is indeed uneven, I would think that would be suboptimal.
Yeah, well, try playing roulette blind. I did think they should be able to be there. Like, how do you gamble? I had a lot of questions that weekend.
There are a lot of. You probably should have taken your time with a guy after he came out of the bathroom.
All right, I got
Excuse
some
me,
questions.
sir. Can you sit down? I want to talk. Pick your brain for about an hour here. I got some questions.
Let's go to Lou in Birmingham here on 97.1. Hi, Lou.
Hey. So
I went out to the Lions games, the NFC Championship game and the Monday Night Football game, and I flew into L.A., stayed at Hotel 1 in Beverly Hills, and then drove up the coast. So my buddy's son needed a unit replaced, and they wanted an astronomical amount of money. So
He
I said,
wanted
"I'll just
what
throw it in here."
replaced?
HVAC rooftop unit. His heat and air conditioning was out.
Oh,
And
okay.
they wanted a lot of money. So I threw one in my truck, and my son and I drove out there, straight through from Detroit to L.A. We get out there, it's a Sunday night because we're going to have a crane there Monday morning. And we're staying in Beverly Hills. All the hotels are booked. The place I usually stay at is 3 times as much. Didn't realize it was the night of the Grammys. There was Escalades everywhere. There was people everywhere. We're like, what's going on in this town? We're walking down the sidewalk, and it was like, oh, the Grammys are tonight. So, yeah.
Yeah, no,
There
that
was
would.
people outside our hotel with Sharpies and guitars waiting for people to come out. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, will you sign my air conditioning unit? Lou, thanks. Let's go to Riley. You're next. Hi, Riley.
Hey, it's signed by the weekend.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
So my best place that I've ever been to was Nashville. We were planning a bachelor party. We set everything up to go, and it was months in advance, and it ended up being when the NFL draft was going to be there. So 2019.
Oh, wow.
It was the greatest weekend ever for a bachelor party. But also, they had news cameras all over the place, and these girls that were there for bachelorette parties were like, I can't believe they would schedule, the NFL draft here. Like, it doesn't make sense. There's so many people and so many men.
I'm Riley. I
It was
remember
wild.
we were actually talking about that, about how the draft had ruined a bunch of bachelorette parties for that weekend. 248-539-9797. Tiger lineup could come out during our show, so stay with us.
I hope so.
Now we do have news. McGonigal will play today. Is he's in the starting lineup?
That's what I think Daniela Bruce had tweeted that out earlier.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. As we'll get to see the kid right away. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Let me just make this clear. Daniela Bruce did not tweet that out about McGonigal starting. So
Who did?
Nobody did. I don't know why I said that. Maybe I'm just trying to.
It's okay. I got to clear something up too.
Make it happen mentally. I'm trying to make this happen to McGonigal because I don't. Does it make sense to have him make the roster and he's not in the opening day roster?
I could. I mean, if it's matchup driven, but it's 19 of the last 20 NCAA champions were either 1 seeds or UConn. 19 of the last 20.
And the last
not 24 out of 25. My apologies.
Last team to win it, not as a number 1 seed or UConn, was Villanova in 2016.
Yep.
And then you have to go back to
Florida
in 2006.
Yep. So anyway, my apologies for getting that one wrong.
That is a crazy stat, though.
Well, I mean, chalk holds, but and it feels like chalk's holding more these days. Which, by the way, doesn't that kind of mean the committee did a good job?
Yes.
Right? Isn't that one of the conclusions, that they put the teams on the right seed lines?
But they also technically have the easiest path, right?
Yes, but they have forever.
But I'm saying whoever you put as the 1 seed is going to have the easiest path.
In theory, yes. But
6 championships from UConn since 1999.
Wow, that's something.
That is something.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. Bill in Farmington Hills, you're next. Hi, Bill.
How you doing, man?
We're good.
Listen, I got y'all beat. Here's this. Both my boys played travel hockey, travel lacrosse. My oldest at the time was probably about 13, 14. My youngest is 2 years younger. Went to Providence, Rhode Island for a hockey tournament.
Okay.
Same hotel was the BDSM convention.
Oh, God.
You explain backless chaps, people in collars being led around by leashes, assorted leather gear, to a 13 and an 11-year-old. I mean, that was like embarrassing. It was unbelievable. And these people were blatant. They were all over the place.
And you're there with a youth hockey team.
Yep.
Little heads up, little warning.
Yeah.
Maybe don't book. Maybe the hotel only open to that. Or
there was a lot of words with hotel management. Oh, believe me.
Well, I mean, there's a lot. I think most of the responsibility is on the. Is it participant? How do we?
On who?
No, listen, it's on the hotel. You know these people are going to be walking around.
I'm saying maybe
unbelievably.
Maybe they don't. Well, I guess the convention's at the hotel. They can do that. I guess. Yeah.
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 It's on the hotel. The hotel basically needs to keep these people locked up. What? One guy was
locked up.
Locked up.
Locked up in a room somewhere out of public sight.
I mean, how do you get from your room to the convention hall if you are dressed for a BDSM?
You might want to have just maybe you pass out some rules and regulations. Hey, some tips. Keep in mind there are other people in the hotel that are staying, guests that are staying that are not part of the convention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your continental breakfast is in this room.
Yeah.
Not that room. You guys over here, right?
You know
Gator?
where you right? Yeah. That one you got
Youth hockey here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Convention over there.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
It's a mistake would not make.
Again, we just brought this. Well, now we need to recap what happened. Gator, during a power outage, booked a room at a local hotel that had a breakfast. It was a weekend, and he helped himself to the breakfast.
I was paying for it.
Only to realize that it was a private breakfast for a girls' youth hockey team, and he was sitting in there with the families and the kids and Gator.
Yeah, the first day it was kind of packed, and I just sat at the table by myself and just ate, and then got some looks. Didn't think much of it. The second time I got there, as there were hardly anybody in that conference room, and a woman came up to me and said, "Oh, you're here with the tournament?" And I said, "What tournament?" For the girls 13 and under hockey. I'm like, no, I checked in a couple days ago. I thought I had the free breakfast. And she goes, "Oh, that's on the other side." I'm like, "I'm really sorry." She goes, "No, you're fine. You're fine." I'm really sorry.
I like to think when you pass on to the next life, you get to look back at, see things.
Oh, I would love to be able to look
And
back.
I want to see Gator in that room. And I want to hear the conversations on the other tables. I want to know I want to see the looks he got.
That's definitely a moment I'd like to look at.
Let's go to Brandon next on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
So back in about 2002, think peak Jerry Stackhouse, Pistons prime.
Okay.
Some friends of mine and I were on our way to Toronto for the weekend. Buddy won a hotel room at a hotel. And so we're on the way and we're driving and we're going up, through Canada, and we fly past the Bentley and I say, man, I swear that looked just like Jerry Stackhouse. And my buddy's like, no, that wasn't Jerry Stackhouse. So we keep driving. All of a sudden we slow up. They catch up to us. And sure enough, it's Jerry Stackhouse. So that's weird, right? First kind of weird coincidence. And then we get there. We're going to the hotel, and we happen to see this big, huge guy. It's Shaquille O'Neal. We're like, wait, this is weird. What's going on? So we find out it's Caravana Weekend, which, if you're not familiar, it's a big African festival that Toronto puts on every year. And, it just ended up being something that was completely unexpected. A lot of fun, great parties. Walking through a park and just all of a sudden there's people everywhere and headdresses and different things, and it was amazing.
You happen to wander into the middle of it.
We just happened to be there first, and then we're walking through the park, and then 500 people come through, and we're just like, oh my gosh, we're in the middle of a parade right now. And we had no idea this was about
classic.
I went to Vegas one time years ago, and I met my friend out there who was coming in from L.A. with his wife and brother, actually, and they brought their dog with them. And we were staying at like the Super 8. And we had this nice suite at the Super 8 hotel. But the Super 8 hotel is exactly what you think. It's not a strip hotel, right? The hotel did have a convention where, I don't know if it was a convention, but they were the headquarters for a police dog convention. So
really,
there were dogs throughout the entire hotel, all these German Shepherds. And my friend's got this little mutt, his dog Zero, and Zero was awesome. But Zero was a little preoccupied the whole time. He just sat by the front door smelling because he knew when the dogs were coming around. And there was so much barking would go on. I think it would drive most people nuts. But if you're a dog lover, you can kind of put up with it and kind of laugh at the situation, which we did. But there were probably 100 police dogs there.
That's hysterical. We go to Rick. You're next. Hi, Rick.
How you doing? I
What's
hope you
up?
guys are doing well.
We are. Thank you for asking.
Hey, I taught science at a high school near Flint, and I had a science club and took them to Germany and a couple other European countries. Early 90s, I don't remember the exact year, but the World Cup was going on in Munich that year and did not know it when we had booked this trip. So that was a very exciting time to be in Munich, and without the kids, a couple of the sponsor chaperones went to the Hofbrauhaus. This was a 500-year-old pub in Munich.
Beer hall.
And when we go in there, the groups that were there, one of them were the Irish that was there on a rare trip, and another one were the Russians. So we went into the Hofbrauhaus. There was almost no place to sit.
Wow.
We
Rick,
found a
sorry,
table.
we're out of time. We're up against the hard break. Thank you for calling, but stumbling into the World Cup would be awesome. Get back to Tiger Talk next, 97.1.
Brought to you by C&L Ward. The Tigers will open the season this afternoon in San Diego against the Padres. We have heard that it is likely Kevin McGonigal will start and make his major league debut today. Well, whether that will be at third base or shortstop remains to be determined. Unconfirmed from the team yet, the official lineup for today. There was also a chance we see newly acquired pitcher Connor Siebold this afternoon. Yesterday, Scott Harris discussed the improvements Siebold made this spring with the Blue Jays and why the Tigers wanted to pick him up. Tigers and Padres coming up in about 4 hours here on 97.1. First pitch at 4:10. Our pregame coverage at 3:45. The Pistons are also in town to face the Pelicans tonight on a back-to-back. The good news for Detroit is they are 10-2 this year on games with no rest. Trey Murphy III is questionable tonight for New Orleans. The Pistons are favored by 4 points on FanDuel. That game can be heard live over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7 o'clock tonight. Pregame coverage there at 6:35. The Sweet 16 starts tonight as well. 5 Big Ten teams are in action in both Houston and San Jose. At the Carl Wellheld Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Chabot. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Update, kid, before you go, we were talking about Kevin McGonigal jerseys.
Yeah.
You are not likely to be seen in a Kevin McGonigal jersey.
No.
Because update, kid, is it you and your buddies or is it just you?
It was me and my buddy
Okay.
that kind of play the game you're referencing.
It's an expensive game to play, actually.
Well, it's more an observatory game for us broke post-college kids that we enjoy.
You're not through college.
Well, post-college. But, I don't exactly have the money to be going around purchasing jerseys left and right. But it is fun when you go to a game to find the craziest pull you can. And
as far as jersey,
yes, like I'll never forget seeing I used to call games at the USPBL, and one time on a random, I think Wednesday or Thursday night, there was a Paul Goldschmidt Diamondbacks alternate jersey there. And that's just an absurd thing to see at a minor
USPBL game.
Yeah,
at a Beavers game. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would be more likely, though, to get a Drew Sommers jersey than you would a Kevin McGonigal jersey. If you could play this game with real money.
Yeah, if the goal was to get the most obscure one, I think that would be it.
Okay.
Dugan Darnell's on the short list. I don't think that jersey's available anymore.
So what's funny is I don't know who Dugan Darnell is.
I don't know who Dugan Darnell
is. And you told me Dugan Darnell
used to pitch in the USPBL. I think he's from Northville. He signed with the Tigers this offseason. I don't think he's with the team anymore. I believe he was a member of the roster for approximately 10 days, maybe less than that. Okay. And then they signed some other guys. But it was a good story for 48 hours.
Sure.
But yeah, that's the USPBL knowledge. I believe he was a Utica Unicorn over there.
Okay.
Yeah, which is not my home field team, which Gator mentioned, the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers.
That's right.
That's who we root for.
Beaver Pride.
Yeah. If you're from Grosse Pointe, you're an Eastside Diamond Hopper.
Okay.
The West Side Woolly Mammoths, the other team there. So.
Yeah, wasn't there talk about
man? All about the Beavers.
Wasn't there talk about opening up putting another 4 teams like down in Canton or Westland or something?
Talk.
Yeah, there have been a lot of talks, not even just in Michigan, but like even out of the state, maybe in somewhere warmer where they could play a little bit longer because their season's strange, like May to September, and their championship game is always on opening weekend of the NFL, and they run into that.
I absolutely love that the USPBL has carved out this little niche in Detroit.
It's really it's a fun atmosphere to go to. It's an inexpensive yet professional baseball environment, which is a lot of fun.
Yep.
And if you're tuned in, you can hear some up and coming broadcasters like Jeremy Otto and myself. Not anymore, but
go get him, Update Kid.
It's the next group.
Yeah, exactly. So,
appreciate it.
Thanks.
There he is, Update Kid, with the update on what's going on with the USPBL. Tiger season opens today.
Minor league season, AAA opens up tomorrow.
Does it?
Yeah.
I want you to think about who will be the first guy from AAA called up.
Okay.
Yep. And maybe we just go first prospect because there's some veterans down there. And it's, you hate for it to be injury related, but you could see a veteran getting the first call up. But of the guys that got assigned to Toledo that are prospects, who do you think will be the first one to get called up? Do you have an answer already?
I do have an answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I think, and I have to. I'm giving support for my answer in that I think that if there's an injury to an outfielder, I think they've got plenty of guys to absorb that, so they could look elsewhere. And it's likely to be a pitcher that they would expand to. But let's say it's a position player. I'm going to look at Eduardo Valencia, the catcher.
Okay.
Keep in mind, Jake Rogers remember he hit himself in the head with his own bat.
Yep.
Valencia plays first base and catcher. He had a hell of a season last year. Was with the team in spring training this year. It would either him or Tomas Nido, but I like the upside of Valencia, so I'm going to go with Valencia.
Okay, gotcha.
Probably won't be, but that's
it's
more
good,
who I
good.
want than who it will be.
Good reason as any.
Yeah, my safe guess is a pitcher.
Usually is a safe guess.
Yeah.
So here we sit on Detroit Tigers season opening Thursday, and they're in San Diego, and we're doing our prediction show. So here's your chance to go on the record and get it recorded. How many wins do you think they'll have, and why do you think they'll settle in at that number? Now, we gave ours right out of the gate, and let's recap it now. I got the Tigers with 89 wins. They won 87 last year. I think they'll be a little bit better. My concerns are centered around the lineup, as many people are, and there's some unknowns. I think we're optimistic that JV can pick up where he left off at the end of last year, but every year you hang another year on him, there's a concern. But I think this team has best bullpen in baseball potential. And I take a look at two guys in particular that were lights out this spring that are a little bit of wild cards, but it's why I say potential. I'm not locking it up and I'm not shoot the boo guaranteeing anything, but Drew Anderson, who was in Korea. They had two pitchers in Korea last year that are with the Tigers, Drew Anderson and Emmanuel DeJesus. Drew Anderson threw 13 innings this spring, 9 hits, 17 strikeouts, and 1 earned run. Emmanuel DeJesus went 9 innings with the Tigers in spring training, gave up 0 earned runs, threw 7 more innings in the World Baseball Classic, gave up 3 hits, struck out 11 in 7 innings, and no earned runs. And doing it in the World Baseball Classic against Great Britain or doing it against minor league guys in spring training, I don't think they're going to keep these kind of numbers up, but I think it shows potential for them to have some real positive impact on the bullpen. Plus, Holton found his form late last year. Will Vest has been great. And Kenley Jansen at the back end of the bullpen, he might not be as good as he was, but that doesn't mean he won't be good still. And he has swing and miss potential. I think this bullpen has potential to be the best in the game.
I like their bullpen. I think the additions to it are going to be nice additions. The guys you mentioned are, these are players you're taking chances on that haven't had great major league success necessarily, but they're getting an opportunity. Seabold is another one that was added to here, and you're like, okay, his numbers aren't good at all, and yet one number that stands out is his strikeouts per innings pitched this year, what he did in the spring. So I can see why they do it. With that, there's probably high velocity, and they feel like they can work with that. And I think the Tigers have really wanted to work with guys like that. Their bullpen has been littered with guys that they just take chances on because this guy has an elite fastball or an elite swing and miss stuff. Even if his ERA isn't, then they'll try to tweak it into whatever. I like it. I think it's the strength of the pitching staff is really it's the top 2 guys. It's Skubal and Valdez, who could be both Cy Young candidates, probably likely to be Cy Young candidates. Certainly the back-to-back winner is a candidate. The rest of that rotation is pretty solid. Is this the up year or down year for Jack Flaherty? Hopefully it's an up year for Jack Flaherty. Casey Mize has he's was hit or miss in the spring. He had a couple good starts and then some not good starts. And Verlander was also a work in progress in the spring. But I just attribute that to JV's working on stuff. He's ramping it up, and at some point he's going to be really good. I don't. He's going to be JV. MVP JV? No. But if he can be anywhere close to what he was in the second half of last season, that's an excellent pitcher to have on your staff. And, they got some wiggle room there to work with some guys. And they also have players, like you mentioned, with Drew Anderson, who could step in and give them serious innings if they need to kind of, spell guys. If they want to do a pitching chaos day, they can do that. They can still do that. I really like the pitching staff as a whole, but in particular the starting staff. I saw them with 91 wins. I think they're going to be better than what they were last year. The division is theirs to take. I think Kansas City is probably the top team in the Central Division to challenge the Tigers. But I just think the Tigers have this better roster, and now that guys are coming into the season, they're healthy to start the season, which is massive because Gleyber Torres at the end of last year was not healthy. And I think seeing Javi Baez go through the whole year, and Javi was pretty good last year. These are two key players they have on a team. You add Kevin McGonigal to the mix. I love that. It's up to the guys that are kind of, you're right in ink with their starters. Meadows, Carpenter, and Torkelson. They have to provide power. And if it's first half of the season stuff like we saw last year, then they're going to get off to a great start.
Okay, get your predictions in. Tell us how many wins you think they'll have and why you think they'll have that number. A reminder, of course, 81 wins is exact 500. The Tigers had 87 last year. The most in baseball last year was Milwaukee with 97. Philly had 96. We've had predictions come in as high as 97 and as low as 80. What do you think their win total will be? And give us the reason why you believe that right now at 248-539-9797. Tiger lineup is out. Is the kid in it? We'll get to that today at 12:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, the madness is back tonight at Twin Peaks, and they can't wait to host you for the party. That's right. Tournament continues with 4 awesome matchups starting at 7, Purdue, Texas, Iowa, Nebraska, and the late slate with Arkansas, Arizona, and Illinois, Houston. Then we got our NBA team back in action, facing off against the Pelicans. Tigers open their season in San Diego. Oh, man, why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, there is such a thing as a dumb question. There's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. There's amazing craft cocktails featuring the high-end and rare bourbons, Scratch Kitchen, and I will vouch for the kitchen. The food there is outstanding. It's the best bar food you've ever had. There's wall-to-wall TVs, bringing you the awesome pro baseball, basketball, hockey, and college basketball action. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. There's TVs everywhere. The beer's at 29 degrees. The menu's outstanding. And if you can't make it tonight, they got an action-packed weekend starting tomorrow with 4 more college basketball teams with our Michigan teams in action. Plus, there's UFC and boxing on Saturday. Gather up the crew and see the difference for yourself. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Mentioned before the break, the Tiger lineup has been released. Game 1 of the season. Wow. It's it totally snuck up on us this year. I got to be honest. I wasn't weren't thinking Tigers because we had Pistons, Red Wings, Michigan State all to talk about. But anyway, here we go. Leading off in right field, Kerry Carpenter. Batting second at second base, Gleyber Torres. Batting third and DHing, Colt Keith. Batting fourth in left field, Riley Green. Batting fifth at first base, Spencer Torkelson. Batting sixth at third base, Kevin McGonigal.
There we go.
Batting seventh and catching, Dylan Dingler. Batting eighth in center field, Parker Meadows. Batting ninth at shortstop, Javi Baez. And the starting pitcher is Tarek Skubal. There's a couple of guys I'm going to pay close attention to. Healthy Gleyber Torres, renewed Parker Meadows, and, of course, the kid, Kevin McGonigal. We'd like to see there be no strikeouts out of the cleanup spot, and maybe the DH to smoke the baseball over the field.
I think the most interesting part of the lineup is not necessarily who's in the lineup, but where they're hitting. Kerry Carpenter leading off, and it's not Parker Meadows or McGonigal, or it's Kerry Carpenter.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting to me that he is the guy that's leading off. But I do think this is – I also love the lineup because I was wondering how are they going to do this? How are you going to feed all these mouths, right?
Right.
Colt Keith, you like his bat. Okay, well, he's a DH. Good, makes sense. You want McGonigal in there, and he's in there, but he's not playing shortstop. He's playing third base. Javi's at short. So, okay, here we go. Let's get it going, man.
Yep. So you'll hear the game here on 97.1. We'll run down the TV channels a little bit later on because of the new Detroit Sports Network. There's distribution announcements coming out even today as to where you can watch the game. But let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jonathan. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Hey, I got the Tigers at 94 wins this year. I think Skubal and Valdez atop that rotation is just going to be a 1-2 punch that many teams can't handle. I expect Colt Keith to have a big breakout year. Would like to see him get consistent playing time in the field. I think hitting goes with playing in the field for a lot of these guys, and DHing is an adjustment. So I think Colt Keith could have a big breakout year, though. And, of course, aren't we all excited about Kevin McGonigal?
Yes. So when you heard the lineup with Keith at DH,
I wasn't too thrilled about it. I coached high school baseball for a few years, and I was a big proponent of when you have a kid engaged. Now, obviously, these are professionals; it's a different story.
Sure.
When you have kids engaged playing in the field, they tend to have more confidence at the plate. I thought that was Keith. His best season hitting was the year he played at second base. Then we bring in Gleyber. Love the signing. Gleyber's a one-of-a-kind pro, everyday guy out there, but that bumps Keith from playing every day, and we start to see his bat struggle a little bit more. So I thought with them moving him to third, him getting consistent reps over there, he could be in for a big breakout year.
Well, feels like there's a lot riding on him. I was sitting around with Tom Milliken from the morning show today, and he said he expects a big year out of Colt Keith, and he just keeps going back to they extended him early for a reason, and it takes a while. I think it's really difficult to level up for anybody. I shouldn't say for anybody. Some people make it look easy, but most there's an adjustment period, and it feels like it's about time for Keith. He's been here. He's seen a lot. This could be a big step forward year.
Could be. I hope it is.
He's showing the flashes, that's for sure.
Jonathan, we got you down for 94 wins.
It's a lot.
All right.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Gary is next on 97.1. Hello, Gary.
Hello, how are you?
We're great.
Good. I got them at 91 wins, reason being their pitching staff, including relief. I also think that some guys will come through, like Meadows, Vierling, Dingler, and the new guy DH in there.
Well, if Meadows and Vierling in particular come through, and we've seen both of them be very good, if they come through, Gary, that'd be massive for this team. I mean, Parker Meadows seems to have everything except one thing. And the one thing's a big thing. If he puts the ball in play and gets on base, he's a problem. Be good in the field. Like, there's a lot riding on this season for Parker Meadows.
Yeah, I agree. I think when Meadows gets on base, I just wish that Hinch would use his speed more. When he's on there, run him. That's all.
Yeah, I like that too. It has to be incumbent on the base runner themselves as well, that they have to, you don't run just to run. You run because you know you can steal the base.
Yeah.
And he's got great speed, but you have to have great technique too. And hopefully that has improved for Parker Meadows, because I tend to agree. Every time he's on at first base and there's less than 2 outs, I want him going to get in scoring position because I think he can get there.
248-539-9797. Let's see, we got a bunch of Tiger texts here. Troy in Woodhaven says the Tigers are going to win 105 games this year based on Colt Keith's All-Star season and Kevin McGonigal's Rookie of the Year season, along with everyone else we got going for us. Well, that is lofty because the Dodgers didn't do that last year. We will win 86 because no improvement on the offense. That's from Jim in a car. The offense is a concern. I mean, we read the reasons why. The Detroit News pointed out how last year the OPS plummeted in the last 2.5 months for this team. They stopped producing.
We talked about it ad nauseum.
Yeah, there was still a top third offense, but it was
because
based
of how good
on
they were in the first half.
Yeah, because of what they were capable of. So it could be where they settle in offensively is a huge question for this team. Yes. From an unnamed texter, it's great to be so confident in the pitching, but when you can't hit, it doesn't matter. Can't expect the pitching staff to not give up runs. It's from an unnamed texter. Well, if you believe they're not going to hit, then fair enough. They went through a stretch, like what was it? So after the trade deadline in the 2024 season, they got white hot. They carried it over into the beginning of the 2025 season. It lasted for 3.5 months. Then they cooled off. Who are they really offensively? If you go with what our eyes showed us last, that's a concern. If you go at track records, look long-term, and look where people are in their careers, they have a lot of bats that are relatively young. Not young, yeah, but they've got bats that are maybe entering the primes of their career where they could take a big step forward. But they might not. Like this guy, the last two predictions here we have are doom and gloom because of the offense, and it's not fantasy to think that their guys could be better.
No, it's not fantasy to think that Riley Green can cut down his strikeouts. It's not fantasy to think that that Torkelson has found a swing that he feels really comfortable with, or that Kerry Carpenter might be able, with more at bats, is getting more comfortable hitting against left-handed pitching. I don't think that's fantasy to think that. Is it foolish to count on it? You can't count on anything.
Nope.
But what's your expectation? I don't expect Riley Green will strike out 200 times this year. I do not. I don't know if we're going to see the same power from Carpenter and Torkelson. I'm more concerned about those two guys than I am about Riley Green.
Let's go to Vince next on 97.1. Hi, Vince.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to give you my prediction of 91 wins for the Tigers this year.
All right.
I think their pitching is definitely a step up from last year, and I think their hitting is going to be a step up from last year as well.
Why do you think the hitting is? We were just talking about it, but what is it about the hitting you think is good? Because the pitching we can see, the personnel and guys with track records, but why? What is it about the hitting?
I think we're looking at adding, the Rook, McGonigal, and I think he's going to be one of their best hitters this year. I'm hoping Kerry Carpenter gets off to a great year as well. I think if we can see him play a little bit more, even against some lefties, that'd be pretty cool to see. Quick question for you guys, though. Yep. Just with the pitching staff lined up the way it is, I think it'd be better to go lefty, righty, lefty, righty than to do the two lefties in a row and then three righties in a row. Is there any thought on that at all in terms of like getting the hitters on the opposing teams to see different things on different days?
I'm sure there's thought that goes into it. AJ Hinch will start his interviews here shortly on our radio station, so we can try and see if we can get that question asked. But I mean, they've already said it. Yeah, I've already said it. I don't know. They're doing it for a reason.
Look, every lineup is made with thought. You would never have to question whether or not AJ Hinch has put thought into.
Well, that's true.
right?
Whenever he gets asked about his lineup, he usually has an answer that, or his pitching rotation that makes you go, okay.
The guy is playing chess. He's so many moves ahead. He thinks of everything, and then he'll spit out whatever he wants to do. You can agree with it or disagree with it, but don't ever think that he doesn't put thought into it.
Which isn't what the caller was saying, but rest assured that there is thought put into it.
Yes, he wants to know the reasoning behind it.
The reasoning is probably just, hey, here's our best pitcher. Here's our next best pitcher. Here's our third best pitcher. These are the guys that give us the best chance to win, so we want to maximize the number of starts they get. Is a likely simple explanation.
That might be it, yes. That you have Skubal and Valdez going back-to-back because they're the best pitchers you have, and you want to start things off on the right foot.
Interesting question you asked in your show sheet today.
Well, thank you, Doug.
Yes, it happens. We will get to that next here on 97.1. So much going on in the here and the now. March Madness gets underway again tomorrow, or tonight rather. Michigan and Michigan State play tomorrow. You've got Michigan State hockey in the college NCAA tournament starting at 1:30 against UConn. You've got Michigan playing against Bentley tomorrow night at 5:30. One and done, 16-team bracket. It is an underrated and exciting event in sports. The only thing that sucks about it is the neutral sites, which make it the environment seem rather sterile. But it is also March 26th, which is a day that lives in Detroit sports lore because, is it 29 years now?
It's 29 years.
29 years ago, Wings and Avalanche played a game that included brawls and fights and goals and overtime drama. And
it's a 6-5 game, I think.
I think it was 6-5 with McCarty beating the crap out of Claude Lemieux, staying in the game and scoring the game winner in overtime.
He was kneeing a downed opponent. In the UFC, that gets you disqualified. In the UFC, cage fighting, it's disqualified. In the NHL back in 1996, it's like, well, you got a 5-minute major, serve your time, and come back on the ice and score the overtime winner.
In retrospect, I mean, and it's part of hockey that we all sort of look at romantically, but it was barbaric.
Unbelievable barbaric. I ran into Darren the other night at the Red Wings game, and I should ask him next time I see him, because do you think it was, which goal do you think meant more to him to score? The overtime winner against Colorado in that brawl game, or the goal he scored, the remarkable goal he scored in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals against Philly?
Well, we may as well tell the story because we ended up on a golf course with him once, and we were waiting on a tee, and he started to describe the goal where he was supposed to dump the puck and change, but he kind of whiffed, and then he carried the puck into the zone sort of accidentally, and then was like, well, I'm barreling in on goal, and then he made a move.
Made a guy miss, and then he has to make a move on the goalie.
And he's got the puck on his tape. The puck is in the blue paint. The net is wide open, and what goes through his mind is, don't miss.
He did not.
And he told us this story all while showing how he did it with his driver being his hockey stick. It was,
and the trash can is the net.
It was hysterical. So I don't know which one it is, but not to go all back down memory lane. You asked the question, which major pro sport has changed the most in the last 30 years? Because that fact that he was kneeing a guy in the head and stayed in the game and was even on the ice for the game winner.
He scored the game winner.
Is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and look, we think back to like what's hockey like today. Hockey is completely different today than it was back in 1996 when they had that team, or 1997 when they had that brawl, and on their way to winning the first Stanley Cup in forever. All sports are different, though. I mean, they're very different.
Very different.
But I do think hockey is probably the game that's changed the most, and it's also the game that's changed the most and for the better. Some of it is for the worse. It's not as physical as it was back then, for sure. And the fighting has gone down significantly, although it feels like there's a little bit of an uptick in fighting now. But, you know, the fact that these guys can't remove their helmets before they fight, and that they encourage you, well, if you're going to fight, you have to leave the helmet on, and you're punching visors is beyond stupid. But what has changed for hockey for the better is the greatest change they ever made was going through the work stoppage to set up the system that works, to set up a labor agreement between the Players Association and the owners that absolutely works in perfect harmony to the point where they get a deal done to ratify the next agreement a year ahead of time because they've tied it directly and transparently to revenues in the game, and they split it. And it's beautiful how they do that.
We don't praise that enough. We really don't.
That alone has made the game so much better. And look, there are other changes that have been made throughout the years, and just that you see with hockey and the technology. The way they use technology, I think, is very smart. How they use it, I don't think it's overused, even though we've seen goals taken away from the Red Wings and it sucks, but they were legit to take them away. Other sports, they've made changes. Some are for the better and some are for the worse, and I'm not sure that you could say that it's made the sport better, but I think for the NHL, they've had the most change.
Here's an NBA change. Back in 2006, the average number of three-point attempts in a game
Can I guess?
Sure.
10.
Kang, do you think it was more or less back in 2006? Average number of 3-point attempts in a game.
Per team or just per game?
Per team.
Okay.
Yeah, per
Or
team.
It's not
Per
combined.
team.
It's,
No, per team.
Might be. I would say less than. Now I'm going to go with 7.
You going 7?
Yeah.
I'll go less then.
Yeah, it might still be.
It was 16.
Per team?
Per team.
Oh, wow.
Back in 2006. Well, the Phoenix Suns took 25.6 3-pointers a game back in 2006.
Chuckers.
The Orlando Magic took 9.7.
Wow.
So here in in 2026,
is it like 40?
Yeah, and this I only went back 20 years there. I should go back to
Oh,
full.
if you go back
Yeah.
40, dude, forget it. It's like 3.
No, I mean is it today, is it 40 attempts per team?
Hold on, let me go back. It is close to that. Yeah, but so it was 1997. Let me go to the 1997. I don't know why I did 20 years. Let's do all right.
Oh, 97? Yeah, it's like 3 per team.
No, it was 16.8. So it was pretty even.
I don't
between,
even believe that.
Yeah, it's 16.8. 3-point attempts per team per game was at 16.8. Now it's 37.
Yeah, it's in the 30s for sure. Yeah.
Golden State averages 45 3-point attempts a game. Charlotte 43. Boston 42. Atlanta chucked up 52 3-point attempts last night against the Pistons. So
okay, I want you, if it's not too difficult.
Yeah.
The 2014-15 season, what was the average number per game?
2015?
Yeah.
Hold on, it's going to take me a second.
And then I would like to contrast that to the next year. The reason I bring that up is because Steph Curry in 2015 he led the league with 8.1. He led the league 3 straight years, 7-7, 7-9, 8-1. And the next year he jumped it up to 11.2.
Okay. In the 2014-2015 NBA season, the average number of 3-pointers by a team in a game was 22.4.
Did it jump significantly the next year or the year after? Because what was the big jump year? Because we're starting to see Steph Curry just drain them and take tons of 3-point shots. His 3-point percentage is insane when you go back and look at it.
In 2016, it went up 2 shots a game to 24.1. And we've gotten really sidetracked here, but
it's just interesting to look at. Steph Curry was shooting 45% from 3-point land.
2017, it went up to 27 shots a game. Now it's 37.
That's crazy.
Baseball. What are the biggest changes in baseball since March 26, 1997?
Well,
pitch clock.
Pitch clock is huge. The ABS system they're going to use this year, that's huge. I think we've gotten there's a big change with technology. They use it more now. They do replay. They didn't have replays before.
How about emphasizing different statistics?
Yeah,
and
the
you
analytics,
asked me in 1997, what's WHIP? I would say it's what Indiana Jones uses.
I actually did know because our fantasy baseball league WHIP was part of it. Was it? But yeah, it wasn't.
Was this with Wally?
Yeah. Back in the early to mid 90s, yes.
Yep.
WHIP was one of the statistical categories we would use, but sabermetrics for sure is a massive change, and how teams use analytics is a major change. I think just the diet of the players, how that has changed for all athletes in all sports, that's been a major, major change over the last 30 years.
In football, all I ask you to do is go back and look at the opening for NFL Today on CBS. Every single highlight they show would be a penalty flag or an ejection in 2026.
Yeah, football is the one that actually football may have changed the most too, but that would be one I would say maybe not necessarily for the better.
Mm-hmm.
Like they went too much with some changes, but again, instant replay is huge. With that, the way that they officiate the games has changed completely. Everything benefits the offense. The rules that hamstring the defense, you can't do this, can't touch this. Don't even breathe on a quarterback after the ball has just been released from his hand. I mean, that has gotten worse. The other thing is that as far as the game itself is concerned, how it's way more of a passing league now than it ever has been. I mean, you go back and look at guys that were getting paid really well back then. I bet your running back is one of the top 3 positions getting paid in 1996. Whereas now, it's like one of the bottom 3 positions being paid. It's just remarkable how things have changed. I mean, you had true bell cow running backs carrying the ball well over 300 times, and there were, more than a dozen of them every year, and now there's a couple.
Back in 1997, the highest paid player in the NFL, making $6.8 million per year, was Brett Favre. Number 2 was Barry Sanders, making $5.76 million. The salary cap was $41.45 million.
That's what Jackson Smith and Jigba just signed for.
It is. I mean, that puts it in perspective how much football has changed.
Yeah.
Well, just forget the last 20 years. The last couple years compared to the last 20 years, how many teams go for it on 4th down compared to they did 20 years ago, Doug?
Yeah,
take a look at last year's stats and then go back to 2002.
I'd have to look that up.
Game has totally changed.
Everyone's more aggressive now.
Yeah.
All right, get back to some Tiger talk next. It is season opening day as they are playing in San Diego. Get your predictions in. How many wins do you think this team will have, and why do you settle at that number? Go on the record so at the end of the year when we open this up, and we will open it up, and we've got them all recorded, we're going to say, wow, look what Rick and Dearborn predicted.
Oh, nice.
Right. We'll give you praise or we will make fun of you if you're most off. How many wins they have and why do you think they're going to finish there? 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. I know this. My mom just had her deck redone by the guys, and it's awesome. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing great. It is Carson Anderson here on this Tigers season opening day as they'll play in San Diego at 4:10 today. Very much looking forward to that. The lineup is out and Kevin McGonigal is in it. For those of you just joining us, batting sixth, playing third base. Cole Keith is the DH in this scenario. And hey, kids created some excitement, that's for sure. And we have not seen him play. I have not seen him play live. Last year, I loved it when they televised some of those Erie games and we could see him. He looked good then. But since Jimmy killed the Florida trip, where we used to go down there to spring training every year.
Thanks, Jimmy.
And which was an incredibly valuable experience for our listening audience. Since Jimmy killed the Florida trip, we don't get to go anymore. So we can't really provide any insight. And quite frankly, it's Jimmy's fault.
Totally.
And he looks good, it sounds like. What I've read. But since Jimmy's left us like flying blind here on this one, I don't know what to tell you. No, I wonder how many people have been down there and saw him. On a serious note, did you go to Erie to see him live? Did you see him in West Michigan? Did you see him in Florida? And do you think it's worth the hype? Are you a little trepidatious? One thing in sports, and Gator, you're probably my friend that I know in life that reacts negatively to hype more than anyone. You bristle at hype. You go the other way. I don't know if you root for failure, but when something you think crosses a line and gets too much hype, it brings out the most hostile Gator that there is. Are you worried about McGonigal hype?
A little bit.
Yeah.
There's some concern there because, again, this guy has not played in AAA, has not taken a single at-bat in AAA. But I see what everybody else sees when you watch him play. And I think the difference with me not liking hype is usually we're talking about players outside of Detroit that are getting massive hype and talked about all the time, and it's unfair to them. And then if they're going to fail,
hype doesn't do you any good, really. It's funny because in the moment I think it feels really good to the player that's getting hype, and then you turn around and you're Armani Bates playing in the G League still,
right? Which is unfortunate. But with McGonigal. Look, I paid as much attention to as anybody else over the last couple of years, and when they made the pick, I remember reading about the pick and everybody saying he can just flat out hit. Don't know if he's going to be able to field an actual position day to day, but he can flat out hit. And this is the guy that they took. They said was the best hitter in the draft, and they took him well after they took Max Clark. So okay, I'm paying attention here, and you have my attention. And while Max Clark was getting all the early attention in the minors for his first year in the minors because he was the first-round pick for the Tigers. In the meantime, you saw this guy McGonigal who's just creeping up along with him, who's hitting side by side, doing the same crazy good things, whether it was at Lakeland and then when he matriculates to West Michigan. They did great things at West Michigan together, and then they both got promoted to Erie, and here we go, let's see it. And McGonigal did not hit great at Erie. For average, anyway. His average wasn't spectacular. I think it was like 250 at Erie. But his OPS was like 900 something. Because he does damage with the baseball. He stings the baseball. His exit velocity is big. He has a great eye at the plate. He does not strike out that much. He draws more walks than strikeouts. So these are the things you love about a guy because it's all approach. Now, could he field? Well, he seemed to prove everybody wrong or right, depending if you were backing him or not, or if you were skeptical, that he could field. In spring training, he did. Will he make mistakes in the field this year? Oh, yeah. Get ready. He'll make a ton of mistakes. But hopefully it's not too many where you say, okay, your defense is costing us too much. We're going to have to send you down to the minors for seasoning. I hope that's not the case, and I don't think that will be the case. I think it's going to be a work in progress defensively, but he's made already some web gem plays in spring training. Well, the season starts this afternoon, the real stuff. I'm very excited about him as a prospect and what he can mean to this team. Getting a guy who could be a stud player, and here's the first year you're going to see him. They don't have to pay him for a while,
right?
So it helps to keep the salary down for the payroll down for the rest of the team. And these are things that I'm sure Scott Harris is salivating over, that you could have several of those players over the next couple of seasons enter the Tigers' everyday lineup that are like that so that they can spend money elsewhere, like on pitching veteran pitchers or a veteran hitter at some other point.
248-539-9797. It's like I brought up Amani Bates. Like Amani Bates is, if nobody had ever heard of him, there wouldn't be. And this kid, what he's done is incredible athletically. I mean, he played college basketball. He was on an NBA roster. But when the hype takes you to the cover of Sports Illustrated and everybody's talking about you, it really is unfair. And I actually feel bad, right? Because he's dealt with some injuries and he's bounced around, and but that's not the way he's looked at. Unfortunately, he's looked at, right, as a disappointment. And I'm like, well, or he just is what he always was going to be. Everybody else was wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what hype. That's why sometimes hype. I bristle a little bit too. Look, this kid checks so many boxes, but in baseball, every time you level up, there are new challenges and there are trap doors. And I've had people in the game tell me, once a weakness is exposed and once people know how to get you out and the word spreads, it can unravel quickly. And so, we'll see how he does. I couldn't be more excited, though. I mean, the only thing that would be more exciting is if Max Clark had also done the same thing and we'd have them both debuting today.
And you've heard me say this off the air. I think the guy, the prospect that they have that might end up being the best of the bunch, I think is Bryce Rayner. And we haven't heard a ton of him yet because he got hurt so early in the season last year at Lakeland, but he was killing it at Lakeland. Got hurt diving back to the base, hurt his shoulder, and they've been taking it very slow with him, and we'll see where he ends up being. But with McGonigal, the hype for McGonigal is as strong for any Detroit Tiger probably since Verlander. Or maybe stronger than anybody since Verlander.
I mean, the Skubal hype was not like this.
There was no Skubal.
There was,
it was a ninth round pick.
Skubal was not, and a guy with multiple arm events, and you're just like, see what this kid's got.
We had hype for the 1-1 guys, like Torkelson and Mize, but I don't think it was ever like this. Riley Green was some hype, and Nick Castellanos a little bit of hype, but not like this. This was like when Verlander was ready to make that first start. That was news.
No, that was big. Yep.
Zamaya, when he was brought up, I did a little bit of news because he was just electric in the minors, but Verlander was the guy. McGonigal is the next one to have hype like that. And yeah, you always get nervous about that because you think of other sports in Detroit where players have been hyped, and was the hype too much for it? I mean, the Darko thing was really unfortunate on so many levels, and yet they won an NBA championship despite the fact that he played no role.
And to be fair, we contribute to hype. Like, I mean, we totally
did, but it's because we're led to it, right?
No, but but like we'll see a guy. I'll see a guy, and I'll do it.
Oh, sure, yeah,
I'll totally do it. So, feedback coming in. I'm going to say 87 wins. I like this team. I just get the feeling that the hitting is perpetual Achilles heel. It's maddening losing as many one-run, low-scoring games. That's from an unnamed texter. Next text. All these people predicting 90-plus wins must be the same people that think the Lions are legitimate Super Bowl contenders. I believe this is just an issue with people that aren't prepared to believe these teams are headed back to dark times. Are they headed back to dark times? Like, your belief might be that, but I don't think there's like any... The Tigers are predicted to win the division. Not by Detroiters, bro, but by outsiders. They have the most over-under the wins in Vegas for the division. Why do you think they're headed back to dark times?
Because they're not. Do you not feel like they're going to be able to recover from Skubal leaving the team?
It's Carson Anderson.
Or the team just
97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Tigers have officially confirmed their season opening lineup on social media new this hour. Kevin McGonigal is in the lineup. He will start at third base and bat sixth today. Gary Carpenter leads things off as he bats in right field. Back for a second season with the Tigers, Gleyber Torres is at second base. Colt Keith is the DH today as he bats third. Hoping to cut down on his strikeouts, Riley Green will bat cleanup as he's in left field defensively. Spencer Torkelson is at first base and batting fifth, followed by McGonigal. The bottom three hitters today are Dingler behind the plate, Parker Meadows in center, and Javi Baez at shortstop. The pitching matchup is Tarek Skubal against Nick Pivetta of the Padres. First pitch this afternoon at 4:10 p.m. Pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 3:45. Pistons basketball will be over on WWJ tonight as Detroit welcomes the New Orleans Pelicans at 7 o'clock. Pistons favored by 4 points according to FanDuel in that one. The Pistons have not released their injury report for tonight as they played last night against the Hawks. Detroit is 10-2 on the second night of a back-to-back this season. The Pelicans could be without Trey Murphy III, who was listed as questionable with a right ankle sprain. DeJounte Murray's off the injury report and available as he was previously dealing with an Achilles injury. Pre-game coverage over on News Radio 950 starts at 6:35. Tip-off in that game at 7 o'clock from LCA. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
So the Tigers have the best win total in the division. The Lions are tied for the highest win total in the NFC. And this has been updated by BetMGM earlier this month, the NFL win totals. The reason I bring it up is not because I don't mind the differing opinions, but when somebody rips the audience and saying people aren't prepared to believe these teams are headed back to dark times and cites the Lions and Tigers, all these people predicting 90-plus wins must be the same people that think the Lions are legitimate Super Bowl contenders. I believe it's just an issue with people who aren't prepared to believe these teams are headed back to dark times. And that's a statement in his mind of fact. And I'd like to hear more from that person. Don't mind the statement, but I don't think people who are enthusiastic about a football team that is tied for the most wins in Vegas, 10.5 wins projected, or a baseball team that has the most wins projected in their division, for those fans being enthusiastic and excited about the coming season, I don't think they I mean, you can prepare for all possibilities.
I think there's a percentage of fans out there that just will refuse to believe anything until it's proven. And for them, it's not proven over, in baseball, a 20-game stretch or a 40-game stretch. No. It's proven over 162 games. And there's just a percentage of people out there that's how they roll. And in my world, it's no fun. Get on board early. I mean, don't sit. It's like these people will sit and watch a game with their arms folded. I'm just watching,
right.
Enjoy it.
Well,
relax
is there a little bit of, they didn't do it the way I wanted them to do it?
I'm sure there's some of that.
So
yeah.
They're going to suck.
Yep. Didn't do what I wanted to do. So screw you.
Well, speaking of the Lions, there's an interesting way to look at the offseason, and somebody evaluates it differently than many. We will get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Season opener for the Tigers today, 4:10 at San Diego. We are taking your predictions. Final hour to get them in for the season. How many wins do you think they will have? And why do you think they will settle in on that number? Just recapping, if you just turned your radio on, you heard in the update, McGonigal is in the lineup today, hitting 6th and batting 3rd. I got them at 89 wins, and I think their biggest strength is something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough. I think they have best bullpen in baseball potential. Scott's got them at 91, led by Torres and Framber, the duo at the top of the rotation. Kansas City's their top challenger, but they're healthy, and having Torres is massive. Kang's got him at 90. He likes the bullpen, thinks pitching carries the team, and McGonigal can help, and the division sucks. Kenny's got him at 87. He's worried about the hitting, but not worried about the rest of the division. How many wins do you have them having? We've had predictions vary from over 100 down to 80. What do you got them at, people? We do record these. We do seal them up, and we do open them up at the end of September and see who came the closest and who did the worst. And so you can compare your picks to our picks. Get them in, 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you on this day of the Tigers season opener. Do you think people are going to love or hate ABS?
I think they're going to love it. Because it's not like you can do it every pitch.
Yep.
I mean, you can if you keep getting it right. But you get 2 challenges, I think, per game, as long as you're right. So you have to be very careful about it. I love it because it keeps the umpires honest. You know, when catchers know if it's a strike or not. They know.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see, I was going through some old clips the other day. I got through some reels, and there were some, missed strike call reels that I saw, and people just going crazy, and the umpire refusing to give in at all. Like, nope, it's not. It's right down the freaking middle,
right.
And you're not calling it a strike out of spite. And the umpires had this spiteful attitude. Some umpires, not all of them do. They're stubborn. They're not going to change their ways. This forces you to change your ways. Hey, I get it, Blue. You want to call the low strike, but it's not a strike. Okay, your strike zone is not the strike zone. So this goes over what the strike zone is as much as it can. Are there flaws to it? Sure, there's some flaws to it. But I'd rather have the flaws to the ABS system than the obvious flaws that the umpire brings in with his own, objectives or whatever he's doing.
What I like about it, and I didn't see it used last night, but when I have seen it, and I'm not a big fan of replay in sports, it's quick.
It's quick.
It's quick. That's what matters most. What I hate about replay in other sports is I don't feel like people are fully satisfied with the officiating anyway, and it just stops games for extended periods. This is quick. So I think people are going to enjoy that about it. Kang, do you think people are going to like or hate ABS?
I think people will like to complain about it.
Oh.
Because, I think people like to, maybe it's because I've been doing this so long. we get the complaints all the time. I feel like we get nothing but complaints, but
that's why you handle ticket text and we don't look at them.
But, okay, with that being said, I think I will lean towards Gator, though. Overall, they'll like it, but we're going to get so many complaints. It might just, I'm not sure I'll even know the 51 as unlike it anymore, because I think when things go bad and things go wrong, we'll get an avalanche of this sucks, and why are we doing this? It's this flawed, slowing down the game, whatever, all that stuff. But I'm not like you, though, Doug, where I don't want replay or things like that in general. I think overall it does make things better, but like with everything, there's pros and cons.
Mm-hmm. Well, Tigers open the season at San Diego. You've never been to that park, have you, Gator?
No.
Okay.
Doug.
No, it looks great.
Have you been there forever for an opening day, Doug?
I've never been there for an opening day.
Have either you two been anywhere else for an opening day other than Detroit?
I didn't go to the stadium, but I was in Cincinnati as they were getting ready for their opening.
They do it big out there,
They
don't
do it
they?
huge,
Man.
yeah. I was at, my buddy was at Miami of Ohio, and I went to see him back in the early 90s, and he was in a fraternity, and they had a big, huge fraternity party in honor of opening day, and so I was there for that, but have not been to another stadium while opening day is going on.
Yeah, I've never been to another stadium, and I would like to check it out just for comparison's sake. It seems like everybody's excited to varying degrees when opening day rolls around, but I can't. All I know is that we have seen up close and personal how much people lean into opening day. We've had some wild opening day shows.
I think one year, Doug, didn't you have the T-shirt gun? And someone asked you to fire it at their face or something?
No.
No, this is far worse.
Yeah, it was.
This is far worse.
Oh, no.
I had a.
Thank you for bringing it up.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
We had given away all the T-shirts.
What's it, this shirt?
Might have been. Gators wearing.
I have the short
day.
sleeve. I also have the long sleeve gray one that we gave out that same day. This is opening day.
It was
2006.
a gray one. It was a gray one. It was 2006, and we were at Nemo's after the game, and I was wearing the shirt, and we were all out of free shirts, and a young lady wanted the shirt.
Was she intoxicated?
Yes.
Very?
And so was everybody,
Okay.
extraordinarily.
Oh, people were intoxicated opening day after the game.
Yep.
Okay.
And I got bullied by the audience there to trade her shirts.
Yeah, shirt
live
for shirt.
on the air. So she took off her shirt and gave it to me. I took off my shirt and gave it to her.
How was that received?
Not well.
No?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
People weren't thrilled?
Nope. And her shirt was rather small. Somewhere there's a picture of me wearing like a women's small shirt.
Was it small on her too?
It was, yep. And it led to, there was booing.
There was booing.
Yeah, there was booing. From an unnamed texter, I get roster flexibility and all, but if Colt Keith can't hit, then he needs to go. Waste of a DH.
What's a waste of a DH?
If Colt Keith can't hit, he needs to go. Waste of a DH.
Well, of course.
If he can't hit.
Then you're wasting the DH. The literal definition is designated hitter. Whoever is the designated hitter, if they can't hit, it's a waste of the DH.
This is not what I would call a bold call. If our player that is put in the lineup to hit doesn't hit, I don't think he should be here. Thank you. Fitz in Nuevo says, Seattle exposed them in the playoffs. The Tigers struggle hitting the slider. I'll take under 86 wins. Well, they struggled hitting Seattle's slider. I'll give you that, Fitz. And I think they're going to see plenty of them. They did hit it early in the year. It's not like the first team to throw them sliders.
Did Detroit expose Seattle in any way?
What's that?
Did Detroit expose Seattle in any way?
I don't know what you're getting at.
Because, I mean, they exposed, Seattle exposed Detroit. That game went to 15 freaking innings, right?
Mm-hmm.
So things didn't go well for either team for 8 full innings where they were tied and nobody was scoring to go up. All right, so you want to say exposed the Tigers to discuss, were the Tigers able to expose something there? Like, I don't know, maybe with Henrique Suarez, who did nothing in that series?
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, I can't let it go. No, I get very defensive about that game. Maybe the Tigers just weren't good enough. Is that okay? I'm okay with it.
Maybe Seattle was better.
Maybe Seattle was better. I'm okay with that.
Quote from Kevin McGonigal ahead of his MLB debut. We'll get to that today at 1:16, plus your phone calls and feedback. Another way to look at the Lions offseason. We'll get to that. Actually, we're going to do it right before the next break at 1:25. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. We got the big thaw coming. Is your home ready? Before the spring rains start, check your basement. If you're worried about water or a sump pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your AC or pool boiler tuned up for summer. Don't wait for the humidity to hit. Go ahead and get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Stan at Lawrence Tech says 92 wins. They're athletic and versatile position players with a solid bullpen. Billy, 92 wins because of starting pitching. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson. We are talking Tigers ahead of the opener. Here's the quote from Kevin McGonigal, according to Evan Petzold. Posted this hour. I've always been good at telling myself it's the same game. I'm going to have the same mindset. I know it's going to be in front of 45,000 fans. I know it's the biggest stage, but I've dreamed about this my whole life. My mindset leading up to this point has always been good, and I'll continue to keep that mindset. First pitch might be a little tough, might be a little nervous, but after that first pitch, I'm hoping it's go time from there.
Go time.
So you heard it here. Kevin McGonigal will be fine and dominate after one pitch.
That's it.
Everything that happens after the first pitch, he's good to go.
Well, I mean, in fairness, it only took him one pitch against Severino when he hit the home
Was
run.
that the first one?
460 feet away.
Obviously, we're joking, but he's going to be a little nervous right up to that first pitch.
He's got this. Come on.
Yep.
I hope he's got
By the way, the Tigers just released a video.
Yeah?
We're in it.
Are we?
Yeah. Yes, we are. We have to look at this during commercial break. Let's retweet it.
It's pretty cool.
Is it?
Yeah. It's
Is it a hype video?
Yeah, it's a hype video, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's short. But Doug, you get the line, man.
What's that?
They use you saying LFG, let's go.
Really?
And Gator's just sitting there smiling because they're so happy.
I am happy. I'm so happy baseball's back.
Well, it's just the news that McGonigal broke. And,
I think that maybe makes me more happy than anything else. Is that there's a new look. Everybody likes the new toys, right? Framber Valdez the new toys, but that's going to be delayed. We got to wait till tomorrow before he plays, and Kenley Jansen's a new toy. It's okay, but Kevin McGonigal's the homegrown toy. This is the one that you drafted. Planted that seed, you watered it, and it sprouted, and now it's ripe and ready to go. All right, let's see it. Can't wait.
No, it's awesome because I feel like, I don't know if you feel the same way, Gator, but I felt like everyone else has gotten this experience but us. Like, the homegrown
every other team in
prospect.
baseball.
Yeah, like they get the call up and they're waiting and they get it. And then we never got it, and then we finally got it. Like, yes, they called him up, and then it's a big deal everywhere, nationally, not just here. So that's awesome. That's how
funny.
big of a deal
You're
it is.
right. Everybody else has done this. Why not us? Let's get back to your phone calls. Jim is next on 97.1. Hello, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're good, buddy.
Good. Listen, a couple minutes ago, before the break, I think you were talking about everybody seems to be pretty optimistic, the majority for the Tigers, and even, I guess you were saying the Lions, people looking for a good season. And the comments were made about there's this element that just isn't going to buy it. And I thought I heard you saying maybe Gator always tends to lean toward the negative or something of that.
I didn't say Gator, no.
No, I thought
well, whatever. None of us, neither of us do, but whatever.
Yeah, but I thought he was more the show me type.
Gator said some people cross their arms and say, show me. Yes.
Okay. Maybe I misheard this at the time. But anyway, everyone should have hope. They should have optimism because, look, in the last 2-3 years, if the Pistons turned around the last 2 years remarkably, the Tigers the last 2 years, the Lions the last 3 years. But you're going to have that segment. I know that. But there's a lot of people that still are frustrated for two reasons, real quick. One of them is an inordinate amount, it seems like, with Detroit teams of injuries, especially key people. And the other thing is when you have the Pistons not winning, I think, since 2004 anything, the Tigers since 84, you've got the Lions forever, and the Wings especially the last 9 years. And you couple that with all the injuries, that's why they're feeling that way. And as far as the Tigers this year, yes, I'm hopeful, but the common sense says I hope until they prove it. You've got, I hope Verlander doesn't have the first half of the year he had last year. Valdez his second half of the year that he had. Mize his second half of the year, and the Tigers is total collapse in the second half of the year. So that's why you have some people that say, common sense says I'm going to be hopeful. They've got some talent, but until they kind of wrap it all up, there's a lot of things that it's hard to say anything more than prove it. So I'm going to say probably no better than the same record as they had last year.
Okay, I'll just give you something here, Jim, to think about, and I credit Scott Bentley of Locked On Tigers who had this. Do you know who was in the opening day lineup a year ago?
Do I know what it was?
Do you know who was in the opening day lineup 1 year ago?
I imagine some of the players, I'm going to say, like, you had probably lefty. Well, you didn't have Parker Meadows.
You had Manuel Margot and Ryan Kreidler were in the opening day lineup last year. And think about where we are a year later. Now, is it...
Who's going to be the Manuel Margot for next season? Because there's one of these guys every year.
The point being is it's a little... You forget that and you go, okay, last year's team was a playoff team. This year's team has answered quite a few of the questions that have kept, the guy who was pitching on day 2 last year is pitching on day 3 this year because somebody better is here. Mm-hmm. Flaherty's now the 3rd starter, not the 2nd starter. So there's certainly, you just listed a whole bunch of things that could go wrong, the listener, but there's also reason to believe that just on a sheer basis of who they have, there's a really good chance they're going to be better, right?
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be better. I think the whole pitching staff, starters and bullpen, I think is better top to bottom than what it was last year, and certainly at the top.
So anyway, look, it's there's of course no guarantees, right? No guarantees. But it's just when you look at it from that perspective and you go, okay, maybe it's easy to see why there is so many people excited. Now, if you are, it's a really safe position. They're not going to win the title. You basically say, I'll take the field, and I'll take the field every year. You can pick any team, and I'll take the field every year. So it's a very safe position to say they're not going to win the title. What I think is one of the biggest jobs as an organization is to get into the mix where you have a chance. And if you're doing that every year, you're a good organization. Tigers aren't necessarily a good organization yet, but this is the highest expectation since 2017, which was the year they traded Verlander halfway through. Well, near the end, I guess, because it was late August, right? All right, Gator. I mentioned there was a different way to look at the Lions offseason. On ESPN.com, one of their analysts ranked the NFL teams based on the most improved rosters. He said, we had to sit down and take stock of how the NFL teams have done since the new league year began. I ranked 32 teams' free agency performances across the signings, re-signings, and trade acquisitions. I also tried to take into account departed talent. These rankings are highly contextual. Any list of the most improved teams in free agency would start with the likes of Raiders and Titans, who incidentally were the teams that had the most money. I tried to rank the teams for the flexibility of their roster approaching the draft, the contract details that provide them leverage, how they manipulated the compensatory pick formula, and what they could have done but didn't do. And he ranked teams from 1 to 32. Let's take 10 texts right now. Where do you where do you think the Tigers offseason, or the Lions free agency ranks compared to every other team? 10 texts right now. Where do you think they rank when you look at everybody's work and what they did? And we will tell you coming up, Gator. I want your answer as well. Right. It's Carson Anderson. We will get to that today at 1:31. 10 texts. Sign your text. Tell us where you think their free agency acquisitions rank in the league. 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in a market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shana Roofing, Windows and Siding, Michigan's name you can trust.
Dakar, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, ESPN writer ranked everybody's off-season free agent acquisitions. Where do you think the Lions ranked? Bob and Shelby says 24th. A2 and Tecumseh says 23rd. Jeff and Shelby says the Lions were 3rd. Dan says 13, slightly better than average. Sam in a work truck says 4th. Lions ranked 26th. That's from Scott and Harrison Township. Randy in Milford says 21st. Chris in Cedar Springs says 22nd. Rick in Commerce says 3rd. Dan up north says 10th. Gator, where do you think the Lions rank?
So my first thought goes to, all right, Doug's bringing this up to manipulate something.
What?
Uh-huh. Because I don't think that his team has improved. I think they've gotten worse. But it's not, I mean, I understand what's happening here.
The rankings were done. Again, let's go over the criteria. Yeah. The value they got for the money they spent, the flexibility of their roster approaching the draft, the contract details that provided them leverage, how they manipulated the compensatory pick formula, and what they could have done but didn't.
This strikes me as a formula somebody comes up with to try to paint the rosiest picture for the Lions. Because do I think that they've got, was it money well spent? Yeah, I think they got a great bang for their buck with Cade Mays. I think every other contract they've handed out has been these one-year contracts for very little money. So I think they get value out of that. There's not a ton of risk. There should be better reward than the risk that they're putting up there. So I get all that. But in the end, they still have many holes on this team. I mean, me personally, I haven't done a deep dive into what every team has done in the league, to be fair. I would say that I would guess that it's probably around 20. But then you're going to tell me it's like the Lions rank 5th.
So Benjamin Solak did it from ESPN, and I don't think he did it in particular to make the Lions look good. I don't know why an ESPN writer.
No, they wouldn't. I'm saying that we're a team like this. But
so there's a few things about it. The one thing you brought up is an important point, and I think it's one that we have to remind ourselves is doing the deep dive on what everybody did. Because, when I went through yesterday and I made a point of, here's New England, Super Bowl aspirations again. They're like, who's our edge rusher? Kansas City, Super Bowl aspirations. Who the hell's starting at corner for us? San Francisco, they want to go to the Super Bowl. They need an edge rusher. Chicago, same thing. Like all these teams, their fan bases are screaming and yelling about what holes they didn't fill in free agency yet too. And there's more examples. But if you look at everybody and you go, okay, who signed the best contracts? Looky here, the Lions rank 3rd behind Pittsburgh and San Francisco. And here's what he writes. I loved the dart throws. Detroit has more needs than it has money to throw around, but it did extremely well to take a high upside swing in the margins. Isaiah Pacheco can't be 100% of what David Montgomery was for them, but the Lions don't want that anymore. They want a capable short yardage pass protecting back to relieve Jahmyr Gibbs, and they got one for near the veteran minimum. The Lions also got a functional starter at center in Mays for $8 million per year in an offseason which the center market was exploding. Want him as ideally a number 3 edge instead of a number 2 option, but opposite Aiden Hutchinson, he can fill the El Qadim Muhammad shoes and then some. At corner, McCreary can start if he's healthy too. This class is filled with great value. He writes, I don't love left tackle Larry Borum. It's a good swing backup, but the Lions don't want to live in a world where he starts 17 games on Jared Goff's blind side.
He wouldn't.
Goff, for all of his improvements and strengths, is simply not a springy mover. He needs a clean pocket. With the 17th pick, the Lions are squarely in contention for a franchise left tackle, and I'd put a lot of theoretical chips on that being their first-round target. GM Brad Holmes also said Borum can play right tackle with Penei Sewell moving to left side, so there's that option too. I don't even think that's an option. I think that's what they expect. After hearing Holmes speak the other day, now,
unless they draft a left tackle in the first round,
they could totally do that. Yes,
which they could do,
yes.
And then probably starts from day one.
When they evaluate Larry Borum, they evaluated him as a good right tackle. Yeah. That's the way they saw him. He's played all over the line, but they're like, at right tackle, guy can play.
So how I would look at this, if I were to try to be objective and see what they did or didn't do, and did they get better? And looking at the positions that they've lost, okay? Taylor Decker is not on this team. So they're getting worse at tackle. There's just no questioning that. You've lost Alex Anzalone. Who's he being replaced by? Malcolm Rodriguez. Okay, I like Malcolm Rodriguez, but he's not Alex Anzalone. So you can say that's worse.
He's not what Alex Anzalone was yet, and Alex Anzalone isn't what Alex Anzalone was anymore.
But Alex Anzalone, I mean, if you could have him for the same money as Malcolm Rodriguez, you'd probably do it.
Probably would if you could. Yeah.
So again, it's slightly worse. You look at corner; they lost Amik Robertson, and they added McNeely or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he as good as Amik?
McCreary.
McCreary. Probably not. So slightly worse there. They don't have Brian Branch to start the season. They have Isbian, who I like, but Isbian's not Brian Branch. So the
Isian.
one, what's that?
Isian.
Isn't that what I said?
You said Isbian.
Oh, sorry. I'm on a roll today. Tigers are on my mind.
It's okay.
So Isian, I actually like Isian. I think Isian can be very good for this team, but without Brian Branch, he's not Brian Branch. So though they've added some players to help this team out because they had to because of holes, they're not replacing with guys that are their equal. And that's the issue that we're going to see for a while to see how they get, let alone the question marks about Kirby Joseph and Sam Laporta and Terrion Arnold. What's going to happen with him in the offseason, if he's going to be exonerated or not. And, there's also potential for guys to rise up.
I have many of the same complaints you do and concerns you do. This is just one person's looking at it. He thinks they got one way of looking at it. He thinks they got great value for the money. And they didn't have a lot of money, and that's the way he sees it.
And it's really hard to disagree with that because the Cade Mays contract is so reasonable for the Lions to take on. I can agree with that part of it, and that's big. And like I said, I like Isian.
Yep.
And like a lot of these other players, for exactly what they were. But in terms of did the Lions go out there and get replacements that are better? No, they didn't. Not necessarily. I think with Mays they did. Wanham, he seemed very high on Wanham. And,
Yeah, you know what?
And I'm not sure I'd be so high on Wanham because then you're discounting what Al-Qadim Muhammad did as a pass rusher because he's outstanding at it. Now, is Al-Qadim Muhammad a guy who's going to be out there and stuffing the run? No. And then maybe that's what Wanham does, and great, that's what Wanham does. But they're different players. It's kind of hard to even compare the two.
I think he would tell you we did get better at some spots, and especially he would tell you we can at least get the same for the money. That's what he would say. It was clear listening to the other day,
or Brad Holmes,
Brad Holmes. It was clear listening. Thank you for clarification. It was clear listening to Brad Holmes the other day. Brad Holmes thinks he just signed the next Al-Qadim Muhammad, not the player, but a guy who's going to outperform his contract. He thinks he signed the next Amik Robertson. That's what he believes. So we'll see if it plays itself out. But it was an interesting way to look at it. Yeah. By the way, the top ranked.
And by the way, these are also all stopgap moves because they're all 1-year deals.
Yes. Bang for the buck. Top class, according to Ben Solak at ESPN, is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Number 2 is the San Francisco 49ers. Number 31 is the Miami Dolphins. Number 32 is the LA Chargers. I don't know how anybody could rank below Miami, but he believes the Chargers do. Let's go to Duke, who's on 97.1. Hello, Duke.
Hey, what's up, guys? I met you all last week. Remember?
Oh, yeah, Duke.
Anyway,
yeah, what's up?
Hey. So one thing.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. It was cool to meet you.
Yeah, I played for Brian Kelly, too, at Grand Valley State when he was just getting started, just to let you know.
Cool.
So I know Bob. Okay. So isn't this what Brad Holmes' philosophy has always been about? We didn't know the Meek Robinsons. We didn't know the Kevin Zeitlers. They were all 1-year deals. You remember? Like, he's always, I think he's such a, let's talk about two shows that you talked about. Yesterday's show and then the show back when you all talked about, oh man, I forgot. But the whole thing is his philosophy has always been he's a great scout, right?
Yep.
So he feels like he knows stuff that people don't. He's been scouting these guys since high school and college. So if he sees some guy that didn't get the production that they thought they would, weren't making the money and so then he's been watching these players and he knows where the value is. So he probably always. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Duke, what you brought up is something, it's a point I was meaning to make yesterday and I never did, and I'm glad you called. Because when Brad Holmes talked about some of these signings, he went back to the evaluation of these players coming out in the draft. And so he's basically saying, I scouted this guy, liked this guy, couldn't draft this guy, but now I'm happy to have Larry Borum. So you're right. Yep. You're exactly right. That's the prism with which he sees these guys. Earlier today, Scott, I let the NCAA hockey committee or tournament, people who run NCAA hockey, have it for playing these games in neutral sites.
Yes.
You know what's worse than playing them in neutral sites?
Playing them at the home side of the lesser seed?
That would be worse, yes. Playing them on neutral sites where the glass falls out before the game even starts. We have a delay in the Michigan State UConn game because the glass has fallen out behind one of the goals, and they have to replace it.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks.
Anyway, they're getting that sorted out.
It didn't shatter, though, because
No, it didn't. I mean, I don't know that it fell out, but they had an issue with the glass, and they're having to replace it, so the start of the Spartan hockey game is delayed. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Back to your Tiger calls and predictions straight ahead, as this is the last show before. Hey, when we're on the air tomorrow, we'll have a game to talk about.
It's true.
But how many wins do you think they'll have? Why do you settle on that number? 248-539-9797. This is your last chance to get the call in. Now, you're on 97.1. Hey, I've known the Bernstein family for a long time, and I've seen how they work firsthand. If you're injured, call Sam. They're a firm that demands respect, not just for you, but from insurance companies too. 50 years of winning earns that. 1-800-CALL-SAM. From Twitter, from Kel in Pennsylvania, the Tigers outperform expectations again this year, going 95-67. A mixture of veterans with JV, Kenley Jansen, Baez, and Veerling, along with Skubal, and some younger guys with energy. The Tigers will contend for the World Series. Detroit will have the number 1 bullpen in 2026. Kel, if you're right, and I'm not ruling out that bullpen thing. I'm really chesty about this bullpen, enthusiastic. Eric says 78 wins. Verlander will prove to be an old man who doesn't scare anyone anymore, and the weak hitting will mean even their 2 good pitchers won't have many wins. Remember that the Cy Young winner only got 13 wins last year because of lack of support. Next tweet from Tom. 92 wins based on Framber and Skubal both winning 17 games, coupled with a youth movement that includes McGonigal winning Rookie of the Year. From Eisenhart. Give me 89 wins. I'm expecting opposite of last year. Slower start with a hot finish. If they could stay healthy, they should be much more consistent. Mike, 75. But I always expect the worst and hope for the best with all Detroit teams. Jason says 88 wins, 1 more than last year. Pitching will once again hold them together. Still not convinced with the consistency in our hitting. We'll win the division, but the Royals will be right there. From VD Darga, he writes, 93, I think Valdez not only lifts the entire pitching staff, but also the team. We will have our 7th, 8th, and 9th inning relievers set, just not sure of the order, and McGonigal wins Rookie of the Year. Riley hits 40 home runs. There's a lot of reason to be excited about McGonigal. People in the game love his game. They love his swing. So it's now just a matter of going out and doing it, which is the hard part.
So I'm a guy who's not ultra confident in the lineup like a lot of fans are, but I think McGonigal, the addition of him is kind of what Scott Harris said earlier, which is I don't expect him to carry the offense, but I expect him to help this team, which is that timely hitting. He's batting 6th today, right? Yep. Kind of in the middle of the lineup there. So when they need a hit, I think he's a guy that can provide that, where instead of in the past where you brought up a guy that, more times than not was not going to come through, and you knew this from his past, his resume. Now we have no resume on McGonigal at the major league level, but we know why he got called up.
Yep.
And he can rake a little bit. So I think just having that extra bat in line can help win them a few more games that they didn't win last year.
He's proved himself at every stop. And this year he proved himself in spring training. Let's go to Bridge here on 97.1. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, okay, so last year I had him at 91 wins and winning the division, and Skubal winning the Cy Young. I was wrong on 2 of those things. Mm-hmm. So this time I'll go with 92 wins, which is a 5-game improvement.
Yep.
But the main reason will be Valdez, McGonigal, and the improved bullpen. That'll give us 5 more wins than last year between the 3 of them.
If all those things come through, yeah, I totally could see it. Totally can see it.
And, yeah, the 92 wins, they win the division, and our Cy Young winner does not win it this time.
That's okay. Win the division.
That's all right. We'll take it.
There's one thing. Thank you, Bridge. There's one thing that can happen that keeps Tarek Skubal in Detroit, and that is the work stoppage puts new rules in place that benefit the Tigers in some way.
So that so he doesn't sign a contract with anybody else before the work stoppage?
That the work stoppage, there's no contract before the work stoppage. The work stoppage, the lockout takes place or whatever right after the season. And when they come back, there's A, a salary cap, or B, bird rights.
Yeah, I just don't see either one.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
I understand that, right.
If there is a chance.
Yeah. If there's, I would say this. Maybe there's a better chance if they win the World Series. He gets to the mountaintop with this team, and then he starts to think, I love these guys. We just won the World Series. They're willing. I know they're going to
buy a bar together.
Well, let's buy a bar together, or hey, they're willing to pay me $40 million a year, even though I know I can get 45 or 50 or whatever the number is. There'll be a big gap, but you know what? Mm-hmm. They're paying me great money. I just love it. I want to run it back. Or something happens to Scott Boras. He gets involved in some kind of scandal and he loses all his clients, and then get real negotiations.
I like the way you're thinking there. Let's go to Issa in Dearborn. Hello, Issa.
What's up, man? How you doing today?
What's
Good,
up?
You?
Good. I think everyone's being a little bit negative, saying that we're going to stay at 86 or 87. We want to remind everyone, the last couple months of Tigers baseball in 2025, it was just complete, like, that slump was really bad, and I think if that slump gets cut in half a little bit, if they play a little bit better than they did, they would have had 90 wins. And I don't think the roster was worse. I think the roster is better than it was last year. We didn't get worse. We got better. So I'm 95 to 96 range for wins this year. I think that I'm excited about the bats this year, and excited about the pitching.
Not many people are excited about the bats, Issa. Why are you excited about it?
I know that if I was a player, I would be disappointed in how the season ended and what everyone has been saying, and I would want to play better. And I hear, Riley Green on what he said, working on the strikeouts. McGonigal has been, he looks elite. And if depends what kind of Javi Baez we get. If we get, what do you guys say, like Javier or whatever, or Javi, I think we will be fine. And Kerry Carpenter finished the season very strong. I think he's underlooked, and I think he's going to have a great season.
Well, look, a lot of what you said, if it comes through the way you said it they'll be in really, really good shape. Really, really good shape. Just a reminder, we'll have all the games right here on 97.1. But the Tigers have new TV home, Detroit Sports Net. For those of you with Comcast or Xfinity, whatever you want to call it, it is channel 1253. 1253. And that accounts for a lot of people. And Spectrum, they're all over the place depending on where you are. And in Metro Detroit, around Metro Detroit, you have to do some searching for that. And I've lost the tweet that told where Spectrum was. I remember the 1253 because we made such a big deal about it. But anyway, let me see if I can find. They're still they're literally announcing stuff as we get closer to the start. So definitely they will be on. So it's a matter of seeking them out and finding them. Here we go. I got it. 1253 on Comcast. On Charter and Spectrum, their national IPs is 437. Charter Spectrum in Alpena, Detroit, Duluth, Flint, Saginaw, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Marquette, Traverse City is 213. On Charter Spectrum Livonia, it's 291. Fort Wayne, Green Bay, Appleton, and Toledo, 307 or 1307. So just a few of them here, and there's others listed on the Tigers website if you have something different than those. I do not think it's available on Fubo, excuse me.
Fubo.
Direct
or Aspires.
Direct TV, it's channel 663.
What about Carl Kanai? Is there a channel for that?
Shut up. AT&T Uverse, it's 1739.
Guess?
Not going to stop.
Jean-Jean?
Yeah, Jean-Jean. Stussy?
Cecil?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
I've kind of done rattling them all off, but now people are going to forget because...
Toughskins?
Yeah. Toughskins?
Just kept railing jean companies.
I know.
Used?
Vintage?
Guess. Anyway, you can see it all on the Detroit Tigers website. Tigers or MLB.com/Tigers/scheduling/programming. Got to remember all that. Maybe I would just tweet that out so people.
Seems like a lot there, Doug.
Oh, it does. So,
I know we're not scoreboard watching just yet, but it is kind of fun to see that there's a game going on right now between the Pirates and the Mets.
Yeah.
After the first inning, the Mets lead at 5-2, and Paul Skeens is out of the game.
Wow.
Registered 2 outs, gave up 4 hits, 5 earned runs, a couple of walks, 1 strikeout. Threw 37 pitches. He done.
Wow.
Neil Cruz didn't help him out, dropped 2 fly balls.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, all 5 runs are earned. No errors recorded.
So,
were they drops or were they just
they weren't
tough
errors.
Plays?
They weren't errors, but maybe you just had a very generous scorekeeper.
Okay. That's Rico. Mike is here as well.
Hello, sir.
Mike Stone.
That Mike.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's opening day.
Yeah. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We'll talk a little bit about this kid who grew up not too far from me. His name's McGonigal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And thus ends the comparisons.
Exactly. I mean, people from Delco who moved to Detroit have done okay. So hopefully
what is
he'll be
Delco?
better than me. Delaware County.
Okay. I might learn what that is.
You might learn what that is, yeah.
Rico? Why are you shaking your head, Rico?
News to Rico.
Like Delco Raleigh? I have no idea.
All right, boys. Have a great show. Short show leading into Tiger Baseball today at 4:10. Thanks for listening, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. It's opening day as the Tigers are in San Diego to begin a 3-game series. Fangraphs is projecting the Padres will finish 2 games below 500 this year. Tarek Skubal battles Nick Pivetta on the mound. Pivetta was San Diego's number 2 last year, logging a .287 ERA and 31 starts. Here's the Tigers lineup. Kerry Carpenter leads off and plays right. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Colt Keith will bat third at DH. Riley Green starts the middle and left. Spencer Torkelson hits fifth at first. Kevin McGonigal right in there, batting sixth and playing third base. Dingler, Meadows, Baez rounding it out. Baez at shortstop here today. It's a long time coming for Kevin McGonigal. And you can hear it right here on 97.1 at 410. The Tigers announced where Detroit Sportsnet will be available today. No news on WOW, Hulu, or YouTube TV. The Pistons take on the Pelicans tonight over on WWJ. Tip-off at 7, pregame at 6:35. New Orleans has won 7 of their last 9. Tobias Harris questionable to play. Karis LeVert is out with right knee soreness. The start of the first-round tournament game between Michigan State and UConn hockey was delayed 20 minutes due to a broken glass pane. It is underway now, 0-0, 5 minutes in. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Thank you, Jeremy Otto, with Kenny Cott, the Hatchet Man, David Hull. He's Rico Beard. I'm Stoney, in for Mike Valenti. Ladies and gentlemen, it's opening day, and I got to say something. Granted, the person or belief that I'm going to mention is more important than opening day. But everybody who I've seen around these parts, I believe, are wearing some sort of Tigers paraphernalia. I'm wearing a Tiger hoodie and a Tiger hat. Rico's doing the same with his hat. Kenny's got a hat. You know what? Hatchet, where's your Tiger stuff? You're wearing God Be Godden. And I understand God's very important to you and to a lot of people. And I'm not going to say that God is not more important than opening day, but it's opening day.
Stoney just said his Scooble's more important than God. 248-53.
No, God lasts more than 99 pitches.
I'll tell you why I didn't wear anything Tigers, because it's because of the people around this office. If you wear it, they're gonna stop you, talk. Oh, how do you think the Tigers are gonna do this? I don't want to talk to anyone, so I didn't wear anything so that people won't stop me. Just leave me alone. Let me do my job.
Whatever happened to love thy neighbor, David?
The Mike Valenti school of interactions.
I've been this way for a long time. I can't stand them.
In the time that I've known David, there's certain things that are for sure. David does not give in to what everybody else does. He will do the opposite just because everybody else is saying left. David goes right.
Right. I get it. But I don't know if I would have worn both today, but opening day, I don't know. It makes you feel good. I mean, if it was home, I'd probably feel better, but opening day,
it's cool, but
it's something special about baseball season starting.
And maybe it's just me. When they're here, that feels like opening day.
Yeah, you're right.
This doesn't feel like opening day. Yes, before you start sending in all the tickets, the game counts. I get it. I'm talking about me. It doesn't feel like it doesn't have that feel yet.
Well, it's not the holiday yet.
Because it's not the holiday. It's not the party that is downtown Detroit.
Correct.
And opening day. This is just kind of, okay.
But
they're playing baseball, and it feels almost as if it's just another spring training game.
But I think it's kind of smart for teams who inhabit colder climates like here to start on the West Coast or start in the South or start in the Dome. I think that's smart. Obviously, every team can't do that. But the one thing I will agree with you on, and this is 2 years in a row that they've started on the West Coast, okay? Play the A's or the Angels. The National League Interleague play 2 years in a row to start your season.
Oh, yeah, Dodgers last year.
And the Padres. I mean, yeah, okay, they played in the World Series in 1984. Yeah, we get it. We know. With the schedule, I understand you're playing every team anyway. Might not get it over with. I think 3 of the Tigers' first 4 series are against National League teams.
Diamondbacks.
And then the home openers against the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
Oh, remember when they played in 2006 World Series? Yeah. 1968. Yes.
68.
Yeah. Well, I'll have all that crap. Yeah. So opening day I don't know, it just makes you smile. Even when the team had no expectations, you still smiled because it was opening day. You thought, maybe something crazy is going to happen.
Hope springs eternal. I mean, at this point, nobody's done anything bad. And everybody can sit there and say, well, what if? Mm-hmm. So that's the anticipation of opening day. Plus, like I said, when it's here, it's the holiday. People go downtown, and I understand. That's why it is, but it doesn't quite have that same feeling as it will in 9 days or 8 days from now.
Yes, and I'm glad that this is an afternoon contest, so it should be.
You get a short show.
I get a short show for maybe the first or second time in my life, but
here for you, man.
It's not just that. It's just that the game should be over by the time the NCAAs start tonight. The big return of Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver to the LCA. I don't know if they'll be there, but the Pelicans are in town against the Pistons.
I seriously doubt Joe shows up.
I know. He wants nothing to do.
I've never seen anybody so turned off. No.
I know.
No.
It's crazy. It was, crazy. It was a weird game last night, but they can't win them all. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. And as Jeremy Otto mentioned, he gave the Tigers lineup. And starting at third base is Kevin McGonigal. I kind of thought he would start at short, but doesn't make a difference.
He's in the lineup.
He can play anywhere.
Yeah.
And I give the Tigers credit. They didn't care about service time. They said, you know what? We're a good team, but we're even better if Kevin McGonigal is part of this team from the get-go. And that is something that I think we've been waiting to hear for a long, long time. Little things like service time not mattering. They want to win, and they want to win this year. Now, there are reasons for that besides just the obvious. I mean, you want to get it done with Skubal because chances are he won't be here after this year, and there might be a lockout next year, so whatever. But, yeah, it's kind of cool to see Kevin McGonigal. And I know people are going to overreact either way to how he plays today and early on in his career.
He hits a home run today. You'll have the obligatory, he's on pace to hit 162 home runs.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I know. I hate that. But, yes, whether he goes out there, I think more people, if he has a bad day, I think people are really going to be accepting of that, saying, okay, one game.
Yeah.
But if he goes out there and he's 3 for 4, oh my goodness.
I know. Look, he hasn't played AAA yet, okay? This is a big stop. I mean, look, there are many players who haven't done it. I mean, Al Kaline never played anywhere in the minor leagues. But, yes, there are players who've gone to the majors without playing any AAA. There's not that many, though. And he is one of those guys. And I know you guys and others like to bring up the Wyatt Langford thing all the time, and with good reason. The reason the Tigers drafted Max Clark instead of Wyatt Langford had to do with economics. Not that they were too cheap, but they wanted to have enough money that they could guarantee that they'd be able to get Kevin McGonigal with that, bridge pick, whatever you want to call it, the competitive balance pick. And they knew, they made an agreement, obviously, and that's why Clark went for less money than Langford. And hopefully if McGonigal's as good as everybody thinks and Max Clark ends up making the majors, then it'll be a win-win. But I can't wait to see him play. I mean, it's just, you see the highlights from spring training and everything you hear. I mean, it's not just, local stuff. I mean, the fact that nationally he's the favorite to win the American League Rookie of the Year.
He's the betting favorite as well.
Yeah. And for the last 2 years, you've heard, Baseball America and this website and that. All they talk about is Kevin McGonigal.
Stoney, I think he may have been the most anticipated Tiger in a long time that we just could not wait to see because of, like you said, of all the hype. And then it was, okay, is he actually going to make the opening day roster? He did. And now he's, playing third, but batting sixth. Yeah. Looking forward to this.
Yeah. And usually you get guys like Verlander made his debut in 2005, right, in Cleveland. I think he had like a couple of games maybe. And then he made the team. People were surprised, him and Zamai in 2006. So there wasn't that, I don't recall the anticipation and buildup, especially because most people didn't think the Tigers are going to be very good that season. Now you have a team that has won a playoff round in 2 straight years, and a team that is a little bit weak offensively, and you had a guy who can hit, field, play voluminous positions on the infield.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time for me it may have been Torque. I was very anxious to see number one pick, like, home runs. Okay, let's see if he can actually will you get a home run hitter coming from Torque? And so yeah, with his first at bat, that first couple of games,
right?
Yes, all right. Very anxious to see that. I would put that there, McGonigal there, because we've been hearing so much about this kid, and right or wrong, there's a lot of hype that comes with him.
Correct.
He didn't write his own hype.
No.
But it's there. Hopefully, he lives up to this.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he lives up to his idol, which is second baseman Chase Utley, because he grew up in the suburban Philadelphia area, like I did.
Or is it the Delco?
Delco, Delaware County, Delco. Yeah. Do you ever watch the HBO, the one with Kate Winslet, Mayor of Easttown?
Yeah.
You ever see that? That takes place in Delco.
Oh, okay.
You know, they talk funny. You know, Wooder, Tal, Gaz with a Z. It's
not a rich neighborhood.
No, it's not. No, there are parts of Delco that are nicer than others.
I was about to say, Stoney, I just figured you lived in a palace growing up.
No. I definitely did not live in a palace growing up. It was nicer than where they lived. My part of Delaware County was nicer than where that was portrayed in the series. But there are definitely areas a lot nicer than where I grew up. I grew up in a modest home. It was okay. 3-bedroom home. I mean, it was fine. You know, I had a nice.
Did you have a moat?
No moat. No moat. No, I didn't. No, my parents didn't have a lot until after I got to college. All right,
guys. Is this the most anticipated Tiger start of a rookie that you've been waiting for,
or even in Detroit?
Or just Detroit?
Any Detroit athlete?
Okay.
To me, there's only one that even comes close to it, and we'll get to that. Coming up next. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney here in for Valenti on 97.1.
Guys, spring is technically here, and that means your lawn is going to start growing, and that also means weeds will start growing as well if you don't take care of them right now, and that's why you need to give my friends over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call, 888-GET-GREEN. And what you'll find out is they will come up with a solution for your lawn. Why? Because, look, you don't get a great lawn by accident, okay? If you're tired of fighting weeds, let Natural Way be your person to come out there and get this thing going, because it is far easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Once you start seeing the weeds pop up, it is too late, and now you're playing from behind for the rest of the summer. Don't do that. 888-GET-GREEN. Call 888-GET-GREEN, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, purchase a full lawn program. You'll get free grub control, but you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Kevin McGonigal will be your starting third baseman in today's game with the San Diego Padres. Of course, you can hear the game right here on 97.1 pregame beginning at 3:45. So we're asking, what debut for a Detroit athlete did you anticipate the most? I mean, what comes close to this? And there's only one for me off the top of my head. And that was back in 1989, after holding out most of the preseason when Barry Sanders stepped on the field at the Silverdome. I mean, the electricity that went through that building when he came on, and he didn't start the game originally, and then they were playing the Cardinals, and Wayne he got his first carry and a nice run, and then a few plays later, I believe he scored a touchdown. But the whole city, we all knew Barry Sanders. He won a Heisman Trophy. He was exciting. He was this. He was that. That, to me, was the most anticipated debut. This, I don't know if it's close to that, but people are genuinely excited about what's going to happen today. Who's it for you guys?
You know what? That was a good one. Of Barry Sanders. I forgot of the holdout. I guess we should have known that this was just going to be a precursor. And maybe it was because it was local for me. It was Charles Rogers.
Okay.
Charles Rogers coming to the Detroit Lions, and I saw what he did at MSU. I'm like, wow, this guy's going to be a big-time receiver here for the Lions. This is going to be fun.
And he had
to
a
watch.
really great debut. He did. And I think Anquan Bolden has a really good game, too.
Yeah, Anquan Bolden basically said, hey, it's a good game, Charles.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah.
And so, I would say that was because both were rookies, weren't they?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I would say probably the Rodgers, only because I saw what he did at MSU, and I was very anxious to see what he was going to do as a Detroit Lion.
I'm trying to think of if there was any Red Wing that, that you heard about for a long time, and all of a sudden he came and made his debut. I mean, Fedorov, the way they got him, the espionage during the summer was exciting to a certain extent, but nobody knew what was going on. Lidstrom, there was never really anticipation. Maybe Keith Primo a little bit.
I was going to say, my question though is going to be, is there a requirement that it has to be a prospect, or can this be somebody that we've traded for? Or
well, trades, I think it should be somebody, a prospect.
Okay, because if it wasn't that, I was going to say Prince Fielder, because when I found out we were getting him, I was over the moon. I think we all were.
Yeah.
But I was excited, and I know this is the boring answer for hockey. I was excited for Mo Seider. I always was. I was a big fan of his coming out of Sweden and out of Germany. And I mean, from Germany in the SHL. That's what I meant. But I think a lot of people are sleeping on Casey Mize. Because I know they weren't very good when he debuted.
That's a great point.
Because every day that he pitched, it's Mize Day. Everybody would say that. Every single start that he made his first year as a Tiger. And granted, it didn't turn out exactly the way we had hoped it would. But everybody at the time, revisionist history maybe, but at the time, everybody said it's Mize Day. This is the most exciting day to be a Tiger fan.
No, good call, Kenny.
248-539-9797, Mr. Hatchett.
I think this one's pretty obvious for me that people that have listened to me for years, but the most anticipated is Grant Hill.
Yeah,
I mean, for me as a kid,
I was thinking of him,
and we get that guy, and I'm like, okay, we got the guy. He's going to be the next. Everyone thought he was going to be the next Jordan,
Hall of Famer.
That guy was amazing, and then of course, injuries happened. We kept losing to the Hawks in the playoffs, and he left. But that was the most anticipated for me.
You know who was also anticipated, and obviously did nothing. But he he came up when the team was really, really good, so he only got to play in garbage time. But I mean, the Darko phenomenon. People were anticipating. The European left-handed Larry Bird or whatever, people thought he was going to be great.
I mean, the way he just manipulated those chairs and cones in the drills. I mean, how could you not be excited about what Darko was going to do? Yeah, that was one where it's like, Boy, either you're going to look really smart or, boy, oh boy, this is going to blow up in your face.
And it did. 248-539-9797. By now, would they have won a championship if they would have drafted Carmelo? You would think, but you never know. Let's go to John in Detroit. What's up, John?
Hey.
Hey.
John.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
You called, you tell us.
I was going to say, Barry Sanders was it, but let's talk about Isaiah Thomas when he came to town.
Okay. That was before I got here, so enlighten me.
Yeah, he was awesome. That was before I went to Marine Corps, but the bad boys, Isaiah was it. We weren't sure what we were getting, but in college, he was out of Indiana State. He was
Indiana.
He was phenomenal.
Yeah,
he was phenomenal. So he made the Pistons. Took a little bit of a while, fight with the Lakers and stuff, but he finally got it to where Detroit was back on the top with basketball.
Yeah, what I don't know was were people like the anticipation for like his actual first game was it palpable to this?
I think it was. It was just no social media.
Right.
So you didn't have it all on a 24-hour loop. But I agree with John. It was big because I think at the time, Stoney, it was really unheard of because he left college after his second year. He had to get the hardship in order, like an actual hardship, and prove that his family needed the money, and he was able to come and play. So, yeah, I do remember Isaiah coming here. And no, the city, they really embraced him because that was their first really big superstar since Bob Lanier.
Right.
So,
and then they had 2 number 1, first round picks that year, him and Tripucka.
Yeah.
And Kelly Tripucka, that's another topic. Who were you most wrong? I never thought he was going to be a good NBA player. And he was really good. He wasn't a Hall of Famer. He wasn't a consensus every year All-Star, but he was a good player. And coming out of Notre Dame, I didn't think much of him. Tony in Detroit. What's going on, Tone?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, Tony.
So how about for an old man's choice, the next Mickey Mantle? Local boy. Come on, tell me.
Oh,
Kirk Gibson.
Kirk, yeah. Okay, so let me ask you a question because I wasn't here when he debuted. When he went through the farm, look, he was a great football player also at Michigan State, drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals. Goes to the Tigers farm system. Was there this, oh my God, here we go, when he was going to make his debut?
Couldn't wait for him to get up. Sparky was calling him the next Mickey Mantle.
Right.
And everybody, and he came close.
Yeah, he had some magic moments, no doubt about it. He was as fast as Mickey, obviously. But
blazing speed. During his holdout year, or not holdout, but his contest year, the Lions offered him a contract. He was an All-American tight end. He had blazing speed, blazing strength. He could have played 2 sports.
Oh yeah, he could have. He wasn't a tight end; he was a wide receiver, and he was like the fastest guy that Michigan State had at the time. He was a great player, but look, you can't just go by what Sparky said because Chris Pitaro was going to be the next great Tiger if you remember him. Let's go to Tim in Harrison Township. What's up, Tim?
I'm doing pretty well, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Hey, good.
Good. I kind of had my thunder stolen a little bit, but Grant Hill was one that there was all this big anticipation for, and I remember a game in his rookie season that Joe Dumars had like a record, or almost broke a record for 3-point shots in this game. And every time Grant got the ball, he threw the ball over to
Joe. To Dumars. They wanted him to. And the other entertaining part about that game was watching Oliver Miller try to play defense. Oh my God!
every time he went from the key to half court, I swear they had to get oxygen out. I've never seen a guy
Big
that
O.
large.
Yeah, he was.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
I know. May he rest in peace. He died about a year ago. Yeah. I met Oliver Miller in a different situation. I was working at Channel 4 and producing for Van Earl Wright, and for some reason, Van Earl was friendly with Charles Barkley, and it was the Suns or the Rockets. I forget. It was the Suns. They were in town. It was the night before, and Barkley calls Van Earl, and he wanted to go out afterwards, so we met at an establishment on 8 Mile. And Barkley bought lap dances for all of us, and Oliver Miller was with us. But Oliver Miller was just pacing the entire club the entire time. 248-539-9797. How long ago, when people didn't live much past 40, bad eyesight wasn't a major concern? Well, it's a different story today, because starting at about age 40, our lenses begin to lose flexibility, which makes it hard to see nearby objects. So we're forced to use those hated reading glasses. Bad near vision was just one of my eyesight problems when I went to see the amazing Dr. Yaldo 7 years ago. I also had early onset cataracts, and incredibly, he solved both of my problems with a relatively new procedure back then, bifocal implants. What was as amazing as seeing the small type of my phone again and everything else in pure HD was that it only took a few minutes, and believe it or not, it was painless. And I'm a wuss, so if it's okay for me, it's okay for you. And if you youngsters don't need reading glasses yet, for the month of March, Dr. Yaldo is offering his custom LASIK, the best there is, for just $16.95 an eye, the lowest price in the city. The evaluation's free. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com and tell them Stoney sent you. 248-539-9797. We are looking for your, most awaited Detroit Athletic debut. After all, we're going to get Kevin McGonigle's in about an hour and a half coming up, right? Yes, a little over an hour and a half. Game time right around 4 o'clock here on 97.1. By the way, Evan Woodbury of the Oakland Press, or I think it's M Live, just said it's kind of interesting that Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch are just chatting away about a few hundred yards away from Scott Boras and some of his associates. So interesting. 248-539-9797. And by the way, they're through one period in the first round of the Sweet 16 of the NCAA hockey tournament. Michigan State and Connecticut tied at 1. Let's go to Phil in Detroit. What's up, Phil?
Hey, how's it going, Mike? What's going on, Rick?
What up, Phil?
What's up, man? So for me, and it's probably going to shock a lot of people, I was a young sophomore at high school, black kid, but I was excited when they drafted Stevie Eisenman because I remember him walking down the tunnel with the media behind him and everything, and that was during the dark days of the Red Wings. When they drafted Stevie Eisenman, that was really the turning point for the actual franchise because in that draft, Stevie, I think they got Bob Probert. I want to say Koser was in that draft.
I know Lane. I think Lane Lambert was.
And Stu Grimson. I remember Stu Grimson. Oh my God, he was a beast.
Yeah, he was Blackhawk at first, I believe, before he was a Red Wing. But what's interesting, Phil, is that most of Detroit were bummed out because they wanted Pat LaFontaine.
Right,
and he was taken right before Eiserman.
Yeah. But Eiserman, when they got Eiserman, they were talking about him, man. I was like, man, and, because coming up as a kid, you want all your sports teams to do well because the Lions were the Lions, the Tigers were the Tigers, and, the Pistons was the Pistons and so forth. But the Red Wings were at that time, the bottom seller team, really bad. They were real bad in the early 80s. Man.
I think that was the Dead Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dead Wings. Yeah, man. But when we got Eiserman, that is when the franchise really started to turn the corner, and year after year, they kept acquiring players. They were getting better. Remember Tim Shovelday?
Oh yes, I do. Unfortunately, nice guy, but he was not a top-notch goalie. David, we have some text communications.
Yeah, someone says Billy Sims against the Rams in his debut.
Oh, yeah, that was in Anaheim, when the Rams played in Anaheim. He was unbelievable.
Wow.
Yes.
Someone says Jackson Jobe all the way. That is Jeff in Canton.
Okay.
The debuts of Jacob Turner and Nick Castellanos had me on the edge of my seat. All for naught. RB and Ypsilanti. Someone texts in and says Matthew Stafford.
That's that's a good one. He was
number one pick.
First overall pick. Started out as the starting quarterback, and
I got to watch his last collegiate game down in Florida.
That's right.
Sadly, my first one ever was Joey when he first debuted. My dad was like, "This Joey Harrington kid, man, he's gonna be a stud in this league." And I was like, "All right, we got a quarterback."
Wow.
And then, well, yeah,
we know what happened.
Yeah.
Yes, one of our friends and sponsors, and who has his own show on Saturdays, Mr. Harry Glanz, couldn't stand Joey Harrington. Said he was never going to be any good, and I guess Harry was right. Bob, what's going on?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good.
I have two of them from the same year.
Okay.
Number one, quarterback out of Iowa, Chuck Long.
Oh, yeah.
And number two, the same year we drafted Chris Spielman.
Was there that much anticipation for Spielman, though?
I think it was more for Chuck Long.
If you're a Michigan fan, it was. I mean, he came out of Ohio State, and yeah, I think I was more excited to see Spielman than I was Chuck Long. But Long was out of Iowa.
I'm not sure. Wasn't Long a year before him? Yeah, because I think the year Spielman was drafted in the second round, I think the Lions took Benny Blades with the first pick, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I always thought that it was the same year they drafted Long. Maybe he came out early. I don't know.
No, I think Long was the 86 draft, and Spielman and Benny were 87, if I'm not mistaken. Look, I could be definitely wrong because I've been many a time.
Yeah, that was different drafts. Chuck Long was 1986, and no, Spielman
Right.
was not in that year.
Yeah,
so it was the next
Blaze
year.
and Spielman were the next year
Yeah.
in 87, I believe. Paul, what's up?
Good afternoon, guys.
Hey, Paul.
And the name that, besides Barry, that came right out to me, Ndamukong Suh out of Nebraska.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a really good one.
Yeah,
Paul.
people were pumped to see him wreak havoc. And say what you want about him, despite his mercurial personality when he was on this radio station at one point, and his cheap stomping occasionally, he was a great player.
He was a beast.
He was a beast. And it's just he's always, exhibit A of great players we let go away leave for nothing.
I remember it
Yeah.
was it the, I don't know if Nebraska was in the Big Ten or not, if they were still in the Big
No,
12.
They were still in the Big 12.
Yeah,
Yes. That Big 12 championship game. He was
Yes.
unbelievable. He was just throwing people around.
I was like, this guy, why is he not winning the Heisman again? You couldn't I have never seen a defensive player take over a game the way he did.
It was
in that
amazing.
Big 12 championship game.
He was,
And it was amazing when they replayed that as a Big Ten classic on Big Ten Network.
And that's what threw me, David. That's why I was like, wait, was it Big Ten or Big? Because I know I've seen it on the Big Ten Network.
Yes.
But it was Big 12 at the time. But it's like the Oregon Rutgers rivalry.
Well, it's like
just to be factual, Benny Blaze Spillman was 88.
88. Okay, but I knew they were the same draft. Who did the Lions take in 87 if they took?
Now you want me to go
All right,
back?
no, forget it. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Colin in Detroit. What's up, Colin?
Hey, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Good.
Hey, I'm surprised this one wasn't, said already, and it pains me because I'm an MSU alum, but Aiden Hutchinson, 2022, second pick, when he fell into our lap, Jaguars didn't get him. I think he had a pretty big anticipated debut for the Detroit Lions.
That's pretty fair.
No, he did, because I remember it was like, okay, because there was some talk about maybe Thibodeau would go, but he didn't. It ended up being Aiden. Oh, by the way, it was Reggie Rogers.
Oh,
yes, it was.
No.
Reggie Rogers, Jerry Ball.
Jerry Ball was great. Jerry Ball, to this day, I think is my favorite Lion, just to talk to and to be around. I love that guy.
Garland Rivers from Michigan.
I think he was the last Michigan draft choice that they had before Backus. Garland Rivers. It was that long because
Yeah, you're right. For a while, they didn't draft.
Yeah, and there was and Brandstatter used to always hold. Well, they never chose any Michigan players, and I think John was actually. People always say they didn't draft Jansen because they never draft Michigan
Hold
players.
on. No, Desmond Howard was in between.
They didn't draft him.
Oh, you're
Washington.
right.
The
You're
Washington
right.
Redskins
You're right.
did.
Well, speaking of Michigan, someone is texting in about anticipated. Just
Jim Harbaugh.
Sam McGuffey.
Yeah, you know what? That's not such a bad one if you think about it. People were pretty damn pumped to see the Mac McClung of high school football.
No. The reason being, YouTube was in its infancy stages.
Yes.
And everybody saw, because you would always hear about high school players.
Right.
You never got to see them. His highlights were on YouTube. And I think people fail to realize they're highlights, not the whole game.
Right.
And I can say, hey, look, players saw that. When they played state, Greg Jones was like, oh no, we knew who he was, and we went out there to punish him. We were ready to take 15-yard penalties.
Everybody looks at him as like this big bust. He was not a 5-star, number one. Number two, he had that one game against Notre Dame. He was not a horrible player. He just didn't live up to the hype.
And then he got it broken in. I mean, every game, people tried to break him in half.
I know.
Oh, because remember, he leaped over somebody.
Yes.
And it was like, don't do it, don't do it,
I
don't
know.
do it.
Yep. 97-1. 248-539-9797. By the way, thanks to Leon, Twitter handle at Detroit Soul 52, who posted YouTube of the greatest wide receiver debut in NFL history, the Charles Rogers Anquan Bolden game that we referred to.
Dude, I remember it was just like
I know
Rogers had a good game,
really good game. I think he had 2 touchdowns,
but Bolden was just like, whoa.
And Bolden, if I'm not mistaken, was a second-round pick.
He was.
And Rodgers was, taking 1 pick before Andre Johnson. All right, 248-539-9797. David, little fun food deal we're going to do here. Oh.
Guys, baseball is starting all across the country. And when you go to the ballpark, you want to eat some food. So I have some new choices for you. Let's start in Colorado. The Rockies. They have something called the Glizzilla.
Glidzilla?
Glizzilla. It is a 2-foot, 1-pound hot dog.
Just stop right there.
And you can get it. You can get it with whatever toppings you want. You can do the traditional, or you can do mac and cheese on it. And it is designed for sharing.
I have no problem with the size.
But the 1-pound hot dog.
But the mac and cheese on it, I love.
You can get it however you want.
Oh, okay. There's some people. I like mac and cheese. I just don't see it on a hot dog.
Stoney, I'm not seeing a 2-foot, 1-pound hot dog at a game because every time I think. You always have to wonder the weather, and it's hot out, and you're sitting there consuming that. No. I'll leave that for Kenny.
A family of 4, or in Kenny's case, a family of 1.
No, that's gluttonous. That's too much. Even for me, a guy who enjoys ballpark food, that's too much for me.
It says you can pair it with beer,
and
ice cream. Pizza donuts is something they also have at Coors Field.
Pizza donuts. God, that's, whatever.
Well, which leads me to the next choice here. It is the Schwarber Bomb Sundae. You can get it in Citizens Bank Park.
Yes, the Schwarbomb.
Yes, it is soft serve ice cream topped with a funnel cake fried strawberry uncrustable sandwich, strawberry sauce, and fruity cereal pieces.
I'm not a big strawberry guy, so I would probably pass.
Yeah, me too.
But I've had a Schwarbomb hoagie at a place near my sister's house. They name things periodically for different athletes and other famous people. So, yeah, sounds good.
Get it in your souvenir baseball.
I get it. Yeah. To me,
I'm not a big strawberry fan, so I would pass on.
Yeah, the only strawberry thing I ever liked was strawberry Nestle's Quick.
That was good, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do
I
that
thought you were
anymore.
going to say
though,
Daryl Strawberry.
Daryl Strawberry.
Or his son DJ played for Maryland.
Let's move over to Houston, and I guess it's called Dakin Park now. Had no idea they changed the name, but Brisket Donuts.
Whoa.
See, I want to know, who are the people who walk up to the whiteboard and say, I have an idea.
So
what if we combine?
Do they put brisket on the donut, or how is it constructed?
No, because I thought the same thing. Kenny thought the same thing. What they do here is they've just shaped the brisket in a donut-like shape. So it is an Astros brisket donut combines fried brisket, barbecue sauce, and mac and cheese.
So there's no donut.
No donut at all.
Element of
it's
this.
just the shape
So it's
of
just
the
lying
brisket.
to the people.
It's just basically a brisket circle.
Pretty much. With barbecue sauce, cheese.
But brisket circle does. Yeah, a brisket circle.
Or-
I would try that. Absolutely, I like brisket.
Right, because I was thinking, is it a is it a brisket with 2 donuts?
Right.
Is the bread?
Right. No,
as long as the brisket is not made by my mother, it's got to be good. My mother made the worst brisket for one of the holidays one year. I don't remember, it was Rosh Hashanah or whatever. It was just awful.
Brisket is very hard to make. One mistake and you just got chuck roast.
Well, if she, doesn't want the brisket, she wants to travel to Miami, she can try this. It's called the machete.
Oh, the machete.
The Miami Marlins have this at Lone Depot Park. It is a 2-foot folded tortilla. It's filled with carne asada, melted cheese, and sauces, and it comes in its own box that says machete on it.
Oh, wow. You probably put it in your in your belt or whatever and wave the machete.
Once again, just way too much. Sounds good. Yeah, you know what? Let me get a piece of this and you guys can have the rest.
Yeah, these are all things that I would take a bite of, but after that, it's going to be a little too much for me.
Too cumbersome.
Yeah. Especially for a baseball game.
Yes.
Well, maybe you can try this. A nice spin on chicken and waffles. It's called the chicken and churros. You can get this at Wrigley Field. Sweet and savory twist on the chicken and waffles. It says that swaps in churros instead. It looks delicious, guys. I'm looking at it.
Oh, you got to. I guarantee you, the line's really long for that. Yeah. It sounds good if you have time to sit down before it's not something you want to eat once the game starts. It sounds like it's something you want to eat beforehand.
I didn't realize the churro until you go out to the Southwest, and then it's like, wow,
yes,
this is something. It's like when in New Orleans when the New Orleans beignets are like, okay, these hit different than any other place.
But I don't mind a churro, but are these things that you want to eat at a ball game?
Right.
Well, you know what?
Seems like an odd decision.
David, I got one for you for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Take Me Out to the Ball Game shake.
Okay.
A salted caramel based shake, whipped cream, peanut butter cookies, Kit Kat bars, and Cracker Jacks.
I would try it, definitely.
It looks good. I normally don't do this type of thing. This is one that you're not going to finish it.
No, but I have another choice for you. Same stadium, same team. You like to eat healthy, right? People like to try healthy things, right?
Right.
Not really.
They have no, not really. They have the Healthy People Like Baseball 2 parfait. It is cottage cheese with carrot sticks, celery, salted almonds, and crunchy pretzels.
Oh, awful. Go see the ballet or the opera.
Wait. In Arizona where it's hot.
Correct. Cottage cheese.
Yeah. That will go over well.
Ugh. At a ballpark?
It will turn before you get to your seats.
Unbelievable.
Those are your new ballpark foods in Major League Baseball this year. 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. It's forecasted to be 72 and sunny in San Diego today for Padres and Tigers. Tarek Skubal will toe the rubber tonight against Nick Pivetta. Here's your lineup. Kerry Carpenter leads off, followed by Gleyber Torres and Colt Keith at the top. Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Kevin McGonigal in the middle. He's at third base. Dylan Dingler, Parker Meadows, Javi Baez rounded out. You're that 4:10 first pitch right here on 97.1. The Pistons take on the Pelicans tonight. That's over on WWJ. Tip-off at 7. Pregame at 6:35. New Orleans has won 7 of their last 9 as well. Tobias Harris is questionable to play. Harris LeVert is out with right knee soreness. The Wings are back in action against the Sabres tomorrow. They're a point out of the last wildcard spot, trailing the Senators and Islanders. Both of those two teams in actions. The Sen has the Pings, the Penguins, and the Islanders have the Stars. Red Wings goalie Cam Talbot is day-to-day. The team will likely have to call up a backup for tomorrow's game. Indiana coach Kurt Signetti spoke about MSU transfer receiver Nick Marsh. March Madness resumes tonight, Michigan and MSU tomorrow, but Cass Tech grad Tyrus Acuff will be in action against Arizona at 9:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. Stoney in for Mike. Rico here, of course. The Hatchet Man and Kenny Cott. We take you to Tiger Baseball pregame at 3:45. Tigers against the Padres. And we've been discussing your most anticipated debuts in Detroit sports that you've seen. And not just guys who've been either called up, brought up, drafted, not trades. And so we discussed that because Kevin McGonigal will open the season playing third base this afternoon against the San Diego Padres in San Diego. Now, I'm sure, right, we gather, especially a week from tomorrow at Comerica Park in the pro shop or whatever they call the Tigers locker room store there, whatever, there will be a ton of McGonigal jerseys being sold. He will be wearing number 7, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of jerseys being sold, Stoney, because we all like to get in on that new player because you want to be on the cutting edge. You want to say, I got that jersey first. But I do have a question for the people out there.
Okay.
248-539-9797. This requires a little bit of fessing up, a little bit of owning it.
Mm-hmm.
But what was the one jersey that you bought and you totally regretted it later? You just knew this. I'm getting this guy's jersey. He is going to be a star for my team. And then, wow, I can't believe I paid good money for this because you see it all the time.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I like to go down to the games, whether it's a Tiger game, whether it's a Lions game.
And find the most obscure jersey.
I like to call it, who's got the deadest jersey out there.
Yes.
That guy that you're just like, wow, you're still rocking that jersey. What was that jersey that you got and you're like, oh, that turned out to be a huge mistake.
It's hard to believe that I was not a big jersey guy when I was growing up. I mean, I did have one that I wore for, I don't know, through high school and even through college playing street hockey, my Bobby Clark Flyers jersey. I also had a Ken Dryden Montreal Canadiens jersey. And that was about it. I didn't have a Phillies or a Sixers or any of that stuff. But I did, I don't know if this counts in your rules, Rico, but I did buy a jersey at a celebrity auction.
Okay.
That I have to say is framed and signed and is definitely one of the stupidest purchases, but it went to a good charity, so it's okay.
What was it?
I have a framed, autographed Kevin Jones Lions jersey.
You know what? We'll allow that.
Yeah.
Because you paid money for it.
I paid money for it. It's like
it went to a good cause.
Right, downstairs I got Hasek, I got Iserman, Barry Sanders, and Kevin Jones.
And Kevin Jones in the closet.
No, he's out. It's up. It's up. He did go to Catholic high school about 10 minutes from my house where I grew up. If I would have been a Catholic, I would have gone to the same high school as him. Cardinal O'Hara.
Okay. Kevin Jones.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. I've been trying to think. It was one that I almost bought, but I didn't. So I don't think that counts. But, man, Stoney, you know what I said? I was this close to getting a Badou jersey.
Wow.
I thought
Akil Badou? Wow.
I thought Akil Badou was going to. Fortunately, didn't have my size that day. So I'm like,
wow.
Woo, okay.
That was the first one that came up on the text communication.
Oh, yeah?
Akil Badou. So that's wild.
You'll still see Badou jerseys down there next week, I'm sure.
They
even though
only
he's on a
had
different
smaller
team.
sizes, so I was like, okay, well, the next time I'll see if I can get a Badou jersey.
David, you?
Yeah, mine wasn't a young player at all. It was a player that had been here. It's a player that I thought was going to be here forever, and it was Ben Wallace.
Oh.
I bought the jersey the year before he was a free agent, so it was his final year.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, yeah, even family were like, well, he may be. I said, no, he's not leaving. Yeah, I'm going to get this jersey. He's going to be here forever. And then he left, and I'm stuck with this jersey. And then he came back, and I believe they changed his number when he returned initially to Detroit.
Yeah, he went from 3 to 6, didn't he, or something like that, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah.
So,
you know what's crazy about that? One of my daughters, Marissa, she just was the biggest Ben Wallace fan, and she was probably like 7 or 8 when that happened. And I remember that it was like a 4th of July night when free agency started.
Yeah.
It was right around there. And I had to tell her that Ben Wallace was not going to be a Piston anymore, and she was in tears, absolute tears. She wanted to marry Ben Wallace. Yeah. Pretty hard for a 7-year-old to do it, but
it's tough.
She didn't. She didn't marry Ben Wallace, by the way.
So Ben Wallace and Steven Izzo would have been your sons.
That's right. The other one. That's right. That's exactly right. All right. Kenny, you must have had some.
Yeah, I did. This was probably at a very young age one of my worst sports takes ever. I saw one playoff shift from Darren Helm, and I was like, this guy's the future. He's going to be a 1C on this team. He's going to be great. He goes very fast.
Yes, he does.
And he does. That's pretty much all he did. He killed penalties, too.
Yeah.
And I got a Darren Helm jersey.
And he got hurt a lot.
He got hurt. He was made of glass, and he got breakaways like every other game, but he could never finish.
I know. I pissed him off once because he played in the celebrity softball game for the Joey Coaster Foundation. And me and Wojo were doing like the play-by-play, whatever. Here's Darren Helm. Hopefully he won't get hurt. And he gave me the dirtiest look.
Why would you say that to him?
Why not? I mean, it's for charity. It's trying to have fun. Moody, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good to talk to you all. First time, long time.
Appreciate it.
So, back in 2014, this is when the Lions were playoff bound, headed going to face the Cowboys. All year I was waiting to grab a jersey, and I said, you know what, now's the time. And out of all the stars the Lions had that season, I got Eric Ebron.
Oh! That year he was the backup tight end, right? Or because Pettigrew was the starter. Because Pettigrew was the one who had the.
I remember Eric
the
Ebron
play
when he got drafted here, and he's going to be this offensive weapon.
But read the scouting report.
Passes.
Yes.
At North Carolina,
that's what it said in the scouting reports from everybody.
Oh, it's going to be different. The Lions going to fix him.
Yeah, well, they could have had Taylor Lewan, Beckham Jr., or Aaron Donald.
Eric Ebron.
Ebron.
That was going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Dawson. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you having me on. So I have a few here real quick. So I'm a Ravens fan. So when J.K. Dobbins got selected, I was big into that pick. And he had a great rookie season, then proceeded to blow out his knee 3 years in a row. So as far as football, that was pretty miserable. As far as Tigers, Rico, I did bite the bullet, and I did buy an Akil Badou jersey. That maybe costed $185 at a store in Port Huron, and it has been sitting in the closet since. and it sucks, man. So I got
Dawson,
that one.
at
So
least
those
I
two-
wasn't the only one. Like I said, fortunately for me,
he was almost a cult hero
they
here.
only had like little tiny jerseys. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, sorry, man.
When you
I bit the bullet, and that one sucked because he was the man. I swore he was the future, and obviously that didn't turn out to be anything. But one more real quick, too. My buddy is also a big Rays fan as well as Tigers. He actually grew up down in Florida. And believe it or not, when Austin Meadows came over, he was pretty hyped. And that went south very quickly.
Yeah, it did. By the way, when you said you were Ravens jersey, I thought you were going to come up with the Kyle Bowler jersey.
Oh, God, no. I'm a sucker for sports apparel, as I'm sure a lot of us are.
Yes.
And especially jerseys, man. I'm gonna be the guy sprinting to Comerica this season when we gotta go sport for 4 and buy the jersey.
Yep. Well, they'll go on. They're probably on sale now at the local sporting goods place, or definitely at Comerica Park beginning on Friday.
But I can't be the only one that is. You just scan the crowd.
I do
at
it all
the
the
Tigers
time.
games, and you just look for those jerseys. Like Shelton.
Wow. Yeah. Or
Quentin Berry.
How about there's usually a few times a year, there's a few Jim Price jerseys, too. That is incredible to me. My favorite Lion one, though, was Teddy Lehman. It's like, really? You bought a Teddy Lehman jersey?
I saw a Dallas Drake jersey walking around LCA the other day.
Yeah, he at least got a cup.
I guess.
Brad in Farmington, what's going on?
Hey there, guys. So as a kid, as gifts, I had bad luck. My first 2 jerseys were Joey Harrington and Charles Rogers. But I think the worst purchase of all time, when Fielder got acquired, I was in college, so I didn't even have the dang money to spend on it. But I did anyways. I bought a Fielder jersey. So that wasn't a good one either. But my last one was a Mo Sider, so I feel good about that one.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But look, say what you want about Prince Fielder, the way it ended here. He did have over 100 RBIs. That lineup that he helped make, when Martinez got hurt, they were pretty damn lethal. He was good here.
Yeah, I'm talking about guys you just
Yeah.
knew this guy's going to be something. And by the time you got the jersey home, you're like, oh, my God, he sucks.
Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
And Stoney, thank God. Please do not unretire. You're awesome hearing you on the radio.
Oh, thank you.
Back in 1999, I had season tickets for the Tigers, and my wife's favorite player was Gabe Kapler. So I bought her an original Gabe Kapler jersey. We still have it, and when my 26-year-old daughter goes to Tiger games, she will wear the Gabe Kapler jersey and get so many comments on it, and people that say they cannot believe you have that jersey.
It's pretty amazing. I was, we were talking about weird debuts. I don't know if it was exactly his debut, but one of his early games, another Gabe. Remember Gabe Alvarez? And then the headline of the Free Press the next day was Gabe Ruth because he had like 2 home runs or something crazy like that. Or
because we don't over-exaggerate when that guy does something.
Exactly. 97.1.
It's tournament time, and this March, Fanatics Sportsbook has 10 times the rewards. Starting in round 1, we're giving you 10 profit boosts for every single tournament game day. That means first round, second round, round of 16, all the way up to the last 4 in the national championship. 10 chances every game day to level up your winnings, but that's not all. Your bet earns you up to 10% fan cash when you use it on anything in the Fanatics universe. We're talking game gear, tickets, collectibles, and a whole lot more. Plus, if you're new to Fanatics Sportsbooks, you can get up to $200 instantly in fan cash when you bet $5. Look, it's time to shoot your shot. The tournament hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Tiger baseball following this broadcast coming up at 3:45. Tarek Skubal will be on the hill for the Tigers. Kevin McGonigal making his Major League and Tiger debut. He's going to be starting at third base. So we know there's going to be a lot of people going to be buying that number 7, that Kevin McGonigal jersey. So we're asking, what is not your best jersey purchase? Of course, that's too easy. It's your worst jersey purchase.
And for the record, let's hope that the McGonigal jersey goes up into your Jersey Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I'm not putting him in that category. I'm just saying we have all jumped the gun on a player.
Yes.
And you're like, this guy, he's going to be all of that. And before you know it, you're like, oh, my goodness. I can't believe I brought that jersey.
Yep. By the way, 5 minutes left in the second period. NCAA hockey tournament. Michigan State leading Connecticut 2-1. It's the Michigan State Connecticut week, basically. 248-539-9797.
The Killian Hayes, Stanley Johnson jersey.
Killian Hayes did have the same number as Kevin McGonigal. Randy in Carlton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Mike, Rico, David, Kenny, how you doing, boys?
We're good.
Hey, Randy.
So it was the early summer of 2007. I was going into my junior year of high school. I saved up enough money to buy an official NFL jersey for my favorite player, Michael Vick. And about 2 months later is when he got arrested for dogfighting.
Did you change your jersey to Mexico?
No, I still wore it, but I caught a lot of crap every time I was out in public in that jersey.
I
but
get it.
All black. It was the all black one with the red outlines.
Yep.
I mean, it was out cold. I loved it.
Randy, I still have mine, but I remember I had a fantasy football draft, and boy, people were just like, I can't believe you wore that. I'm like, guys,
it's just a jersey.
I'm not him, okay? It's a jersey.
Yes.
Let's move on.
Still one of my favorite players to this day.
Yeah.
I mean, pure talent-wise, raw talent, he was unbelievable.
And he got his life back together. He became a really good quarterback for Philly for a while, and then and he's now the head coach at one of the Norfolk State or one of them. Yeah, that's good for him. 248-539-9797. God, was he good? Matt and Highland, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Mike, Enrico. Hey, Philip Zadina jersey.
Oh.
And well, the nice thing about it, it's a 1-of-1. It's got Darren McCarty's signature on it. My son was wearing it a couple of years ago to a game and ran into McCarty and a couple guys down there, and he was with a couple other kids. They pulled him aside, and McCarty's looking for something to sign. He had nothing. He's like, just sign this jersey right here. So McCarty signs right on Philip Zadina's number on the back.
Wow. I saw something I could never understand is why people wear, well, this is a little different situation, but people who wear jerseys that are signed to games. Why would you wear?
Well, he got it signed at the game.
Yeah, I know. I said it's a different situation, but there are people who wear their signed jerseys to games and they're,
Yeah, at that point, that jersey goes into retirement.
Yeah, and there's because there's people out there. There's people out there like me who are slobs sitting behind you that might spill beer or spill mustard on your autographed jersey.
Here comes Stoney with ketchup and salsa.
Well, that was kind of the thinking on why he wore the jersey to the game because he's younger at the time, and he still is younger. It's like, well, you're looking for something Red Wings to wear. We don't have anything right. Just grab this Zadina jersey. I don't care if you get pizza sauce on it. It's all good.
Yes, I believe Philip Zadina was the first opportunity that the Wings had of acquiring Quinn Hughes. 248-539-9797. I think I have my ears correct. Let's go to Tom in Northville. What's up, Tom?
What's going on, Stoney?
How are you?
So I'm doing great. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So my story is I'm at a Lions game. We had just picked up Charles Rogers. We're driving down the field, and Charles just lays out there and catches his first touchdown. And I went straight up to the concession stand, bought my official $180 jersey, and haven't worn it since.
Yeah. Did you break your collarbone?
Almost, right?
Yeah. I understand.
But that was a horrible purchase. He was a horrible acquisition or draft choice or whatever the hell he was. I don't even think anyone remembers him.
Well, I don't know. Look,
I mean, the very next year, first game back, and he breaks the collarbone again. It's just like, because they did it holistically.
Yes.
Oh, we're just going to let it heal naturally, and then he breaks it again. Nope, you got to put the steel rod in there.
Look, the Lions, the Lions have nobody to blame but themselves because they were told, or at least I was told by somebody very close to Charles Rogers' agent, the one and only Kevin Poston, that they told the Lions not to pick him because they didn't think it would be good for him to be around his family and his close friends and all that
close to
stuff.
Saginaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have went to Houston, and you would have took Andre Johnson instead.
Correct.
Yeah.
So he would have been far away from everybody.
Yeah. Might have been
all the
better.
influence.
Might have been better for him.
I think the
Might have been better
Lions, in typical Lions style,
It was Matt Millen.
Tickets. We'll sell tickets. Everybody knows who Charles Rogers is.
That's a good point.
So, yeah, we'll get the built-in Michigan State fans. And I was excited to see him. And he had a really good debut.
Yeah, look, he was a great college player.
That Bolden was better.
Scott, you're on 97.1.
This is, say, spring of 2006. I took my redheaded kid to see a young redheaded phenom with 13 home runs in the first 9 games of the season.
Red Pop.
Chris Shelton.
Yep. Where's that jersey today, Scott?
On fire. Can I tell you though, the coolest jersey I ever saw at a game, my all-time favorite, and I'm still jealous. This wasn't all that long ago. I saw a John Walkenfuss jersey in the wild.
Wow. In the wild?
I want that. In the wild, at a game.
Oh, okay. I said in the wild. I thought you were talking about you were in Africa or something like that.
He meant at a game when he says in the wild.
What did you think he meant? In the Amazon? Like
Yeah,
the
he was
rainforest?
on a vacation on a safari. Is that an old man's take that I didn't realize what in the wild was?
I just knew immediately what he meant. Yeah, I mean, it may be. I don't know.
Fritz in Clinton Township. Good afternoon.
Happy opening day, guys.
Thank you. Same to you.
Nobody was more thrilled on the Miggy trade than I was. Not just because of Miggy, but they were bringing my favorite pitcher to Detroit, Dontrell, and yes, I did. I charged out, and I got my Dontrell jersey, and it is now in the closet under plastic, and it is the last player jersey that I bought for myself since.
It's incredible. He was so good, not the year before, but the year before that, that he was really good. And, yeah, that was part of the deal. They couldn't have made the trade if the Tigers wouldn't have taken Dontrell Willis. The mistake was that they extended him. That I can't figure out for the life of me. And whatever. They make some mistakes. Even the great Dave Dombrowski has made some mistakes. But it still do it all over again because of Miggy.
Right.
Matt, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, Rico, I actually did buy an Akil Baddoo jersey, and for a different reason. I also bought a Jonathan Scope jersey, and the reason I bought them is because I grew to liking them. I bought them out of spite because when I would bet on them, they would do the exact opposite of what I needed them to do. And so it sounds stupid, but I hated them so much.
Hold on.
I got to buy these jerseys.
So you bought the jersey so that bad things would happen or good things would happen?
No. Like, if I bet that they would get a lot of hits, because like the game before they did, so I'm like, all right, the next game they're going to get some hits again. And then they did nothing. And then when I bet them to do nothing, they got a lot of hits. And so I was like, all right, well, screw it. I'm just going to buy a jersey of each of them. And I grew to like them.
Okay.
Well,
if that makes sense.
I understand.
I got you. I got you.
Might be nice young men. 97.1. Kevin McGonigal makes his Tiger debut in just a little bit. Pregame coming up in about 11 minutes. Real quick, Rico, before we take some more calls on your worst jersey purchase, because we know a lot of people are going to buy Kevin McGonigal jerseys. Hopefully it'll be a great jersey purchase. How many games Tigers going to win this year?
I'm thinking probably I'll put him at 88.
Okay. I'm going to be a little more positive. I'm going to go with 90.
I had him at 90. I don't know. I finally took it down off the board. I got ridiculed because this is back when they were the first team to 60. Like, this team's going to win 90 games. And then it was pretty much after that.
Right. I mean, 90's good. It's not great. It's good.
Powers and Mike I owe them lunch still because of that.
If you're saying 90 is just good and not great, then you're going to think I'm being negative because I'm going at 85. Until I see offensively more, I'm going right at 85.
I thought 85, but Valdez, you know what? You may be able to get a couple of games.
Bump you a game or two?
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that. I can understand that.
And maybe if McGonigal can do it, that's, another game or two. So that's why I said around 88.
And, you got to hope that, Green doesn't strike out as much and Torque gets better. Those are things you're hoping about. You hope that Skubal doesn't pitch like some of his USA teammates today who got taken out early. Logan Webb, I believe, and Skeens
had some issues in the outfield.
Yeah, I saw those fly balls that they aren't registered as errors, but he misplayed two of them.
One went over his head because he overplayed, and then one he just went right to the left.
How is that not ruled an error?
Well, that's maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay, because it's ridiculous. What is called a hit these days?
I love it when Stoney gets angry about something.
Tony in Shelby Township, what's your worst jersey purchase?
Two of them. I got a Boss Bailey and a Tim Couch.
Whoa!
And then I got a really good one. I got Henrik Zetterberg in his first season, and then I got a Placido Polanco.
Okay.
Tim Couch.
Why did you buy? Are you a Kentucky alum or you a Browns fan?
Yes, sir. Yep. It had to do with UK. He was so good when he was at UK that I bought that jersey for my mom, and she was too damn embarrassed to wear it. So
you could have got her an
art.
You
could have got her. I don't know what she did with it.
You could have got her a Will Levis jersey the other day. He went to Kentucky, right?
Or the Pillsbury Throwboy.
Yeah, or the great Lions from Kentucky, Josh Pascal and Artus Pinner.
Yeah, Pinner, she was still alive when Pinner was around, okay. So, yep. Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, 248-539-9797. Hey, didn't have Artus Pinner on my bingo card today. Maybe that would be one of the worst jerseys. Kyle, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I think it's the worst purchase because it was my only purchase, but 2010 season Red Wings, I got a Johan Franzen jersey. Just had his extension. I thought that was going to last me for the next decade, and then he ended up going down with a lot of injuries there.
Yeah, you can blame Mike Babcock for some of that, I think, as well. But look, you had every reason to buy that jersey. I mean, he had a great playoff.
Yeah, I was all in, and especially they chose him over Hossa.
I know.
That was going to be the future right there.
Yeah, that was not a good decision as well. Thanks for the call, 248-539-9797. Let's say good afternoon to Ray. How you doing, Ray?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show.
Thank you.
My worst jersey has to be Joey Harrington. I was so excited him coming out of Oregon his rookie year. I was like, this guy's going to be the future. And then, what a bum.
Yeah, and then he came into Ford Field when he was a member of the Dolphins and played pretty well against them. And Nick Saban got pissed off that and he should have. The Lions shouldn't have played Piano Man.
I got one more. I got an Iverson jersey when he came to Detroit.
Oh, an Iverson Iverson Pistons jersey?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And then the one that kind of bummed me right now was not this Christmas, the last Christmas. My son got me a Jahmyr Gibbs jersey, and then right before camp, he changed his number.
Yeah, that I know pissed a lot of people off when you get that you get that jersey for your kids. The Iverson jersey should have been not a Pistons jersey, should have been like a Motor City Casino jersey.
Stoney, the Joey Harrington, I'm telling you, it was the best and easiest fantasy no-brainer pick when he came back for the Dolphins. I picked him up for that one game and one game. I'm like, guys, if he only plays well for one game for the rest of his life, it will be today, and it was. He came in there, they played Piano Man, and you just knew this is not going to end well.
Kennedy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, dudes.
Hey.
I got to tell you, man, I should be really embarrassed that the market tells me I'm the worst jersey investor of all time. I'll give you 2 examples. Drew Stanton, number 5, baby. I'm not embarrassed. It's fun. Second round of the Lions. I actually paid extra for it because they have this. Yeah, I'll skip over that. But John Pennicini.
Oh, my God. Pennicini, as I called him.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds dirty. But then he changed his number after the initial jersey number, and I bought the initial one that was no longer valid. The market says I'm dumb. Yeah, and I also bought this Metcalf jersey. I don't know. The list goes on and on. I'm just the worst ever. The DeKalen guy was the last thing I said. So I'm not smart according to the market, but I like it. It's conversation starter. That people are like, why?
And you're probably the only person alive who has bought a John Pennicini jersey. Tiger baseball opening day coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow, 97.1.